Reincarnated as an Ogre in the Demon World War. Volume 3, Heartless, by Mogi Suzu, translated by Tiger. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 135. We went to Demon King Troutzard's country and united with General Meralda's army. She informed me that the substitute corps would be sent immediately, and we were to continue to make our way to the other side of the Demon King's country. Currently, Meralda was no longer with us. Half of her army had already marched on ahead. We were to be combined with a different corps and go west. While we travel, you will all have to obey me, said a crystal dragon called Minish. She was one of the people who had accompanied General Meralda to our country. Minish was a tall woman who wore something like a Ronin kimono. It had a feminine pattern on it that suited her. But as someone who had come from Japan, it reminded me of seeing Westerners in yukatas. In any case, Miss Minish was General Meralda's adjutant. But she was apparently focused on clerical work, which suggested there was someone else who handled the military business. However, her mana level was several times higher than mine. It was so high that I wasn't even sure how high. But according to Seifo, it was somewhere between 3 and 4 times as high as mine. In fact, he told me many times that I had no hope of winning and should avoid fighting her. Who the hell did he think I was? In any case, I decided to think of Miss Minish as more of a civil servant. Though, if she was this strong, it made me wonder how strong her military counterpart was. Bah, why don't we just ask Miss Minish to defeat Leninoth? I couldn't help but think. After a few days of travel, I started to get used to the new environment. When I asked Miss Minish about the army, she told me all kinds of things. Of course, none of them would qualify as classified information. She said that General Meralda would be arriving in the west side of the country soon. Things were in a bad state, thanks to what Nair had done, and there were signs of worse things to come. Worse, in other words, the possibility of an invasion from the celestial world. There was something called a test hole, which was a small hole that residents of the celestial world opened up in order to search the demon world. And one of these holes had been sighted. As these holes usually close up after a few hours, Miss Minish said that it was only through great luck that someone had seen it. Of course, having these holes open up was not a guarantee of an incoming invasion. It was just a possibility. And then there was us, the people who were currently on the move. Soldiers led by Miss Minish, the Crystal Dragon. We were considered the second army on the march. The weakest one. We were essentially baggage. And I couldn't help but think that among the high-ranking officers, Miss Minish looked like she would be the most capable babysitter. Lastly, there were the troops who were still waiting near the border to the east. They were also being led by a crystal dragon who was called Helm. She said that there were corps remaining that are strong enough to destroy a country if necessary. When I pestered her to tell me more about this, she said that General Meralda had 5 corps commanders and only 2 were following her. One of them was with us, and the other 2 were in the east. She was saying that the 2 corps that they led were strong enough to take a lesser demon king's country, and she said this was great certainty. I didn't tell her how scared that made me. However, this was a demon king's country. If they went around swallowing up too many smaller countries, they would end up antagonizing the surrounding demon kings. And so they avoided it as much as they could. Yes, the neighboring demon kings, for instance. If Demon King Janius kept attacking one smaller country after another demon king might feel that they have to crush him before it's too late. Unless your own fighting force was getting bigger, the gap would only increase if you just sat back and watched. And so it was obvious that they would act. Because of this, it was necessary for the Demon King to be careful and ensure that others didn't see them as too much of a threat. It was a different kind of hardship to what the smaller countries faced. Now that I think about it, I haven't introduced you to the corps commander yet. Miss Minish said, yes, she was right. I wasn't actually that interested, and our corps had just stuck together as we moved. So even though a few days had passed, I hadn't really gotten to know the other soldiers. In any case, Miss Minish thought that we should at least meet, and so we walked into the camp. Tomorrow, we would rest here for a whole day in order to recover from the brutal march of the last few days. Allow me to introduce you. This is Corps Commander Dial. He's a rock lion. This Dial was even taller than I was. Not only that, but his body was covered in armor like rock, and he had the head of a lion. His eyes were so sharp that I felt that I would start punching him if he glared at me. That's how scary he was. One might wonder why I would punch someone if I was scared. But in the demon world, you killed before you were killed. And so if you were scared of something, punching them was a reasonable way to react. It's nice to meet you. Of course, I was sure that I would lose in a fight. He was probably stronger than General Farnez. At least in terms of physical strength, he would overwhelm her. And yet he was just a corps commander. How powerful could Demon King Troutzard be? This is Galin. He's the leader of a corps of 200. I'm sure the general has already filled you in, but you should think of them as guests from Lesser Demon King Melvis's country. Guests? Well, she might as well have called us useless. But I suppose it was better than sending us to the front lines, so I just nodded with a smile. On the other hand, Corps Commander Dial looked at Miss Minish and then me, and then tilted his head as if to ask, the leader. He was probably noting that I was a low-ranking ogre, and also had an incredibly low mana level. It was true, so I wasn't annoyed. I'm sure that you'll be seeing a lot of each other, and I hope you can get along. Yes, I answered obediently. Very well, if they are guests, I suppose that means they were not specially selected. Of course not. They aren't from here. What about basic training? Corps Commander Dial said something most ominous. Basic training? General Meralda said that they should all be trained. Without exception. I see, and I suppose that I'm going to have to oversee it. Yes, can you handle it? It will have to wait until we arrive at our destination. Yes. I see. Corps Commander Dial's eyes now looked like they were full of pity. I felt that I better ask now, and so I wiped away the sweat from my forehead and opened my mouth. This basic training. What exactly will it involve? Chapter 136. What was this basic training that they were talking about? There was something ominous about it, and I wanted to know, and so I asked him. Indeed. I will have to explain to you a few things about soldiers in this country first. Is that all right? Yes, thank you. Demon King Troutzard's country. It and Lesser Demon King Melvis's country were so different in size and strength that it would be ridiculous to even compare them. So to be honest, I was very curious to know how things were managed. In this country, you cannot become a soldier just because you want to. Is that right? How is it in your country? In general, they are drafted. Each village is required to send a certain number, and they just obey. In that case, there must be times that you receive people who are completely useless. Well, that's true, but what can you do? That's just how it works. Yes, there were people who wanted to be soldiers, and people who didn't. Still, there would be trouble if a household didn't send at least one person, and so the oldest son was usually sent out to be a soldier. And if the oldest son died, they would say, "Now it's your turn," and send the next son to the battlefield. It happened in every house. Mine was the same. My parents told me that my older brother had been blown up by magic and that I had to take his place. It wasn't the nicest way to put it, but they never did find his body. Someone claimed to have seen his body get blown up by magic, and since he never returned to the camp, it was assumed that he had died. And I had not questioned it once as I went off to the battlefield. However, things were apparently different in Demon King Troutzard's country. In this country, those who do well in the battlefield will make a name for themselves. The greater the fame, the greater the possibility of being promoted. And even if you are not, you are rewarded based on your accomplishments. And that is considered to be a great honor. Rewards. I knew nothing of such things. No, wait. I did get a sword. That was a reward. Speaking of promotions, I had become a commander as well, though it had been through Gecko Kujio. And yet people would still treat me like a servant back in the village. Being a soldier is a shortcut to going up in the world. Because of this, there is no end to the number of people who want to join. However, accepting them all would lead to trouble. You won't have enough food. You understand. He was surprised. It has always been the case. The military and food were tightly related. There was even a story of oppressed people raising a rebel army. And once they decided to attack the capital, what was once 10,000 men had bloated up to 100,000 by the time they surrounded the city. At that point, just feeding them was a colossal task. It could not be done without stealing from surrounding towns and villages. This had happened so many times throughout history, and not only during war. For instance, when there was a great earthquake in Kansai, Japan. Many volunteers came from all over the country. And while the location was in chaos from the disaster, the volunteers had just come with the clothes on their back. And it was very difficult to prepare places for them to sleep and food to eat. But thanks to this lesson, when there were earthquakes later on in Tohoku and Kyushu, the volunteers were smart enough to bring their own food with them. People went home during the night, and those who couldn't prepare a place to sleep had the good sense not to participate at all. In other words, there were many instances when participating in something without any preparation only led to trouble. Now that I think about it, you did say something about a special selection. That is correct. We have strict limits when it comes to accepting people, and so we have to test them before deciding. It's really a matter of their will and ability. So it had nothing to do with wealth, intelligence, temperament, or nature. Well, I guess that wasn't as important when it came to soldiers. And those who pass will be accepted as soldiers. No, I suppose you have to train them first. Yes, but I'd think that only a small number of them would actually be sent to the battlefield. I suppose you keep the others as reinforcements when your soldiers die. And if they are trained in the meantime, they will be able to work decently with the old soldiers when the time comes. Indeed. Well, I'm glad that we understand each other. Those who are selected will undergo basic training. It is there that they will learn what it means to be a soldier, as well as how to move and act. So that's what we will be doing. Yes. Once the basic training is finished, there is something called battle training, which will be on the actual field. But as this relates to this country's strategy, I cannot talk about it here. I understand. We would probably be taught how to move strategically. Form a close formation, they might say, and we'd have to do it quickly. And if they said, halt, we would all have to stop at the same time. The time it took and the formations and how they guarded. Those were likely military secrets. This was different from Ogre's, where the one order was just forward. It was no wonder they wanted to keep it a secret. If this was a sport, then it could be compared to a tryout and the team practice. They would be separated into a first team and a farm team, and the people in the farm team would train and hope to be promoted to the first team. And obviously, practicing formations was something you didn't show to other teams. About this basic training, I intend to make adjustments while considering every race's aptitude. In that case, why not have a hearing? Hearing, what should I ask them? Well, aside from the obvious questions about what they can and cannot do, you might also want to know their strengths and weaknesses. I think talking to them will help you understand them better. Perhaps you are right. Dial was deep in thought. It seemed that he was at least capable of listening to the opinions of people who were much lower in rank than him. Very well. We will still be traveling for some time. I will observe them and, do this hearing that you requested. I'm grateful for the consideration. Now they were unlikely to give out impossible orders. I sighed in relief, but made sure that Minish and Dial did not notice it, even though they were now looking at me with deep interest. Chapter 137. The army rested for the entire day. After that, it was a long, 10-day journey to the west. I learned about it later, but that day of rest was spent buying food and supplies, and so it was just us who had the entire day off. I suppose it was because we were still seen as guests. Even if we asked to help, we didn't know how things were done and would only get in their way and slow them down. If you're told to rest, then you should do that. It's an important job, in a way. Did you say something, Galin? It was the rock lion, Dial. So, are we to go to the main camp? Yes, 3 large armies are going to stick towards the east border. Then there will be another right behind, and then the main camp will be in the far back. In this country, the east side was in a dangerous situation. No one knew what would happen next. Not only that, but Nair and his wild hunt were nowhere to be seen. There were rumors that they were still in the area, but they always disappeared without a trace. These soldiers on the front lines were really there for Nair and not the lesser demon kings. And they wanted several layers of protection so that the main camp wouldn't be in danger. This all seemed to be ridiculously cautious to me. But then again, perhaps someone who was strong enough to antagonize demon kings was someone who had a decent fighting force. So maybe it was quite reasonable. So, you had the hearings, didn't you? How was it? It wasn't bad. I rather enjoyed doing it. Corps Commander Dial had heard my request, and every day, he would call out a few people and talk to them. The last time I had seen him, he had said, "The ogres in Melvis's country are very unusual. Apparently, listening to them speak had been quite a revelation to him. And if this helped change his opinions of ogres in general, it meant that all our training in the village had been worth it. Aside from that, he had only ever heard rumors about reapers, and so he was happy to learn more about them. Dial said that his image of reapers had been of merciless, murderous fiends. It was quite surprising to see how off-base many of the rumors were. Like this, he learned about the abilities of the different races and his perceptions of them changed, but not for all of them. There were the vampires. "What the hell?" said Dial. While they had been quite confident during the first hearing, there was really nothing remarkable about them and their abilities at all. He became quite worried about whether they had ever had any training at all. When asked, he discovered that they had never actually experienced a battle. However, they insisted that they would be amazing when they got the chance. As there was such a discrepancy in what came out of their mouths and their ability, he decided to put it to the test. The results were predictable. He decided that they were completely useless. As for the test fight, Corps Commander Dial had taken them on himself. Not only were rock lions very big, but they also had a lot of mana. And Dial was remarkable even among them. He stuck out quite a lot in his own army. He loved to fight, but rarely met anyone who could put up a good fight. It was as he thought this, that one after another, the ogres began to challenge him. I sighed with exasperation, but Dial insisted that he rather enjoyed it, which suggested that at least someone had done well. In fact, Dial became rather fond of Bika. "She dislocated my shoulder," he said with a boisterous laugh. Bika had been so annoying to me that I had dislocated her joints hundreds of times, and so she had learned how to do it herself. With such tricks, you had to know how to get out of the lock, or even the high-ranking races would be susceptible. And it was difficult to get out of it when it was your first time. And so Dial had fallen victim to it. He seemed to really take to us ogres after that, and asked if I wouldn't like to fight him as well. But I wasn't like Sappho and the others. In the first place, Dial wasn't someone like Sappho and Bika, who I could casually beat into the ground. He wasn't someone to fight during short breaks on the road. And so I declined with a "I don't hold back in fights," and he had a good laugh. "You'll be big one day," Dial declared. I had no idea what he was talking about. That was how we spent our days, and then we finally arrived at the main camp where General Meralda was. Almost immediately, I was told that the general had called for me. As she had already headed east when we crossed the border, I had seen very little of her recently. "Tell her that I'll go at once." I told the messenger, and then I gathered my subordinates together. "All right, listen to me. This is not a place to casually challenge people to fights. Understand? Those who don't understand will be taught nice and slow when I have time. Got that?" I grinned evilly, and they all nodded their heads rapidly. It had been necessary to teach them a lesson several times on the road, as so they understood what I meant. "Well, I'll be gone for a moment. Don't do anything foolish," I said one last time, and then headed towards the tent where General Meralda was waiting. Chapter 138. I saw a few unfamiliar faces after entering the tent that Meralda was waiting in. "It's good to see you again, Galin." "Likewise, General Meralda." This meeting inside a tent. It reminded me of the first time I was called to Nayer's tent. There had been no chair for me to sit in, which caused some trouble. Of course, this time I did have a chair, or at least there was an empty chair left. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Galin the Ogre. He's come all of the way from Lesser Demon King Melvis's country." "I'm Galin." I did a slight bow. Let them see an ogre with proper manners. Yes, I could do it if I wanted. "And these are our members. Sit down, Galin." "Yes, General." I sat down in one of the empty seats. "You already know Dials. He's been very good to us on our way here." "I see, I'm glad to hear it. And that is Oak sitting next to Dial." "A crystal eye." "Very good. Yes, Oak is a crystal eye. They are often called the great sorcerers of the forest." Oak's entire body was translucent. He was probably male. He nodded at me, and so I quietly said, "Good to meet you." There wasn't a single crystal eye living in Lesser Demon King Melvis's country. They were beings that some called crystal spirits, and they generally never left the forest. I had never seen one before, and had never expected to in my lifetime. I only knew of them because they had such unique appearances. And next we have Baltasar, a Gurengach. He and Oak are corps commanders. "Good to meet you." HMPH. Well, this crocodile man clearly didn't like me. The Gurungach was a high-ranking lizard man. Lizard men evolved into high lizard men, and then from there they turned into ex-lizard men, etc. Lizard men evolved many times. The Gurungach were supposed to be a race that branched off at some point and became more crocodile-like. They were about 2 or 3 evolutions away from the average lizardman. I had heard that they were like ogres and could not use magic and relied on physical strength. However, unlike ogres, they had resistance against magic attacks, on top of being able to do great damage with their fists alone. And then we have my adjutant Minish. Miss Minish has also been an incredible help while we traveled. And then we have Lacti and Borg, but they aren't here right now. Just know that they are both strong and brilliant dragons. Strong dragons, in other words, they were likely the military officers. It made sense, since Minish and Helm were the civil officers. Of course, they all had so much mana that I couldn't tell who would be stronger. As for absent corps commanders, there is Ralph and Sven, but they are headed here right now, along with Helm and Borg. I suppose she was talking about the Third Army. Meralda had now introduced 9 important people. There were 10 including her. The civil officers, Minish and Helm, the military officers, Lacti and Borg. They were all dragons, but generally took the forms of humans. They would likely transform into dragons if they had to fight. All 4 were Meralda's adjutants. And then there were the 5 corps commanders. Aside from Dial, who I knew well, there was Oak and Baltasar. Ralph and Sven were supposedly on their way here. So, this was the fighting force of a single general. It was incredible. They could easily defeat a smaller country. And then the corps that was sent to my country. I didn't know who had been sent, but I now had very high expectations. Well, let's get down to business then. Galin, I want to change the position of your corps. I see, I don't mind, of course, but what is happening? Originally, I was planning on having you all stay in the main camp. However, after thinking it over, I think it would be better to have you all over here. Meralda said as she pointed ahead of the main camp. That's fine with me. Indeed, Dial will be stationed there as well, so that's where you will train. Ralph and Sven will be sent to the front lines when they arrive, and with that, the formation will be complete. Meralda's strategy map showed the different armies positioned like the points of a trident. There were 3 armies on the front lines. Oak, Ralph, and Sven's names were written there. They were the tips. As for me and Dial, we were at the spot where the 3 prongs united, and I suppose the main camp was the grip of the trident. Meralda and Baltasar's names were written there. These were the positions of the 5 corps commanders. We were supposed to undergo basic training with Dial, so I guess that's why we were positioned there. It really didn't matter to me if we were at the main camp or not. Oak has already finished preparations for going to the front lines, and Ralph and Sven will soon follow after they've trained their men. And it was after much consideration that I decided that you and your men should be placed here. I don't care about these explanations. Just tell us where to go and we'll go. Were they being so nice to us because we were guests? Such courtesies were wasted on a corps like us. It was a lot of pointless effort. I wondered if Meralda's subordinates were not annoyed by all of this. Really, they take everything literally and go and do it. And then it's we who have to clean up the mess. Baltasar suddenly muttered angrily. Ahem. Chapter 139. Apparently, Corps Commander Baltasar had a bone to pick with me. Did I do something to offend you? Of course, I had a skill that allowed me to lightly brush off such remarks. And so I replied calmly. I was capable of considering the thoughts of others and handling them gently. It was a good skill for a man to have, if I do say so myself. HMPH. My words would be wasted on you, muscle-headed ogres. He was quite angry. He thought that I could barely understand what he was saying. And so, I recalled what Baltasar had said. Something about taking everything literally. It was about this trade that General Meralda had suggested the trading of troops. They are fools for actually coming here. They'll only get in the way, and so they should have stayed home. That's what he wanted to say. The reason for this trade. It was because General Meralda couldn't just offer her men to another country without permission. And perhaps she didn't feel comfortable discussing it with the Demon King or even the other generals. After all, these were all men that Demon King Troutzard had entrusted her with. This was why General Meralda had opted for a temporary trade instead. At least on paper, the conditions were the same, and no one had the advantage. She would not have to justify anything. Both General Farnez and General Meralda wanted to put an end to Lesser Demon King Leninoth's dominance, and since their interests matched, this exchange was the perfect way to settle things. However, the men that my country were offering were honestly quite weak. If we were strong, then we would have been sent to fight Leninoth instead. It was because we couldn't do that General Meralda had to help us. On the other hand, Corps Commander Baltasar was feeling both disappointment and rage at the idea of useless troops coming to them. I understood that feeling. I really did. If we were just going to get in their way, we shouldn't have come at all. So, why were we here? That's what he wanted to say. And so I answered him with a feeling of kindness. I obey the orders that come from above. Objecting to that order would not only be a slight against my superiors, but the decision of both our countries. And so I'm asking you to. You talk too much, fool. Yes, I wasn't getting through. It could not be helped. And so I continued to smile. If the papers said that we were going to trade troops, well, we had no choice but to send troops. Meralda was well aware that we wouldn't be of much use. Besides, there was a reason that General Meralda hadn't said, "They will be no use to me, so you don't actually have to send them." Indeed, there was. The Ogres and Reapers worked directly under General Farnez. The young flying eagles had no experience in battle, but they were representatives of the next generation. As for the most useless, the vampires, well, they were spoiled, but they came from good stock. In a way, they were those she didn't want to lose, at least for political purposes. In other words, we were almost like hostages to ensure that Meralda's men were not crushed from ill-use or involved in any hidden schemes. And while we still weren't a particularly strong deterrent, it was better than nothing. And that had a big effect on the way we were seen by General Meralda's men. Baltasar, who objected as if he understood everything, was the one who really didn't understand. In the first place, what are you so angry about? If you hate us, why not leave us alone? We weren't in the same corps, and so it shouldn't be too hard for him to avoid us if he wanted to. I didn't believe my ears when I first heard that your joke of a corps was going to come here. Why should we be on the front lines when you're in the main camp? Baltasar said as he slammed his fist onto the table. I didn't bother to stop myself from sighing audibly. You really don't get it. What? Judging by what he had just said, Dial and Baltasar's positions had been changed. So now Dial would be here, training us. There was nothing wrong with that. Being ahead of the main camp, protecting the front lines. That was proof that Meralda trusted them. It was a place where you had to make very severe decisions, like when and where to move to support the others. This was Nair they were up against. He appeared and disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where he would go next. He may very well target the main camp directly. In Baltasar's position, he would have to make decisions by himself. He was very important, and yet he was angry about that. He didn't understand anything. While guarding the main camp is an important role, and we are honored, we will not be moved anywhere. We cannot be moved. Because it's our job to stay here. Why should I care? Corps Commander Dial will have to train us, so it only makes sense that he should stay here. In terms of trust, Baltasar was above him. However, he had complained and had his position changed. And they couldn't have all three of them on the front lines, and so Corps Commander Dial had to be moved to a place that was both important and stressful. Not only that, but he had to train us as well. That made it quite a black working environment. Perhaps Meralda had allowed it because she knew that Baltasar was unable to see the bigger picture. If he didn't understand the meaning of that difficult position, then there was no point in sending him there. Ah, shit, was what I was thinking when I sighed. You damned ogre. Baltasar said as he got to his feet. Chapter 140. Baltasar stood up. He really did have a short temper, and when I was being so calm and generous towards him. In that case, why don't I toughen these ogres up, eh? Baltasar was a Gurengach. He wouldn't be a bad fit for ogres, as we were all about physical strength. Of course, he was much higher than us in terms of rank, but that just meant there would be a lot to learn during training. I thought about it. It's actually not a terrible idea, is it? I thought. In that case, I seriously considered accepting the offer. That being said, there will be fewer ogres by the time I'm finished training them. Ahem. I'll grab 2 or 3 at once. And with these hands, I'll crush them to death. Was he trying to pick a fight with me, in spite of all my efforts to avoid one? And what was he going on about now? He was going to strangle my ogres to death every day. This guy, I see. Very interesting. Baltasar must have seen me narrow my eyes as he suddenly shouted, "Let's fight then." He was very angry. "Why don't you sit down for now? I'll listen to what you have to say." I said. "Coward," he spat, but returned to his seat nonetheless. There were times when I thought back on it, about the dojo in my past life. They really just did anything they wanted there. I was taught how to kill an opponent's momentum so that if a fight did start, it would be on my own terms. And so the moment that Baltasar sat heavily in his chair, I kicked the table off of the floor. Did you really think I would mean that? The table spun in the air and caught Baltasar right in the face. Ah! He fell onto the floor, but was clearly not hurt at all. I quickly put together a plan for what I would do next. Strangle them to death, eh? You've got a lot of nerve. In spite of the way I sounded, I was quite calm. Even if I got ahead of myself and started punching him here, I would do 0 damage. My mana level was too low to do any visible injury to him. It sucked, but that was the reality of the demon world. And so I used what power I did have, the power of an ogre, and broke one of Baltasar's finger. Snap. The sound echoed in the tent. This was very effective. Oh! Baltasar howled in a voice that was quite pathetic. With all my power, I went to work on his other finger. Perhaps I was the one who was pathetic. However, against a Gyurengach who was at least 3 ranks higher than an ogre, this was the best that I could do. I had only succeeded because it was an ambush, and because the Gyurengach had very long fingers. If I stopped now, my fate would be sealed. But I was lucky and managed to break the finger on his right hand. But it was still too early to back off. As Baltasar tried to get off the ground, I smashed him in the face with a water jug. It shattered and the water splashed across his face. Tusk. In the meantime, I put all of my weight on him and broke another finger. Snap! This time the sound was a little muffled, probably because it was under my knee. In any case, now 2 fingers on his right hand were unusable. So, now we get to the main part. You better be ready. Bastard, I'll kill you. Always the same line. Baltasar stood up and moved to grab me. I had made him do it. To be fair, if he did manage to grab any part of me normally, I'd lose, and he knew it, and so I purposely baited him into trying. Oomph. Baltasar had grabbed my arm, but was completely uncomprehending of what happened immediately after that. I had used an Aikido technique. It was a technique that I used to teach a lot of women at the dojo, a way to deal with an attacker. The arm that was grabbed would stay fixed, and you would rotate your body with that as the axis. And then the arm would automatically get twisted upwards. What? This is what happened when you never experience this Aikido technique. Baltasar fell flat on his face. His arm was twisted upwards, and he could not move. And his defenseless face was close to mine. They say that your legs are 3 times as strong as your arms. Ever since I was reincarnated, I've been training for when I have to fight stronger enemies. I used all my knowledge from my earlier combat training in order to know what to target and how to take on different races. Ha! With one hand, I grabbed the hair above Baltasar's forehead and held it down to the dirt. And then I bashed my knee into his face. I knew that no matter how many times I did this, I wouldn't be doing any real damage, but there was still a reason for it. Ha! Ha! After hitting him again and again, I finally felt that satisfying sensation under my knee. One of his fangs had broken. The fang breaker. There was no meaning other than his humiliation. But I had dropped my knee into him over and over in order to accomplish this. What's this? I picked up the trophy and smirked. You. Yes, that was the expression I wanted to see. The broken fang was a few centimeters long. It was a bit longer than most teeth. Still, I could think of a use for it. I dropped it in my pocket and raised my hand provocative. Don't you think it's time you gave up? Why don't you kneel and beg for forgiveness? This was all just a provocation. Basically, I was doing it on the assumption that the others would stop us any second now. Huh. No one showed any signs of interfering. I guess they didn't know that I would die if this continued. Aargchhh. Baltasar charged at me. I was just about out of ideas, but he was as enthusiastic as ever. He clearly meant to grab me and punch me to death. His eyes were filled with madness. Oh, damn it. I held my hands up and waited. I suppose we'll have to make a compromise. I was annoyed that no one came in to stop this. In that case, let's have them take responsibility. Chapter 141. I didn't have another method of attack. I had nothing. In the first place, it was wrong to go against someone like this with your bare fists. This was the core commander of a great country. He was a tiger and I was a cat. That's why they had to let me cheat a little. Well, it's not like there were any rules to fighting, so it wasn't cheating. And so I held my hands up and waited to see how he would come. Baltasar made the most of his physical strength as he charged towards me. It was like a gust of wind. It was the correct thing to do. It wasn't as if any of my attacks could damage him. And so he had realized that he should just attack me head-on. But I knew that from the very beginning. I kicked forward, right into one of his legs. As Baltasar's leg came down, it seemed to swim in the air for a second, and then went in a direction that he had not intended it to go. And when one lost their balance, it didn't matter how strong your body was. It was like slipping when walking downstairs. For a second, Baltasar's body moved oddly. He righted his foot, but could not help but lean forward when he did so. Yes, it could not be helped at all. I grabbed Baltasar and then threw myself to the floor, back first. He was clearly confused by what had happened. Then I rammed my foot into his stomach and pushed him into the air. This was an overhead throw. Once it started, there was nothing you could do about it. I knew, because I had experienced it many times myself. Few things were more embarrassing than being spun in the air and thrown on your back. And we ogres were called muscleheads for a reason. The moment that the overhead throw was complete, I did a backflip and landed on top of him. It was called the mount position. Here's the finishing touch. In fact, I had thought about this part from the beginning. I took out the broken Fang from my pocket, and while holding it like a dagger, I stabbed it into Baltasar's right eye. Stabbed. That's enough. I wasn't able to stab him. I was stopped when it was just a few centimeters away. General Meralda had suddenly swept in and grabbed me by the wrist. You have the worst timing, General Meralda. I was being lenient in letting it go this far. In other words, she would have stopped it if it was me who was about to be killed. Still, this was bad. If it ended here, things would differ greatly from what I had planned. But even when I tried to move my wrist, it would not budge at all. No, there was no point in trying to take her by surprise. It was finished. The general must have felt my arm relax as she let go of my wrist. As there was no point in sitting on him anymore, I got back up to my feet. This fight. I had fought with a certain outcome in mind, but its course was changed by force. So now what? Are you satisfied, Galin? Meralda asked with a sidelong glance. Me. Yes, have you had enough? You seem to be thinking about something. That's why I let you continue. So that's why she hadn't stopped me earlier. And she was keeping the others from interfering. How about you ask him and not me? You can do it, Galin. This was the crucial moment. Baltasar, put an end to this. Indeed, so Baltasar. What about you? Baltasar was still on the ground. Perhaps he was shocked by what had happened. He looked stunned. I let my guard down. I will win next time. So even a musclehead like him became timid when dealing with General Meralda. And so I praised him in my mind. Well done, Baltasar. It was done. I grabbed the center pillar of the tent and with all my strength pulled it out from the ground and threw it into the sky. The tent was made of beast skin that had been stitched together, and it was very durable. And so the entire thing went flying away without ripping. As the tent disappeared, the gathered soldiers watched us in stunned silence. This was what I had been expecting. Hey, Rig. Yes, welcome back. Adjutant Rig made his way through the silent soldiers. Go fetch it from my belongings. Also, bring me a spare club as well. Yes, sir. Rig dashed off. I didn't want to say the name of the weapon in front of the others, but they could read the room. They knew what I meant. Galin, about the tent. Apparently, the general understood why I had gotten rid of it. People must have heard us fighting from outside, and so soldiers of different races had gathered around us. All of them had more mana than me. It was incredible. That was a demon king's army for you. I kneeled next to Baltasar. So, how does it feel to lose to me in a fight? His eyes widened, and the spectators began to buzz with excitement. I'm asking you, how does it feel to be thrown to the ground and have your bones broken? You, if the general didn't interfere, I would have. Broken bones. Thrown to the ground, is that why he is there? He lost. Sir Baltasar. The soldiers murmured to each other. Tell me, how does it feel to be both the instigator and the loser? You bastard, say what you will. I opened my clenched fist. There was the fang I had meant to put into Baltasar's eye. Then allow me to change the question. How did it feel to have your fang knocked out? They are the pride of every Gurengach, aren't they? I waved it in front of him, and then dropped it on the ground. The reason I had meant to use it as a weapon was because it contained lots of mana. It would be more effective than my fist. And so I had made breaking and acquiring it my first priority. It landed by my feet, and so I stepped on it. As it contained so much mana, it would not break, but the goal was to hurt Baltasar's pride. Kriok! Oh, when I lifted my foot, it had been crushed into powder. I suppose the mana had escaped. Once it was gone, it was like any other fang, and the strength of an ogre would be enough to crush it. Baltasar, General Meralda, the soldiers, everyone including me was looking at my foot. I'll kill you. Baltasar got to his feet. Sir Galin, I brought it. Rig appeared, good timing. Hey Galin, Rig came to get your weapon. Is this a Gecko Kujio? Again. You're doing it again, Galin. Well, Galin does like to kill his comrades. Comrade killer, comrade killer. My subordinates had followed Rig here. Since when did they give me such an ominous nickname? I worked so hard to protect my people. How am I a comrade killer? Baltasar's enthusiasm seemed to wane. His fists were raised, but he remained still. It was fine. This fight was still fully under my control. Chapter 142. I held the weapon in my hands. It was wrapped up in a cloth, which I pulled away, revealing the deep-sea dragon sword. The other thing Rig had brought was the club that I was used to wielding. This was also an important weapon for me. Clubs suited ogres. That's what I thought. However, it wouldn't be my main weapon this time. I held the deep-sea dragon's sword in my right hand and shoved the club into the dirt. If things went according to plan, I wouldn't need it. In fact, this was the first time I would be using this sword in a real fight. However, I had practiced with it so much that I got blisters on my hands. And so it felt good when I held it. Not only could it cut through vines, but it could even split logs. In terms of durability and sharpness, it was the best weapon I ever owned. Once I held it in front of me with both hands, Baltasar got to his feet. Meralda looked at me cautiously. Galin, what are you trying to do? There was something severe in her expression. Perhaps she was surprised that I was doing this after the fight had ended. He provoked me, and he lost. Hey, that's what happened, right? I said as I turned to look at Baltasar. He looked like he wanted to object, but he couldn't change the fact of the matter. After all, the other corps commanders had been watching. And it was the general who stopped it. And what of it? Asked General Meralda. I had assumed that was the end of it, but now he's saying he won't lose next time. He did say something like that. The other corps commanders nodded to this. It was because he had said that I tore down the tent. Well, why wait any longer? He wanted another fight. He challenged me, and I accept. What Baltasar had wanted to say was this. If we do fight again, I won't lose. It was no wonder. I was the weaker one, so there should be no way that I could win. However, it was different if the fight happened now. After all, I had had things carry out in a way so that I could win. All right, get him, Galin. Crush him. I think you mean cut him down. Look at his sword. Chop him up. Thankfully, my men were causing a ruckus. Now it would be harder for him to refuse. Do you need a weapon? Or should we go like this? I said confidently. Before entering the tent, I had gotten a good look at what Gurengach equipment looked like. They used a short spear and shield. These iron spears were just a little longer than they were tall. In the demon world, long spears would be difficult to use. They were most effective when the wielders marched in a line. If individuals fought while using them, they would just end up hitting their comrades. I doubted Baltasar was an exception. He would likely also use a short spear and shield. It was because I understood this that I had broken his fingers early on. His thumb and little finger, to be exact. If you tried to hold a spear without the use of those two fingers, your grip would be very loose. And just like us ogres, the Gurengach could not use healing magic. Of course, they had tremendous recovery ability, and even bones would reconnect after a few days. However, he did not have enough time right now. One of his more perceptive subordinates brought Baltasar his spear and shield. He looked hesitant. A few broken fingers wouldn't be seen as more than a light injury. However, what about when you needed to fight? Not being able to use those two fingers would put him at a great disadvantage. He was likely feeling that right now. Perhaps he had never trained to use the other hand. Would he be able to fight properly with just the 3 fingers? Such questions had been on my mind since we first started fighting, and now I felt like I had him in the palm of my hand. Besides, I also had a trump card. This sword. I didn't know how deep the sea went in the demon world. However, this deep-sea dragon that moved freely down there must be very powerful indeed. This was a strong material that could not be replicated even in modern Japan, and it was made into a sword. And I would now get a good idea of just how strong it was. Baltasar reluctantly gripped his spear. I narrowed my eyes. I intended to charge at him the moment he grabbed the shield, and I would finish the fight in a flash. The mana coursed through my body, and my brain was filled with adrenaline. That's when his eyes moved away from me for a second. Now, the moment I was about to take a step forward, Baltasar was blown off of his feet. What? Before I knew it, Baltasar had landed in the middle of the crowd of spectators. Without understanding what had happened, I pulled my arms back and held the sword in front of me in a defensive stance. My head felt dizzy. I knew that I had been hit, but my vision was spinning. No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't stay conscious, but would I be killed if I gave in? My consciousness, I would be gone in a few seconds. And so I left the rest to the other me. General Meralda. When Galin held the white sword, I understood everything. At the same time, it felt like someone had shoved a block of ice into my back. The reason that Galin had gotten rid of the tent. It was obvious to me now. He hadn't been so focused on breaking Baltasar's fingers because they were the only weak spots. No, that was just his opening move. The real reason was that when the fight was brought to the stage where they used weapons, he would have an advantage. He had been calculating this whole time. When I stopped the fight, Galin had looked at me as if I had spoiled something. I had assumed that it was because I had taken his chance for a follow-up attack, but the fang in his hand was from Baltasar. He had been aiming to get his eye. That's why he broke the tooth. How far into the future had he predicted? It was chilling just to think about it. After I had stopped the fight, Galin continued to provoke Baltasar as if he hadn't already won. It seemed like it was because his excitement was still at its peak, but this too was also part of his strategy. But I hadn't realized it then and made the mistake of asking him. Baltasar also made a mistake and claimed he would win next time. And with that, Galin got rid of the tent. When I thought about it, the fight really should have ended there. Galin had won. There was just the matter of there being another fight later, and judging by Baltasar's personality, it was very likely. And so Galin had provoked him in order that the fight should continue while he had the upper hand. I will win next time was a challenge, and Galin accepted it. If Baltasar tried to take it back now, it would injure his prestige. Others would think he was scared. He was in a difficult position. When there were so many spectators, Baltasar could not pull out even if he wanted to. If Galin had asked for his sword to be brought, I would have tried to stop him. I wouldn't have allowed his subordinate to leave. That was my mistake. I didn't realize it until I saw the white sword, and Baltasar didn't realize it either. That the moment he accepted the spear and shield, Galin would strike him all at once. He had set up everything for this moment. He must be confident in his victory. If Galin was as strong as I thought he was, he could easily cut off Baltasar's fingers and hands. No, he might even stab him in the heart. That's what Galin wanted. In order to prevent any future attacks, he needed to hurt Baltasar so he wouldn't recover. And so I immediately used my special ability, Sever Body. It allowed you to choose an action and unleash it in a separate place. Vampires had instant movement, which allowed you to speedily move between 2 points as if teleporting, but mine was just the beginning and end. There was no in-between, and so there was not much freedom. I had to choose an action, teleport, and do it. I used it to knock down Baltasar in one hit and then unleashed it on Galin as well, with the same amount of force. To be honest, I was just a little worried that Galin's torso would be blown off. Even if that didn't happen, it was possible that he would never be able to move his body again. If that happened, I would have to offer them warriors in exchange, and we would take care of Galin here. Sever Body was a move that could not be changed or adjusted. However, I felt something strange meet my fist. I had been blocked by a blade, but how? There was no wind-up movement when using Sever Body. You just decided how to punch someone, and then it activated automatically. If you wanted to defend yourself from such an attack, you had to be defending before I moved. Galin had been holding his sword, but he hadn't been in a defensive stance. That meant that by the time I had finished punching Baltasar, he had realized he would be attacked and defended himself. He had great battle instincts, such sharp intuition in combat. I was surprised. This attack had never been blocked before, not even when used against lesser demon kings. It should have been enough to blow off the torso of an ogre. Even if he was able to block it, he would be knocked out for at least 10 days. Perhaps he would be bedridden for months. Well, I would apologize for that. It's true that I had been reckless this time. My hope was to see Baltasar mature a little, and some of the burden had fallen on Galin. It was as I was thinking this that Galin got up. My mouth opened and would not close. He could stand after that. Baltasar wasn't moving a muscle, and I had hit Galin with the same force, but he wasn't even unconscious. Not only that, but there was something different about him now. What was this? What was going on? Don't you think you're being overprotective? Galin said in a low voice. Chapter 143. My legs shook as I stood there. I had changed just in time. But what now? I can't even move my body. Galin, your mana has doubled. No, it seems to have tripled. That was Meralda for you. She could measure my mana quite precisely. Only third-rate people care about and allow mana to dictate their actions. I said, it was true in that mana levels were usually only directly linked to strength for the lower and middle rank races. The higher you went, the more likely it was for someone to make up for any deficiencies with species-specific abilities and fighting experience. But when I pointed this out, Meralda scowled. I suppose calling a demon king's general third-rate was going too far. It's as you say. I hit Baltasar with the same force, and look what happened to him. In other words, you stop the fight not just once but twice. Do you get involved every time your men start a fight? Yes, I am sorry about that, but I felt there was no other way to make things settle down. Nothing was settled down. Oh, I said nothing was settled, just look at me, I'm alive. And so the fight is still on. What are you going on about? Baltasar is unconscious. He will not wake up for at least a few days. Meralda said a little frantically. It was quite funny to watch. She had not sounded like this when the other me was talking to her, and so I tilted my head back and looked down at her. Good, I was recovering just a little now. This was an ogre body after all. And so I left the shocked Meralda and started to walk towards Baltasar. Wow, wait, he's unconscious. Yes, and that's something you did. It hasn't changed anything between me and him. The other me hadn't let go of the sword after being hit. It was quite impressive, and so I held it in both hands, but my grip was still weak. What are you going to do? Do you really not know? You can't be that daft, General. Raising the blade and swinging down, I wasn't even sure if I could do that much. What if I ended up dropping it? Stop. Stop it, Galin. 3 times. It's the 3rd time you've interfered when victory should have been mine. A general should not do something so ignoble. Besides, he's a corps commander. It's only right he should take responsibility for losing. All right, my grip was returning. I might be able to do this, and so I slowly raised the sword. I was aiming for his neck. If I couldn't do it in one swing, I would keep going until his head came off. Baltasar lost. You have won, Galin, I accept that. That won't do. Why? Because our fight will not end unless he admits it himself. But he is unconscious, and I'm saying that that doesn't matter. What do you want? He started the fight, and I accepted. I won't stop until things have been settled, and I am using my authority to declare that you are the winner. I won't allow him to challenge you again. How is that? I doubt he would accept that, and he'll attack me the moment he sees me. I won't let that happen. In fact, I am thinking about relieving him of his duty as corps commander. Yes, Baltasar will be sent back to his town. There will be no more fighting, and you will not see each other. That may be, but what about my men? And who knows what he will do to lure me out? He will want his revenge. And it would be easier for me to deal with him now. Very well, you are a guest here. Anyone who attacks you or your men will be demoted or discharged. There will be no exceptions. It will apply to both soldiers and corps commanders. What I declared now will be put into action the moment it is known, regardless of the reason. Is that enough? You want him alive that much? Farnaz told me something. Galin antagonizes everyone and always wins. He would likely even do the same to a demon king, so be careful in how you handle him. I did not realize how truthful those words were. Fight a demon king? This was pure slander. Meralda saw me lower the sword and she sighed. Then she looked at me with spiteful eyes. Besides, if I let you do as you pleased, Baltasar wouldn't be the last. You'd fight all of my core commanders. I'm just fighting those who challenge me. Why was she acting like I was the instigator? If I don't stop it now, it will be too late when it happens a second or third time. And so let's make this the end. Listen to me, my soldiers. If any one of you should antagonize Galin or any of his men, regardless of the reason, you will be discharged. Remember that if you do choose to fight, I will make sure of it myself. All right. Everyone was quiet. Meralda turned to me. Aye, that's fine. But if I could say one thing, you should add that it doesn't include situations where my men challenge them. Some of them are rather quick to start fights as well, and I wouldn't ask anyone to refuse them. Very well, it's as you just heard. Now you can all go. Meralda said as she clapped her hands. Her men scattered like spiders. They must have been very afraid of her. Rig. Yes, sir. Sorry, but I think that I'm about to faint. I leave the rest to you. Apparently, I had a limited amount of time left. This really hadn't been much time at all. Maybe it was because of all the damage to my body. Well, it couldn't be helped. However, giving the body back now wouldn't change anything. Still, this was probably the outcome that the other me wanted, right? As I thought this, my consciousness sank into the shadows. Chapter 144. I don't recognize this tent. I sat up. Nothing seemed to be wrong with me. My memories were hazy, but I remembered getting into a fight with one of General Meralda's corps commanders. Sir Galin, are you awake? Rig. As I answered, Adjutant Rig entered the tent. You were asleep for a full day. He said before I could ask, he knew me well. I feel confused. Where am I? In our camp, sir. It's a short distance away from General Meralda's camp. I was told to contact them when you awoke. Should I do so? Yes, let them know. Also, can you tell me what happened? I can't rely on what I remember. Well, I didn't really remember anything at all. Some of it did come back to me as I talked to Rig. I had fought Corps Commander Baltasar after being provoked, and then I had blown away the tent. And since it seemed like a good opportunity, I decided to put into action something I had been considering. But the general interfered, and both Baltasar and I were hit. That's where the memories stopped. Had I succeeded in switching to the other me, usually when I changed, I was able to remember things that were seen and heard. However, it appeared that I had lost consciousness. Well then, I will tell you happened after I brought you the sword and club. Thank you. After Rig explained it to me, fragments of those memories returned. It appeared that the other me had dealt with matters quite well after the general hit us. I couldn't help but laugh as I listened. The other me did a really good job. It had been a tie between me and Baltasar. It didn't matter if the general came between us. The rules still applied. That was why the other me had attempted to defeat him. And judging by the fact that the general had stopped it, Baltasar was either somehow very valuable, had influential parents, or there was something else behind the scenes. But I was happy to see that both I and the other me were in agreement. In any case, there had been a need to make Baltasar powerless. There could be no revenge match. In my mind, it was either an arm or leg that had to go, if not straight up killing him. Besides, it had become necessary to prove that our army was actually worth something. And so, in a way, Baltasar's challenge had been a good thing. But it was also a fight that I could not lose under any circumstances. I panicked a little when the general stopped us. However, in the end I had been able to keep things moving until the weapons arrived. I had meant to beat him with my sword and make him admit his defeat. And then, we would never meet again. It was rather surprising that the general had promised that any fighting would be forbidden from now on. So, the other me did quite well. Hi. No, never mind. So they will not attack me or any of my men. That's what General Meralda said. Yes, there is no doubt about it. While it was to save the life of a corps commander, it seemed like a lot for the general to do. However, had I lost and my men continued to be underestimated, our fate would have been to be used until we were crushed to death. We would have no other purpose. We were burdens. Scum, I had to prove that this wasn't true, and the other me had wrapped things up quite nicely. Perhaps it was because I have been such a good example up until now. All right, Rig, thank you. I remember it all now. Thanks to my actions, we were on the right track, but it was too early to be relieved. Nair was somewhere in these lands, and I had no idea what he was thinking. While I could only speculate, I felt that we would be in danger no matter which camp we were in. He could attack a corps and then target us while we are moving to the rear guard, or maybe he'll focus on attacking the leader of the corps. Unless Nair was just targeting one person. Nair was frightening because you didn't know what he was thinking. So even if you strengthened your defenses and had the best formation, he would just attack you from a different direction. I doubt the other corps commanders will let their guard down, but that won't be enough. This fight will get rough. That's what I thought. In order for us to survive, I had to raise the importance of my men. In other words, I guess it's basic training. Damn it. General Meralda heard that I had awoken, and I was sent a gift as well as a written oath. The names of the other corps commanders were included. As for its contents, it said that I was a guest and not to be touched. They all agreed to ensure that their men would be controlled. It was just a formality, but likely necessary. I told Rig to let them know that I understood, and then I lay down under the tent again. I still felt sluggish. As the other me had not gone wild, I didn't have any sore muscles. But surely no one would complain if I rested for another day. I didn't ever want to fight a Demon King's Corps commander again. It was with such thoughts that I fell asleep. Chapter 145. We arrived at the highly situated fortress that the entire corps was being moved to. It was Corps Commander Dial who led us. As we'd been traveling with him for some time now, he was quite comfortable around us. Well, at least that's what I had thought. When I went to greet him after hearing the news, he said, "I hope you can hold back in various ways." Hold back what? The fortress was on top of a moderate hill, which gave you a great view of the surrounding area. There was a river immediately below, and from there it was a steep cliff. This made it a difficult fortress to attack, which made me think it was a very strategically important position. So, Baltasar really was positioned in a good place. I couldn't help but think. It was easy to go to someone's aid while also being easy to defend. You might say that it was the best kind of place to position soldiers that you wanted to save for later. We would sleep here, watch the other 3 corps on the front lines, and train all day. It was suggested that this would last for half a year. However, this could also stretch to as long as 2.5 years, which was tiresome to think about. I felt that the situation with the surrounding countries would change greatly before those 2.5 years were up. And now, your basic training will begin. However, that just means that you will be running. When we arrived, the training grounds had already been complete. As I had never participated in real military training, I was curious to see what it was like. Apparently, it was done with different groups depending on race, and so all of the ogres participated. Even those who dealt with clerical work received basic training, so I couldn't skip it either. Up until now, I had been the one to train my men, but now I was on the opposite side. Have you memorized the route? Good, now do 10 laps. Run. No one knew why, but we were made to run. Yuga. Hayatu. All the other ogres began to dash. Did they forget that they have to do 10 laps? This was the kind of training they did in the world I was from. That included Japan's self-defense force. I remember doing it when I was in high school. They called it the circuit. There were obstacles in front of you that you had to overcome. There were 20 ogres in all. But as they dashed forward, they began to separate at the first mud hill. Your feet would slip, and the incline grew steeper the higher you were. And then you would roll back down. That usually meant taking the people behind with you as well. Bastard, what are you doing? It's your fault for not getting out of the way. They started to fight at the bottom. Once you got past that, there was a high wall. And since everyone's hands and feet were covered in mud, they slid and slid. The wall was made of logs, so it would have been possible to put your fingers and toes in the gaps and climb carefully. But since it was so slippery, it was more difficult. Out of my way, I can do it. What? You're the one who should move. And like that, they started to fight at the bottom of the wall. After that, there were a bunch of logs that were tied together over a lake. If you lost your balance while moving over them, you would fall into the water. And if you fell into the water, you had to swim to the beginning and start again. However, the moment that a second person jumped on a log, the first person would both lose their balance and fall off. And then someone would jump on after that person, and the person in the front would fall off. Hey, you shook me off. It's because you were too slow. And then they started fighting. It wasn't until nighttime that everyone completed 10 laps. That night, I felt that we were off to a bad start, and so I gathered everyone together. You all did terrible today, and I'm sure tomorrow won't be any different. So, what are you all going to do about it? But Galin, it was his fault for getting in my way. You're the one who was hindering me. Stop fighting. Yes. Yes. In spite of always being so free, they became very quiet when I told them to. Was there anything that you learned during today's training? I decided to ask them. It was hard. It was annoying. I didn't know what I was even doing. Yes, that's enough. I had been optimistic about someone realizing it. However, these guys weren't exactly equipped to find the answer. What, Galin? You look funny. Does your stomach hurt? I was just thinking about my unending troubles, but more importantly, listen to me carefully. I said. They all became quiet. It felt good. Yes, today was a terrible day, but there is a reason for that. And so I want you to remember what I'm about to say. This training is supposed to be about overcoming something through teamwork. And so it's outrageous for you to try and pass others, kick people down, and fight. It's not about reaching the goal first. You have to work together so that everyone can reach the goal. But then we won't know who won. Shut up, Bikai. This isn't a race. There are no winners or losers. Weren't you listening? It's 10 laps and you're done. There are rankings. Oh, was that so? And even if there was such a thing as winning and losing, winning would be when you all finished earlier than the instructor expected. Otherwise, you all lose. Remember that. However, this idea of winning or losing as a group was hard for them to comprehend. Bikai was tilting her head in puzzlement. But then I said, don't we all win if we defeat the enemy chief? And then they were satisfied. Finishing the circuit in the least amount of time was like winning a war. That's how they understood it now. And so I will tell you how we'll do things from tomorrow on. You better remember it. Yes. And then I told the group of muscleheads what our strategy for the circuit would be. The next day, several of the ogres lay down at the bottom of the mud hill. The next ogres would climb onto their shoulders and lie down as well. More came from behind as they went higher. And when they had reached the top, they pulled up those who were at the bottom. By repeating this, all of them were able to clear the hill in a single try. Next was the log wall. Once again, someone had to stay at the bottom so the others could climb up and over the wall. Then the ones on top would pull the person at the bottom up. And like that, they easily overcame the wall. When it came to the logs over the lake, the first ogres would fall on purpose so that they could support the logs in the water. By doing this, the others were able to cross while the logs were stable. And then the ones holding the logs just needed to take turns crossing. Like this, all of them were able to work together to clear the obstacles. And unlike the previous day, they completed the 10 laps before midday. According to Bikai, this was quite the victory. Chapter 146. General Meralda's Army Corps Commander Dial. They were in a fortress that was about a day's march away from the main camp. It was situated atop a hill, making it quite ideal for a military base. Corps Commander Dial arrived with his own corps and ordered them to carefully search the surrounding area. Dial had been given several orders, but the most important was that if the troops on the front lines were to encounter the enemy, he was to come to their aid at once. And so he had to know the area well in order to be aware of all the routes and avoid being attacked by the enemy while on the move. Dial was experienced enough to know that his men would obey his commands without deficiency or excess. And so there was no problem. If there was a problem that he was facing, it was related to the training of the corps from the neighboring Lesser Demon King's country. It wouldn't be too hard to get them to the bare minimum level of being usable. He just needed to make them go through the usual training. However, once it started, he realized that things were different. Usually, the people who underwent basic training were new soldiers who didn't know anything. Of course, as they had been specially selected, they boasted impressive levels of strength, and so they were always halfway there in terms of combat ability. However, they would be completely lacking when it came to feelings of camaraderie. They are a little special, so I'm sure things will be different. You must take steps as the occasion demands. That's what the general had said. Dial's eyes dropped to the documents he was holding. Their corps consists of different races. Should they be considered a mixed force? As the training program would differ depending on the size and structure of the corps, This was a good question. After all, it was just a corps of 200, and yet 7 races were represented. As always, have them separated by race and train. And since they weren't specially selected, allow them to move on to the next step as soon as they make progress. Yes, sir. While he had said that, they all looked quite weak to Dial. In terms of mana levels, they weren't even close to the average new soldier. He felt that training these men would be backbreaking work. Dial thought back on the day they had reunited with General Meralda's main army. He had arrived and was in the middle of talking to the general about their basic training. That's when Corps Commander Baltasar butted in about his placement. Dial hadn't felt the need to argue about it and offered to switch duties with him. And the general allowed it. The result was that Dial's corps was sent to the fortress near the front lines. Of course, that was where the training would take place as well. And so Dial immediately had his men head to the fortress and prepare the training grounds. As veteran soldiers built these training grounds every year, they would be able to finish it quickly. The giant seemed quite excited to get started, and so it was expected to be complete in just a day or two. However, it was in the meeting after that Galin and Baltasar clashed. If he was being honest, Dial had assumed that it wouldn't be much of a fight, as Galin's mana was so low. And so he had gone in to break it up, but the general stopped him with a look. She didn't want anyone to interfere. He thought that Galin would be a clump of meat within seconds, but it was to save Baltasar that the fight ended. And then something most shocking occurred after that. Yes, small bugs could defeat large animals, but that was only because they attacked in great numbers. So when Galin overwhelmed Baltasar in a one-on-one fight, Dial's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Ultimately, Galin continued to have the advantage, and Baltasar was relieved of his rank and ended his service in the military as a disgrace who was sent home. If Dial remembered correctly, he was from a very important Gurengach family. It was very unlikely that they would ever see his face again. As for who took Baltasar's place, it was another Gurengach called Exchiel. Dial thought she was very intelligent and had sharp eyes. In any case, he would not be able to concentrate on their training. That's what Dial thought. As he rested on the second day, after training was done, he had a visitor. Corps Commander Dial, do you have a moment? Helm. What is it? The visitor was the general's adjutant. Helm was a crystal dragon. Both he and Adjutant Minish supported the general from the shadows. Helm was currently with them, while Minish was with the general. I was able to watch the ogre's training today, and... so it's about that. Yes, they cleared it quite impressively. He was rather troubled about it himself. Normally, it took several days to understand what you were supposed to do. In war, an individual's strength was very important. However, it was not the case for many soldiers. Besides, there were some enemies that could not be defeated unless you fought them in a group. It was the same for traveling. People had to be assigned to carry things, and that included people who could not move. This kind of solidarity was something that grew little by little. You could not throw them into the battlefield and expect them to be able to do it. And so his aim had been to make them learn it through training. However, they had already cleared the first course on just the second day. It doesn't seem like they knew about it in advance. Indeed, the first day was quite a disaster. Someone must have realized it right after that. Their leader would have then found a solution overnight and corrected them. It was very strange indeed. These ogres that did whatever they wanted were suddenly moving in perfect synchronization. No, it wasn't strange, it was a miracle. What will you do tomorrow? The ogres are the only ones who can move forward, and I have a mind to just sit back and see how far they can go. So the second part of the training then. You're making them face the ultimate decision. Of course, they will fail anyway, but isn't it a little early? The general assured me that since they weren't specially selected, I could push them forward once I was satisfied with where they were. I see. I actually have work to do tomorrow, but I'm too curious to leave without seeing how this goes down. Do as you like, as you said, they are bound to fail. That's why I want to see it. I'm interested in seeing how they mess it up. I understand. I will let the others know. You can spectate from a place of your choice. Really? Yes, of course. Then I would like to watch from the inside. The inside, I don't mind. Thank you. See you tomorrow then. Yes, in that case, tell me about it at night. What choice they made. Very well. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. I look forward to it. Corps Commander Dial and Helm, the Crystal Dragon, shook hands and parted ways. Chapter 147. Hey Galin, is this really the right road? It is. Really? Are you sure we're not taking a longer route? This way is fine, just shut up and walk. Actually, Bika. You should go on ahead and see if there are any enemies. I don't mind, but how far should I go? Up to the foot of that mountain. Okay. Bika went running off. Even if there were enemies, she wouldn't have any trouble running through them and coming back. I could hear the sounds of unsynchronized feet moving behind me. Currently, there were more than just ogres marching. There were 30 non-combat personnel. This is how it all happened. The next training. Already. Corps Commander Dial handed me the map and ordered us to move. This training involves escorting non-combat personnel to your destination. You must avoid obstacles along the way and take them there safely. That's what he told me in the morning when I was heading to the training grounds. We hadn't been given any advance warning. Escorting non-combat personnel, A. I looked down at the map. My instincts were telling me that this would be very bad. I didn't know the land at all. That was the biggest problem. He said that there would be obstacles, but we wouldn't know when and where they would appear. They were fully prepared, and we had to move through unfamiliar territory. It didn't seem fair at all. We just weren't prepared for this. Had I known a day earlier, I would have gathered my men together and thought of a plan. However, I was only told just now, and we had to head out immediately. After all, the non-combat personnel were already here. We have to leave right now. Yes, if it was just you, you'd be able to reach your destination in half a day, but it will take longer for them. So you should leave early. I suppose that's true. I looked at the non-combat personnel. All of them were from races that weren't suited for fighting. Not only that, but some of them were children. While this was training, was it really necessary? Corps Commander Dial. What? It seems to me that one of them is combat personnel. He will monitor and guard. I actually plan to have a few people go with you, but this one should be enough. A second layer of protection, huh? Among the group of delicate and weak-looking people, there was one that stuck out a lot. It was General Meralda's adjutant, Helm the Crystal Dragon. Why was he here with the non-combat personnel? To be honest, he could single-handedly destroy everyone here. So why did we have to escort him? But I suppose it was possible that the non-combat personnel could get caught up in a battle, and Helm might be the last line of defense. Dial had said that he was also there to monitor us. This was training after all, so they did need someone to monitor the whole thing. Very well, I'll gather my men and we will leave at once. I'll be going on ahead, so I can wait for you at your destination. I watched Dial leave and quietly let out a sigh. You couldn't set all of this up and expect me to not notice. There would be some kind of reception waiting for us on the road. Traveling while protecting non-combat personnel, huh? This would be a lot more difficult than protecting a base. Let's go over here. Not long after we departed, I moved away from our course and into some grasslands. What? What's the matter, Galin? Did you eat something bad? Shut up, you two idiots. Just follow me. As it was too much trouble to explain it, I just forced them to change course. I don't mind that, but couldn't you at least tell us the reason? Yeah, it's discriminatory. It was times like these that Bika liked to use words that I taught her, even though she barely understood them. This way is fine, and more importantly, keep your eyes on our surroundings. We don't know when we might be attacked. I had split the 20 ogres into two and had the non-combat personnel in the middle. After all, it wasn't like the enemy would only attack from the front. According to the map I received from Corps Commander Dial, there was one checkpoint before we reached our destination. This was probably put in place so we wouldn't go off course in order to avoid any attacks. However, we were currently moving away from the road towards the checkpoint going around it. So it was no wonder that Seifo and Bika were alarmed, but there was a reason for this. They're judging our ability to read maps as well. I wasn't sure why, but the map I was given had contour lines. With a normal map, you couldn't tell how far the foot of a mountain spread out, the height, or if you could cross it. I did think that the foundation for such maps being made existed in the demon world, but I hadn't expected to be given one here. And according to the map, if we went straight to our destination, we would hit both the cliffs and the mountain. If we tried to go around them, it would naturally mean moving along en route, which would make it easier for the enemy to attack us. After all, the invasion route was all but decided. I troubled over this for a while and ended up choosing a route that avoided the cliffs and the enemy ambush point. Normally, we would be stopped by the cliffs while making our way to the checkpoint. But judging by the spacing of the contour lines on the map, there is another cliff on the right side, so that's where we'll go. You could go to the right side and around the cliff. However, it was also a good place for the enemy to hide. They would have a good view of you, and yet you wouldn't be able to see them at all. If I were the enemy, I would definitely be waiting there. Not only that, but there was even a narrow escape route in the back, so they could ambush us and escape if things turned sour. It really was a perfect place. And so even if it meant taking a longer route, I would assume that there would be an ambush, and instead, attack them from their escape route in the back. Once I decided to change our course, Helm the Crystal Dragon looked at me silently, but I ignored him. From here, it will be just us ogres. The non-combat personnel will wait here. Also, don't make any sounds from this point on. If you do, I'll punch so hard that your jaw will fly off. They could at least say, "Yes, sir." And so we breathed lightly and moved without making a sound. Chapter 148. We slowly went down the winding road through the gaps in the boulders. Not a sound was made. I would not let them make any. If I had guessed correctly, there would be soldiers up ahead. Judging from the map, there really was no other spot that you could hide soldiers. Of course, this depended on the map actually being correct. It would all be over if it turned out that the map was fake, and realizing it was part of the test. We might be the ones who ended up being ambushed from the back. In war, an advantageous position could change everything. We were 20 ogres who were supposed to protect 30 non-combat personnel as part of our training. But since all of them wouldn't be able to fight, there would likely be an equal number of soldiers waiting to ambush us. If we were ambushed by the same number of enemies, we would probably lose. But I wanted to defy their expectations with an overwhelming victory. The soldiers should be visible after we turned the next corner. I stopped just before reaching it. The others all stopped as well. Then I slowly raised my right hand, which I used to hold my weapon. The others followed. We were currently holding clubs. We had been told that we could only use wooden weapons for this training, and so I chose something that was both heavy and easy to use. Wooden spears had more reach and looked advantageous at a glance, but when you weren't familiar with your surroundings, you couldn't count on the enemy attacking from the front. Spears were long and might end up hiding your comrades or the non-combat personnel. And so I had decided against using them. No one was wielding a spear. Wooden swords were also an option, but they weren't as durable. They would likely break after a few swings when wielded by an ogre. And so I had decided to use the simple but most appropriate weapon. Out of our options, the clubs were the shortest. On the other hand, they were thick and heavy. It was like the trunk of a tree had been used to make them, and only the handle was thinner than the rest. It was very rough and almost looked like a hammer. However, it would be easy enough for the ogres to swing with them. And so we raised the weapons above our heads and dashed forward. Aarrgchhh. I wasn't sure if it was my voice or someone behind me. However, everyone joined in the harmony, which echoed loudly around us. When we turned the corner, the enemy was there as expected. They were Mizukis, taller and stronger than ogres. And while horses were cowardly herbivores, these guys were different. They had the agility and toughness of horses, but they were a vicious race. They would be a very formidable enemy. Arrgh. The reason that we had charged while raising our clubs was so that we would be sure to get in the first hit. We wouldn't raise it and then swing down. We would just run towards them and then swing with all of the force of our momentum. My first hit landed, and a Mizuki's head caved in. Yes, it was almost too much power. Of course, it was already known that people would die and be injured during this training, so I didn't think about it. And I quickly moved on to my next prey. The reason why the enemy were slow to react was because they were all wielding bows. It seemed like they had intended on ambushing us with arrows and then charging with spears. And while their arrows didn't have metal heads, the power of a Mizuki would ensure that they were still deadly. So I was glad that we had come in from behind. The Mizuki reacted to us by raising their wooden shields, but we were already too close. I had taken down 3 of them by this point, and my fellow ogres were good at this kind of chaotic battle. They gladly swung their clubs into the enemy. After about half of their number had gone down, the person who appeared to be their leader shouted, "We surrender." This had been decided in advance. If one side shouted this, the battle would be over. Had we shouted it instead, it would have meant failing, even if the people being escorted all survived. "All right, all of you, stop fighting." As they were used to it now, they all obeyed immediately. The Mizukis all threw their wooden spears onto the ground. I could see that they were well trained. "Bring the others, it's now safe here." Before the others arrived, I looked at the Mizukis. After fighting them, I saw that as individuals, they were indeed stronger than ogres. But as the battle had been so chaotic, I didn't know how good they were as an organized group. Also, I now saw that there were a total of 30 of them. Why did they outnumber us? Why? "This is your training. I cannot answer any questions," said the leader as I looked at them with disbelief. "No questions, eh? Well, never mind. How about a little chat?" I heard that Mizukis were brave in battle. I guess I was wrong. It was a little provocation. I wanted to hear his answer. "We had planned to attack you as you followed the cliffs. And so we were unable to react in time when you came from behind." "No, perhaps it was because we had to change our weapons." It was as they finished changing their bows for spears that we were already upon them. "I see, so they were originally going to scatter and rely on each individual's strength. However, they ended up having to fight here, in a much narrower space with spears." And then he realized that there was no way to regain the advantage, and so he surrendered. It wasn't the wrong decision. Perhaps it was because he was brave that he also knew when to withdraw. Still, it was strange. Preparing 30 of a race that were stronger than ogres and having them ambush us. It was ridiculous. There would be no way for us to stand against them. We'd be annihilated and it would be over. That seemed a bit harsh for something that was only training. It was so astonishing that I thought about it for a while. And then the non-combat personnel arrived. I had to stop wondering and think about what to do from this point on. Surely this wasn't the only obstacle. Could we really reach our goal while protecting these people? Helm looked down at the Mizukis lying on the ground, and then he looked at me. It was clear that he wanted to say something. However, I was the one that wanted to grab him by the collar and ask him what was going on here. Of course, I knew that it would be pointless. "All right, get back in line. There shouldn't be any more ambushes until we reach the checkpoint. Let's go." Galin, how do you know that there won't be any more ambushes? According to the map, there are only cliffs on the left side and mountains on the right. There is nowhere for soldiers to hide. What do you mean? I can't bother to explain it, let's just go. Seifo wouldn't understand if I talked to him about contour lines, and it would be a waste of time. And so we moved on both sides of the non-combat personnel and started to march. On the way, Bika said, "There really are mountains and cliffs on the sides," and Galin was able to tell without seeing them. She was very surprised. As expected, there were no more attacks, and we reached the checkpoint safely. Here, we did a head count of the non-combat personnel. Of course, they were all there. Not a single one was missing. We were told that we could leave our wounded there if there were any, but I refused, as there were only a few people who had scratches. "All right, let's go." Now there was only a mountain between us and our goal. We would have to go around it. And as we walked around the left side of the mountain, I started to hear voices coming from the far back. Is it an attack? I could hear the sounds of bending trees coming from the gentle slope to our left. Clearly, this time the enemy wasn't trying to hide. The enemy is waiting for us up ahead. I had sent scouts up ahead, and it turned out there were soldiers there as well. Was it a pincer attack? How many? Which race? Mizukis. About the same number as us. Damn it. They really didn't want us to get through this training. The enemy in front would likely attack us the moment they heard us fighting. It was a good thing I had sent out scouts. However, the situation would only get worse if we stayed here. If it was only us, we could probably make a desperate charge and open a path through them. But we had people who couldn't fight with us, so that was not an option. "All of you, listen to me." And so I told them my plan. Chapter 149. I have a plan. I'll deal with the soldiers that are coming from down the slope. In the meantime, the rest of you will rout out the enemy in the front. And when you're done, take the non-combat personnel and head for the goal point. I'll follow you from behind. As there was no time, I explained it to them quickly. The enemy was demanding that we fight a two-front war, and I had no intention of complying with them in the most honest way. That's it, got it. Not really, Galin, but I guess you want us to fight like we always do. Exactly. Don't look anywhere but up ahead and rout out the enemy. Arg, that's something I'm good at. That sounds easy. When can we do it? Let's do it now. You guys, don't forget the non-combat, they're gone. They all ran ahead while shouting at the top of their lungs. Well, I guess the rest of you better go after them. That was all I said to the non-combat personnel. Then I started dashing down the slope. If I had guessed correctly, the people coming up from behind us would be a race that specialized in defense. After all, they had purposely created noise and were trying to lure us towards them. Of course, between someone going up a hill and someone going down, it was the person going down who would have more momentum. But the enemy would have defenses that were so high they could still stop us. So much that this wooden club I was holding might not do any damage at all. The battle line would be a deadlock. I wouldn't know what to do from there. And then the reinforcements would come from behind for a pincer attack. Something like that. I quite disliked these kinds of methods. But it was the only possibility that I could think of, considering the positions of the enemy. I knew they wouldn't allow us to reach the goal without a fight. And this is what they prepared. What then appeared from the bushes were creatures with black shells. Specialized in defense was an understatement. They were black running turtles. There were only 5, which was fewer than I had expected. However, they were practically on the same level as reapers. They could beat ogres with ease. Their shells were hard and durable. Even our usual weapons, the metal rods, would have a tough time getting through them. In that case, it seemed like it would be better to not fight them at all. However, these guys were fast. When it came to a siege, you could break through an enemy base by just having a few black running turtles charge into them. Perhaps because they had to carry the heavy shells on their backs, they had very strong legs. And so while these legs looked like the most obvious place to attack, doing so was usually futile. But they'll catch up with the non-combat personnel if I don't do something, well, better get going then. With these guys, the important thing to remember is that they have 4 feet, not hands. I said with a grin, Goal Point Corps Commander Dial. Corps Commander Dial was waiting for Galin and the others to arrive. Of course, there was a good possibility that they wouldn't arrive at all. In the first place, this training his thoughts were interrupted. They had arrived, and far ahead of schedule. Dial blinked. He had just seen that the non-combat personnel were with them as well. They had only just come into view, and so they had yet to be counted. However, he believed that they were all there. In other words, they had passed the second part of their training. But then again, this training wasn't supposed to allow you to pass. Dial held his head and muttered, "It doesn't make any sense. Where's Galin?" He wanted to know what had happened, but Galin was nowhere to be seen. Galin? Oh, I think he'll take a little longer to arrive. Longer? What do you mean? The leader was acting on his own. This too did not make any sense. Well, the enemy was coming up from behind us. And so he went and faced them by himself. One of the ogres explained. So he challenged them without knowing that they were black running turtles, more like running mountains. They could break your bones by just stepping on you. In that case, Galin is all ready. I'm sure he'll be here soon. Dial felt sorry for these simple-minded, optimistic ogres. Unfortunately, he will not be joining us, if he is even alive now. He had faced them alone. What recklessness! Hey, did you hear that? If he is alive, that's so funny. Said an ogre woman. The others burst into laughter. What was so amusing? He is fighting the black running turtles, is he not? There is no way that he could win. And he will not be able to run away from them either. After all, they are much faster than they appear, and so. Dial then realized something odd. Why were all the ogres unhurt? And where were the black running turtles now? Dial had placed the Mizuki in front of them as the very last obstacle. A corps that lacked ability would easily end up a victim to a pincer attack no matter how hard they fought. And even if these ogres were very capable, they would still have to split into 2 groups and fight. They had inferior numbers and would lose. They should not have been able to overcome this final obstacle. The only way they could have gotten through the Mizukis was if they all attacked together. In other words, they would lose the moment that they split up. That being said, the black running turtles were coming up from the back. So even if they all charged at the Mizukis and fought, the non-combat personnel would be attacked in the meantime. And if they tried to defeat the black running turtles first, the Mizukis would hear them fighting and rush down to attack them. In other words, the purpose of this training was to make them experience a battle that could not be won. Breaking their spirits once was necessary in order to make them rise again. That was the real goal. And what was most odd now was that after they fought with the Mizukis and escorted the non-combat personnel to the goal, the black running turtles had not attacked them. What does this mean? Dial looked towards Helm the Crystal Dragon. Helm just shook his head. He didn't understand either. They had been sandwiched between two groups of enemies that they could not win against, and yet they were here, safe and with the non-combat personnel. Was such a thing really possible? It looks like I'm late. Galin. Dial raised his voice. Hey, Galin said with a wave of his hand. The ogres had said that Galin went off to fight the black running turtles by himself. Oh, I see you all reached the goal together. Well, I guess that's the end of this training then. It is. What do we do next, Galin? Like I'd know, don't ask me. Galin and the other ogres were talking excitedly. And from the looks of him, he had not been injured at all. Dial did not understand any of it. Chapter 150. Corps Commander Dial. The night after the second training ended. Helm the Crystal Dragon visited Corps Commander Dial in his tent. Dial immediately invited him in. Of course, they had not planned to discuss anything. However, there was almost a need for both of them to talk about the events of the day. Dial prepared a chair and put his favorite wine on the table, and then he began to talk. It just isn't right. It should not have been possible to beat it. I had adjusted it myself in order to ensure that it couldn't be beaten. After all, Dial had seen many new soldiers go through basic training. And while they weren't always the exact same difficulty, they were never so easy as to be beatable. And this time had been no different. Helm accepted a cup and drank it gratefully, and after a deep sigh, he nodded slowly. I could tell, just by watching, I don't think that you are at fault, Corps Commander. And it was clear to me that they hadn't had any information leaked to them. Though I was quite surprised when he was able to decipher the map at a glance. He did that, but it's a state secret. Someone from another country shouldn't know how anyone over a commander would have opportunities to see them, but this information should not have spread to any other countries. Dial reacted very strongly to Helm's last words. That map was special, and so he had kept it safe without losing it even once. Yes, there were many who knew of maps that had contour lines. However, they didn't really know how to read a map. It just looked like a complicated mess, and they would give up. In the first place, these maps had been invented out of necessity. Leaders needed something like them in order to make plans. They were useless to those who just obeyed orders. I understand that you're surprised, but it's the truth. He understood it at a glance and was able to read your intentions. It's true. It wasn't as if Dial thought that Helm was lying. However, he still had difficulty believing it all. For this training, there had been a checkpoint between the start and the goal. There was a gentle path that stretched onto the checkpoint. Most people would want to just walk straight along it. However, once you reached the cliffs, the path split into two. And judging by the way that the cliffs spread out, the right side would get narrower gradually, and so most people would go down that side. It was along the road, so it would seem safer. Of course, it was just as the cliff ended and you were relieved that you could go around to the other side, that the ambush would come from behind. That was the plan. That was the first attack. When Dial had first heard that they all passed through the checkpoint safely, he assumed that they had taken the left path. However, if that was the case, they had arrived much too early. If you took the left path, the cliff would continue on the right side for quite some time. You wouldn't be able to get onto the right path without taking a long route around. They wouldn't reach the checkpoint until late in the evening, if not night. So, what if they took the right turn? If they went along the road, then the rock walls would block their view ahead. This rock wall continued on, and there was one bypath along the way, which he could hide soldiers, but they would never know it. Besides, there was grass between the path and the rock walls, and it was unlikely that they would go out of their way to check to see if there were any gaps. An ambush was all but an established fact. When I heard about it later, I assumed that they just happened to come out behind the waiting soldiers by accident. Perhaps they had gotten lost and found themselves behind the soldiers. It wasn't very likely, but it was still possible. Not only did they move away from the road from the beginning, but they kept the non-combat personnel back before the attack, and they definitely knew that soldiers were waiting for them. If you were able to read the map, it was obvious that there was a space there that was unnatural. There was a bypath in the back. So, he really did decipher the map at a glance. How horrifying. Dial himself had only been taught how to read maps after he was promoted to Corps Commander. At first, those wiggly lines had been so very aggravating to him. It just seemed to make things more difficult. Of course, he got used to it after 5 and then 10 years passed. Though, it could also be said that it took him that long to finally get comfortable. For someone who had no knowledge of it beforehand to be able to understand it, what kind of brain did he have? Even General Meralda said that she couldn't think of Galin as being an ordinary ogre. Halm muttered as he remembered a past conversation. It was during a meeting with Galin's country. Galin had accompanied their general. When Halm had heard this, he laughed at the idea of a country that was so weak they would allow an ogre to attend a meeting. However, he now felt incredibly foolish for thinking that. I was only watching among the non-combat personnel, and was astonished by how exceptional he was. He understood and controlled his wild ogres perfectly. He made quick and precise decisions. Halm said that Galin reminded him of an old general. Indeed, the reason that they had been able to reach the goal so quickly was because Galin had always made the right decision. But the last trial, I still don't understand how he was able to pass it. There was one attack before reaching the checkpoint. Not only was it an ambush from behind, but these soldiers would still overwhelm them if they fought with their full force. It should have been a total defeat. At best, they would have had to run. Obviously, that would mean abandoning the non-combat personnel and failing their training. In fact, up until now, 80% of past trainees had failed at that point. And yet Galin and his men had cleared it by being the ones to ambush the soldiers. However, the second attack would not be so easy. After all, he had prepared something much worse. Dial was incredibly curious as to how they had passed it. And so Halm told him what he had seen and heard. First, he sent out scouts. At that point, the ambush from the front had failed, and so Galin knew how many were waiting for them. And he understood that he would have to send all of his men in order to win. Dial nodded. Yes, he placed them there for that very purpose. You had to send out 20 ogres to even hope to have a chance. And so it would still not mean a definite victory. That being said, there would still be a pincer attack, which would force him to split up his men. But Galin went to stop them by himself. Is such a thing possible? Well, it was, wasn't it? But how? Dial did not know any of the details. Besides, he had other trainees he needed to watch, and he had his own subordinates. He could not pay too much attention to Galin and the ogres. To put it simply, he crushed their eyes. I didn't realize that was an option when stopping them, Halm said darkly. Black running turtles were so large and had high defense ability. And while Galin had all the amazing physicality of the ogres, he was still shorter, and he was wielding a wooden club. Regardless, it seemed that Galin had targeted their eyes in order to make up for his disadvantages. Compared to the other weapons that had been prepared, clubs were big and heavy. If Galin raised the club in the air, it would finally reach the faces of the black running turtles. He only targeted the eyes. Yes, if you attack them with a wooden spear and they closed their eyelids, you would do no damage. However, if an ogre attacked them with a wooden club, it would do damage whether their eyes were closed or not. Black running turtles fought by ramming or crushing with their feet, and so when their face was targeted, it was hard for them to stop it. They were good at standing up on their hind legs and crushing the enemy with their feet. However, this time they would be on a slope. Standing on their hind legs would be terrible for their balance. Not only that, but as Galin moved so swiftly, it was hard for them to target him, and they were ultimately led around by the nose. The black running turtles could be stopped with such methods. It was really only possible because of where they stood. After all, no one can stop them once they start running. However, they were on a slope. Indeed, Dial's positioning of the black running turtles in an area where they wouldn't be able to fight at their best could be seen as a grave error. However, it also felt like too much to blame him for it. Regardless, Galin had won. So, that's how they got through the last obstacle. The other ogres had fought the Mizukis and won. The victory came quickly, because Galin wasn't the only ogre there with unusual strength, said Halm, who had been watching from a distance. A group of ogres that are stronger than Mizukis, eh? What is going on? Who knows, but more importantly, what will you prepare for their next training? Dial was only more mystified after hearing the details about what had happened. And upon hearing those words, he grew a little pale. Prepare for the next, I haven't even started. I didn't prepare anything because I didn't expect you to pass. He might have to say that to Galin tomorrow. Well, I will be leaving now, Helm said with a calm expression, as if Dial's problems had nothing to do with him. Still, he didn't forget to say, "That was very good wine," before taking his leave. Chapter 151. When it was night time, a servant was sent to me from Corps Commander Dial. Now this was a surprise, and it turned out that he wrote me a letter. The servant left as soon as I accepted it, and so there was nothing for me to do but roll onto my bed and read. In the demon world, people did not write formal greetings, especially not military people. There were no literary flourishes. They just told you what you needed to know in brief sentences. That's what I thought, but this letter was rather long. There were words of appreciation and praise for the previous days of training, as well as today's results. In fact, it was almost off-putting how much he praised us. Of course, I immediately became suspicious about there being more to this letter, and so I called in Rig to help me decipher it. It does not seem particularly strange to me, sir. You can't be serious. There is definitely some kind of trick to it. I don't know what to say. Rig looked troubled, but I would not back down. I thought back on all of our training up until now. No matter how I looked at it, all of the trials the Corps Commander had prepared for us felt malicious. And so there must be something to this letter. That's what I thought. I really don't think there is anything. Besides, he is just telling you that there will be no training tomorrow. No, that he will let you know when the next training will start, and that you can rest until then. That can't be it. There must be something. Hey, Rig. Think of a way to find out what he really means. I need the answer. The answer? As I insisted he do something, Rig muttered, "I have my own training tomorrow, so I must go now," and he left. It's not right. Perhaps he's letting us think we can rest, only we'll fail the test if we don't gather together in the morning. Maybe he'll rescind the day of rest. No, wait. He said that we will be able to rest for a while starting tomorrow, but maybe there will be special training. Yes, I won't be fooled. Then it wasn't just normal training that we were supposed to undergo. Well, I'll show him tomorrow. And then it was the next day. I waited and waited. But it seemed that it really was a day of rest, as Corps Commander Dial had gone off somewhere. No matter how long I waited, we received no news of any special training. And so I decided to go and see them in person. This caused quite a stir in the Corps Commander's tent, as they thought this was an uprising. Well, it was because I had gone in full gear, with my sword and metal staff, so it was no wonder that they were surprised. But I still thought it was overblown. I accidentally attacked the Deputy Corps Commander. The Corps Commander's soldiers had come running at me with spears, and so I had instinctively grabbed the Deputy Corps Commander, who had been close by, and escaped. However, he made such a fuss about it that I had to bash him over the head a few times and carry him over my shoulder. It was a close call. I was nearly arrested in spite of being innocent. Now that I think about it, where did he go? I had tossed him to the side on the way, as he was no longer useful, but I hoped he was all right. Apparently, Corps Commander Dial had returned to General Meralda's main camp during the night. And when he returned, he saw that his men were preparing to rescue the Deputy Corps Commander. But he understood that it was clearly a mistake, and so he calmed them down and came to talk to me. However, there were at least 10 of his soldiers hiding behind him, and they were all wielding weapons. The other ogres immediately reacted to this ominous atmosphere and launched a preemptive attack. Of course, the soldiers expected to be ambushed, and so they reacted calmly and without panicking. Not only that, but the Corps Commander's men wielded actual swords, which was bad news for my comrades. That's when Seifo and Bika appeared. At first I thought they were going to stop the others, but instead, they joined them happily. And so I had no choice but to join them until everything became quiet. It was when I was finally able to talk to Dial that he asked, "Why did you start a rebellion? Was it General Farna's doing?" It was just as I was about to insist that it was all a misunderstanding. I noticed something. I was stepping on one of his soldiers who lay on the ground. But well, after giving him an honest account of what had happened, he finally understood. though he did unsheath his sword at least twice while we talked. And while I felt that it had all started because of their mistake, it was clear that Dial didn't agree. After all, I had been fully armed while shouting, "Where's Dial?" as I jumped into their camp. It was no wonder that they assumed I had come to attack him, but I had only been prepared because I suspected there would be some kind of special training. They told me that you came running towards them with bloodshot eyes. I hadn't got much sleep because I stayed up trying to think about what you had planned. Ultimately, they were also able to recover the deputy corps commander I had tossed out. In the first place, why did you send a letter? Ever since receiving it last night, I couldn't stop thinking that there was something behind it. Because I decided to return to the main camp in order to make a request regarding the next part of your training. I wrote the letter while my subordinates prepared for our departure. I could have gone to meet you directly, but I'd be able to reach the main camp by morning if I left during the night. So it really was nothing at all. He just didn't have enough time. Well, I understand that now, but saying we have to rest until... You should rest when you can. That is something you'll have to learn in this army. I know that, but... The other ogres were too excited for that right now. I was worried about what they would do if they couldn't let off some steam. Besides, the training with the other races isn't moving as smoothly. I would prefer it if you all advance together. I see. Well, now that you mention it, there's something that's been bothering me. What? We're all training separately now, but shouldn't there be training that we all participate in together? It was strange that the contents of the training was so different between races. It's because you're still in basic training. That is the rule. One of the goals of this training is ensuring that each race can move as a group. If you can't coordinate with your own kind, then you have no hope of doing it with others. Exactly. As for training that involves multiple races, that is a state secret. And I will not be able to tell you about it even after you finish your basic training. As it would allow people to predict the movements of the army, it was a tightly kept secret. I understand, it's a good reason. So, when will our training continue? We're in the middle of preparing a worthy opponent. They should arrive in 2 to 3 days. I'll let you know when they do. That's when your training will continue. Understood. Also, don't walk around the camp fully armed like that. Even my men will be intimidated. I'm not someone that just bites in every direction. They understand that. However, one must be careful around someone who bites in every other direction. Now, you must excuse me. Good day, Corps Commander. After Dial left, a certain thought hit me. Do I really bite in every other direction? This was malicious slander. Chapter 152. I'm bored. 2 days had now passed since the day I talked to Corps Commander Dial, and I spent a lot of that time laying in my bed, just rolling around and staring at the ceiling. I did go out once to take a walk, but those around me looked uncomfortable, so I came back. According to Rig, a note had been sent to everyone, marking me out as a person who attacked others all of the time for no reason. As if I would do that. I protested. Yes, it's only half of the time, Sir Rig agreed. It just wasn't right. Still, even in my past life, I had always been a long-suffering person, and so I stayed here, wasting my time. I really am bored, damn it. It almost made me want to go out and actually start a fight. But just then, a messenger from the Corps Commander arrived. I have a report. I heard the voice coming from outside of the tent and jumped out as if I had been waiting for it. The messenger was quite shocked by this. I thought this was strange, as he knew I was inside. But then I realized it was because of the way I was dressed. These were my room clothes, which was really just something around the waist. So I was almost naked. Still, I think I was safe in terms of coverage. Ah, cough, let's hear it then. The messenger was in full uniform, and I was in my underwear. It must have made a rather surreal picture. This evening, your opponents in training will arrive from the main camp. This means your training will start on the day after tomorrow, in the morning. You are to read the details here. So it was about our training after all. The time and place were written down for me. It was going to be a group battle between 2 races of equal numbers. Only wooden weapons were allowed. Metal armor was banned as well, so I guess we had to wear leather. It doesn't say who the opponents will be. Who are they? Also, why is it the day after tomorrow? Why not tomorrow? You will be fighting Macaras. There was a request to have it the day after tomorrow, as they want a day for their own training. I see. Thank you, the day after tomorrow then. That is all. The messenger left. I had never heard of the Macara before. There weren't any in our country, and none of the traveling merchants had talked about them. And I don't remember them from my past either. But I heard nearly all of the names and characteristics of the different races from merchants. If you sell things, sell information. And so I had talked thoroughly with every traveling merchant I ever met and asked them about the other races. And yet I had still never heard of the Macara. Macara, eh? Well, if they're going to be training tomorrow, I might as well have a look. Of course, I'll do it quietly. After that, Seifo and Bika came and caught me grinning to myself. As it was perfect timing, I mocked them casually and told them that our training would start on the day after tomorrow, and so they should tell the others to prepare. Just as they were leaving, Seifo and Bika said something horrifying. "Hey Galin, I hope you're showing that intentionally." Yeah, the head is sticking out. Their eyes were fixed towards my waist, so it was showing. Damn it. The next day, I searched for the Macara and found them with ease. They were strong-looking black mountain goats. Some had horns like a bull, while others had horns that curled in a circle. And since they had similar physiques, it would probably be easier to tell them apart by looking at their horns. And so I followed them quietly and watched them train. What they did was most strange. They moved as a group, stopped, held up their weapons, and then moved again. It seemed like some kind of performance at first. And then I realized it. It's a battle simulation. An air battle. The way they moved reminded me of mass games, but this was a group battle. So they were good at this kind of thing. Were they doing this air battle without weapons or armor as a part of their mental training? The left hand looks like it would hold a shield, a great shield. Are those archers? They were fighting closely with spears and great shields. The great shield wielders protected the archers so they could shoot. Was someone giving them orders? What was immediately evident was how precise their movements were. They could move perfectly in order to deal with attacks from the side and even ambushes from the back. I see, so everyone is in charge of attacking and defense, and they can attack at long, mid, and close range as well. They are definitely a formidable enemy. It seemed like a group that could quickly evolve to meet the demands of the battlefield. There were no weaknesses, they could attack and protect freely. This is bad. I'd have to figure out some way to deal with them, or it would easily turn into a one-sided battle. And so I left quietly. Corps Commander Dial. It looks like they arrived. Helm, the crystal dragon, had visited Dial. I was worried that the ogres would explode, and now I can finally sigh with relief. This made it sound like Dial feared the ogres. But Dial was a leader within the military. And so it was only natural for him to do his best to keep order. Whether planned or not, when the ogres, especially Galin, moved, things tended to happen. And now their basic training can continue as usual. Helm said soberly. Dial shook his head. No, I intend for this to be the end of their training. Helm's eyes widened at these unexpected words. There were supposed to be 5 parts to basic training, and they had all been put in place for proper reasons. And while a corps commander did have the authority to do as he pleased, such a thing was very rare. You're going to abandon their training. No, that's not it. The 4th training is survival, where you are put in harsh conditions all alone and must survive and return to the main camp. Yes, food and water must be acquired on site. And you're expected to walk over 500 kilometers, I believe. It was very severe. Previously, I had the opportunity to hold a hearing with the ogres. Oh, Galin told me that I should hear from as many of them as I could. It seemed like good advice, and so I did. Surprisingly, ogres in their country make almost all of their own food. They lived in undeveloped villages and formed independent societies. Yes, smaller countries tend to be like that. And they have all experienced some sort of survival training, by their own choice. What do you mean? Well, say they get hungry and so they go up to the mountains. There is prey. They follow it only to move farther away from their house. And they say, oh, well, and just live there for a while. What savages? You can say that. This survival training is effective on the elite who live in towns. But it won't mean anything to those who are used to that kind of life. I see. There is no point in making them do it if they will pass with ease. If it's too easy, they'll just say, what? That's it. And so I decided that it would be pointless. But what about the last part of their training? Isn't that supposed to be the culmination of everything before it? Yes. However, the end is a one-on-one battle training. A duel, like Gecko Kujio. In order to show them who is still in charge. These newcomers who survived all of this harsh training might feel like they're on a different level now. However, it was important to show them at the very end that there was always someone above them. They would be beaten into a pulp in a place where there was no way to escape. Helm felt it was exactly the kind of thing that these ogres needed. I can't find anyone who can do that to Galin. Perhaps I should just compromise and look for someone who isn't guaranteed to beat him. However, I've been feeling differently about things recently. What do you mean? Well, there was that rebellion incident. These ogres have surprisingly high combat ability. And Galin isn't the only one who you need to watch out for. In other words, it was possible that he could bring out someone from the high-ranking races, and they would still lose. And Dial felt that this would be very bad indeed. The very thought of multiple high-rankers losing in a row. He wanted to avoid this, but he wasn't confident that he could. I see. Helm considered it as well. After traveling with them, his thoughts were ogres really are ruthless. And why were ogres treated as one of the weaker races? Indeed, Helm was not sure how strong an enemy would need to be to win against them for sure. And so, the next one will be the last part of their training. That's why I had the Macaras come here. And while the general agreed to send out these secret soldiers, others were not so pleased about it. But it was only through doing this that we will be able to save face tomorrow. I see. Well, I will be sure to watch them tomorrow then. I hope you do. I know you won't be disappointed. Such was the conversation between Corps Commander Dial and Adjutant Helm before they parted ways. Chapter 153. Training Grounds Gallery, Corps Commander Dial. As he had declared the previous day, Helm the Crystal Dragon had come to watch. There were many soldiers in the gallery as well. In fact, it was if anyone who was free and had no other duties to attend to had gathered to watch. We have quite a crowd, Helm said as he watched the curious soldiers. Well, they've only ever heard rumors about them. Dial's eyes were directed at the Macaras, who were stretching on the training ground. It was the day for the group battle. Out of all the parts of basic training, this one was the most entertaining to watch. There was another reason that so many had gathered. All of the soldiers there had experienced and passed this training. Normally, watching this battle would be a way to relax and kill time. However, the opponent was very special for this particular battle. The Macaras had arrived early to the training ground and were thorough in their preparation. They were a legendary race who were even called the heroes of group battles by Demon King Troutzard. But only a few had ever seen them, and even fewer had seen them fight. The wooden shield and spears used today had to be specially ordered. They were made for this very purpose and arrived last night. The Macaras held wooden shields that were taller than they were. They waved them and seemed to be testing their weight. The wooden spears were also thicker than the usual, more deadly iron spears that they wielded. Wooden bows, arrows made of wood will not be enough to pierce an ogre's hide. While they cannot use arrowheads, they did not want to change the way that they fight either. I see. It's better to fight in the way you are accustomed to. The bows that the Macaras carried were small compared to their shields and spears. This was because they prioritized portability. They had the skill to aim with precision, but their training weapons could not use metal, and so the arrowheads had been removed. Still, it shouldn't be a problem if they can use their shields and spears like that. Alone, they are only a little stronger than an ogre, but the Macaras have something else? You mean their special ability, synergy? Helm nodded. While there are only 20 of them, which is the same number as the ogres, they can all use synergy. I heard that they can even block the charge of a black running turtle. Black running turtles could break buildings and castle gates with their charge. And yet just 20 Macaras could stop them with their close formation guard. And just when the attack is foiled, the spears come out. The more people there were that made the same movement, the stronger the power of synergy. If they all used shields, their defensibility went up. So how effective would they be if they all used spears? 10, 20, 50, 100. The more people there were that did the same thing, the higher the effect would be raised. With synergy, they could become equal with beings that were stronger than them. The more Macaras there were, the greater the possibilities would be for this country. That was how much potential they had. I'm looking forward to seeing the ogres put up a good fight. I do hope that they won't embarrass themselves entirely, but that's not realistic. Dial had gone through great lengths to bring them here. The The Macaras should have been with the general. They were some of the best in the army. It looks like the ogres have finally arrived. Well, let's see how this goes. The ogres appeared on the other side of the training grounds, and they were all carrying something in their hands. What is? Logs. The ogres were all carrying logs on their shoulders. What do they mean to do? Are they going to make a defensive wall? As Dial and Helm watched with puzzled expressions, the announcement for the start of the battle echoed across the grounds. Training grounds, Galin. All of you, do you have your logs? ARRGHH. They all answered. Everything seemed to be fine. We had gone to the forest yesterday in order to acquire them. They were about twice as thick as a telephone pole. As for their length, well, they were also longer. However, we ogres had muscle strengthen and had no trouble carrying and fighting with them. Once the start of the training was announced, the enemy raised their shield and curled up like turtles. Perfect, so we'd be allowed to attack first. Let's go, surround them. And so we ran while holding our logs and formed a circle around the enemy. Arrows started to fly at us, but they could not even get through the leather armor we wore as a precaution. When I looked at the fallen arrows, I saw that the heads had been cut off. They wouldn't even get through our skin. Still, I had expected them to carry large shields after watching them train, but the ones they had now were even bigger than I thought. It was a good thing that we were fully prepared. Do you have the tree ready? Of course. Almost there. I had decided to prepare an attack that would allow us to ignore their great shields. The largest log that an ogre can carry, in fact, something that would be carried by multiple ogres. The idea had come to me yesterday, and I had gone searching for it. It's like a world wonder. It was a log so big that it took 6 ogres to carry. It had taken us 3 hours just to cut it down, and that was while we cut from all 4 sides at the same time. Lift it up. Ag. If the enemy were going to huddle together, we needed to crack them open with this. At first, I had wanted to ram it into them, but we decided to smash it over them from above instead. The rest of you help. 6 was not enough to carry it, but 12 managed to lift it off of the ground. I suspected that the enemy would try and stop us, and so I faced them, along with Seifo and Bika. But the enemy didn't stir. Did they have some kind of sickness that caused them to die if they weren't lined up? Surely this was the time for them to sacrifice a few men in order to stop us. Now drop it. Still, if they weren't going to move, all the better for us. And just like that, the giant tree that looked like a world wonder dropped onto the enemy's heads. Zuzuzuan, the weight added to the speed as it fell. The ground shook and the enemy were thrown into the air. I could hear shrieks of synergy from the gallery, but I had no idea what they were talking about. As for the enemy, half of them were crushed underneath the log, while the other half had gone flying into the air on both sides. The logs, hit them with your logs. Ogre. As the enemy tried to pick themselves up off of the ground, I swung my log and hit as if my life depended on it. Like a character in a boxing comic, the same motion over and over again. Still, I could hear cries from the gallery. Synergy, the synergy. With this training, the leader had to admit their defeat in order for it to end. But since that had not happened yet, the training must go on. All of you, it's too early to be worn out. Keep hitting. I'll personally make sure that you regret it if you don't. Yes. They were an honest bunch. The sounds of swinging logs grew louder. This sound, where have I heard it before? After a while, it came to me, the symphony of drums that I had heard in my past life. It sounded so fun that I had to join in. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but at some point, I noticed that Corps Commander Dial was grabbing onto my weight and screaming for me to stop. I thought the rules dictated that it had to be their leader. Why was the Corps Commander here? Chapter 154. Corps Commander Dial. Out of all of Demon King Troutzard's generals, Meralda was the most good-tempered and would listen to the opinions of her subordinates. She never made demands that exceeded their ability, and she treated them with fairness. A rare general indeed. That was what Corps Commander Dial believed. He had sworn allegiance to her and often spoke of how she was an ideal leader. And so Dial had always taken his duty seriously and obeyed her orders as best as he could in order to gain her trust. His current position was proof that he was loyal. Of course, Dial had also been able to rise to Corps Commander because he was not only able to follow orders, but because he had power that allowed him to survive countless battles. And yet now, he was faced with a great problem. Had Galin seen him now, he would have seen someone who had fallen to the ground in defeat. That was how far he had gone. After all, they were the Demon King's secret weapon. Because they were kept secret, they were not well known. However, those who did know them knew that they were some of the best when it came to group battles. It was said that they would change the tide of war. Meralda had been raising them carefully for such a purpose. Annihilated. The 20 Macaras that Dial had borrowed. The first strike from the giant tree, that alone had killed 6 of them. They had died immediately. This was in spite of their special ability, synergy, raising their defensive ability to a frightening degree. And what was most unfortunate about this was that the group leader was one of them. As he had been in the center, there was nowhere to run. While ogres were considered to be one of the lower-ranking races, they were closer to the middle when it came to physical strength. And they had used muscle strengthen. 6 of them had dragged the tree, and then 12 of them picked it up. Once the training was finished, even Helm, the crystal dragon, agreed that that attack had been unthinkable. When it had happened, Helm and Dial debated the appropriateness of using a giant tree. And their conclusion was that it would not be fair to allow the Macaras to use shields and spears, while saying the ogres could not use logs. After all, one side was using weapons made by professional craftsmen, while the other side was using logs they had gone out and cut down themselves. People would likely complain if they ruled against it, but even then, Dial found it difficult to accept. The giant tree had crushed the center and split the group into 2 sides. That was the problem. While they had already lost their leader, they would have had several plans in order to deal with this sort of misfortune. However, it was all pointless once they were split up and could not contact each other. At that point, the side on the right focused on defense, while the side on the left wielded their spears. Some were too wounded to stand. And so, synergy wasn't so much as halved, but quartered. Out of the 14 that had survived, 4 could not move. That left 5 on each side, and they chose attacking and defending respectively. That meant the effects of synergy dropped even lower. Dial wanted to scream from his seat. Ultimately, they were smashed with the logs. This battle was not supposed to end until the enemy was destroyed or the leader declared their defeat. But because the scene was so comical, the referee's decision had been delayed. The referee must have assumed that a mere log would not be effective against the Macaras. Information control had been their downfall in a way. You could not expect much from the power of synergy when there were only 4 or 5 of them. And once the ogres used muscle strengthen while wielding the logs, well, the results were quite clear. The Macaras that managed to survive still had wounds that would be impossible to heal completely. They wouldn't fight on the battlefield ever again. The referee did start shouting at one point, but his voice was erased by the sounds of the logs. Even Dial hadn't heard it. The fear of losing such valuable weapons was what made Dial leap out and clutch onto Galin. And then the training finally ended. All that was left were the Macaras, who had been beaten so badly with the logs. And there was one other thing that troubled Dial. How am I supposed to tell the general? Only he could do it, but he didn't know how he should do it. The Macaras were the Demon King's secret weapon. The ogres had exceeded his expectations, so much so that he was anxious about the next step in their training. That's why he had gone out of his way to borrow the Macaras. Both Dial and Meralda thought that if there were only 20 of them, the secret of synergy would not get out. That's why she had allowed him to take this valuable fighting force. Dial had promised to send them back as soon as the training was finished. I can't send a single one back because they were annihilated. That's what he would have to say. No, could he even say that? Would it not mean the end of all the trust he had built up until now? What if he were to tell her that in a battle with wooden weapons, all of them had come out being completely useless? How would everyone react? They would think he had gone mad, it would be seen as a joke, or they might get angry. However, I still have to go. Rumors of their defeat had already spread. Everyone here already knew. It was no surprise, given how many spectators there were. It would not be good for these rumors to reach the general before he could make his report. And so Dial bit his lip as he got to his feet. He hadn't even realized that he was on the ground. He was aghast at the idea that he could be so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice. Dial walked out of his tent and told his subordinates that there would be no training for the ogres for a while. He instructed that they should rest quietly, and then he left the camp. He was headed to the general's main camp. It was half a day away on foot. However, his feet felt incredibly heavy as he moved. Chapter 155. One of Corps Commander Dial's messengers came to tell us that we would be resting for a while. Apparently, this was the end of our training. We would be absorbed into some other corps and taught to scout or guard. However, as we would all be going, we had to wait for the other races to finish their training before we could begin. He said that since you've only just fought, you could consider this as recuperation as well as a break. I couldn't help thinking after hearing that. The battle had been yesterday, and it had only taken up half of the day, so it really hadn't been that much exercise at all. Oh, you must be tired, so go and get some rest. That's what they were saying. But the truth was that we weren't tired at all. Tell him that I understand. Of course, I was able to read the room, and so I didn't say anything that didn't need to be said. The Corps Commander has already left the camp in order to make a report. He should be back in a day or two, so I will tell him then. Apparently, he wasn't here right now. I see. People who stood near the top shore had it rough. They were constantly moving here and there. Also, he asked that you be prudent in the future. Saying I'm always prudent would be pointless now. And so I offered a neutral smile, and that was that. I'm bored. It seemed like I was muttering that a lot lately. It was only the second day after we had been told to rest. But Corps Commander Dial had yet to return. I wished that we would be given some work to do. But our training had only just ended, and it hadn't been decided where we would be placed. Not only that, but I had nowhere to go. And so there was nothing to do but waste away near my tent. It had been like this during the war as well. You needed patience in order to wait. It was an important part of strategy. If you got impatient and attacked, you would lose greatly. Wait until the time is ripe and move when you should. Do that or meet an early death, and so all of you come at me. I had to help them let off a little steam. Later that evening, I was reminded of something. Where's Rig? I hadn't seen him for a few days. He would usually visit me in my tent at night, but I couldn't remember seeing him recently. Maybe he didn't come because there was nothing to report. No, Rig wasn't like that. I guess I better go and find out. When Corps Commander Dial was absent, it was Helm the Crystal Dragon who I talked to. Helm had a rather honest personality and was always receptive when I went to see him. That's what I've been wondering. I haven't seen the others in a while. It wasn't just Rig. I hadn't seen Painey or anyone who wasn't an ogre. They should be doing their survival training now. Survival? You mean the training that we skipped? Well, it was determined that you didn't need it, as it's the way you usually live. What vicious slander. Indeed, the training is only effective on people who usually live in towns, but practically worthless for races that are practically savages. Well, you have a point. And to be honest, I did have some issues with the way that ogres lived. It was rather strange that ogres could even be so self-sufficient. Everyone just thought, I'll make it if I don't have it, or I don't need it then. No one seemed to have any ambition towards improving their environment. They will be training in a place that is several days away, so I wouldn't expect to see them anytime soon. That's very far. If they undergo survival training in a place that is too close, then some of them will run away and come back. I guess these city people really were soft. They had to be put in an environment where there was no escape. I see, I understand now. They would not be able to return until they passed. In that case, we might be waiting a very long time for those vampires. They were generally very spoiled, or they might surprise me and return all toughened up. That would be a good surprise indeed, and so I stood up and was about to leave Helm. I have a report. A holy stake has been discovered. Someone shouted as they burst into the tent. It appeared to be a messenger, but what was a holy stake? Helm did not rebuke the man, but immediately said, "Tell me the details." A corpse was out patrolling the area to the west. The stake was discovered in a grove that is an hour's walk from here. They are currently searching to see if there are any more. And what was the condition of the stake? It is still unleashing holy power. No one can touch it. Then it hasn't been long since it fell. Tell the others to be on their guard. Where's the deputy corps commander? He gathered the commanders together for a meeting. That might be too late. Have a messenger sent to the main army and the front lines as well. Yes, sir. The messenger left frantically. Ooh, what's happening? A holy stake. There may be an invasion from the celestial world. What? The stakes can be hammered in without opening a hole into our world. And by using their holy power, they can spy on us. Is that right? We were told this by the fallen ones, so it must be true. And they can tell if the stakes land in the sea, desert, grasslands, or town. He said they were searching to see if there were more. They can acquire more accurate information if they use a lot of them. However, they use a tremendous amount of holy power. And holy power is the most important thing for residents of the celestial world. Unlike our magic, it's the source of their very life. And just like how we judged a person's ability on how much energy they had, they also judged people based on the amount of holy power they had in their bodies. However, holy power could not be increased easily, and when it decreased, your body would change. As your holy power declined, so would their ability to think. And their form would lose its beauty. Well, that's what they thought anyway. To us, the residents of the celestial world all look the same. They have no facial expression. It's as if they're wearing masks, but they prefer it that way. Different places have different customs. Still, I would not want to ever live in such a place. And yet they were using this valuable power to spy on us. It was only natural to assume that they were planning an invasion. Now that I think about it, you were talking about the condition of the stakes earlier. What did you mean? Holy power changes when it comes in contact with mana. And in the end, they turn into pillars of salt. However, that hasn't happened yet to this one, according to the report. That means it's still sending information to the celestial world. If they seriously meant to invade, they would do it before the stake turned into salt. However, if there was just one stake, it was more likely that they were still investigating, and there would be no invasion. But it would be foolish to make assumptions and not prepare at all. And so they searched for more stakes while staying on the alert. An invasion from the celestial world? It was quite frightening. It seemed like it would be a good idea to return and equip my weapons. Chapter 156. It was night. As there was a possibility of an invasion, many fires were lit, and many soldiers were put on watch. I returned to my tent and put on my nearly worthless leather armor. If only Rig was here. Yes, I could see now just how important an adjutant was. Without Rig, I had to do everything myself. I chose the deep-sea dragon sword as my weapon. It was likely that mere fists would not be effective against such a strong enemy. I better gather everyone together then. If Rig was here, he would have ran around and gathered them for me. But now I had to do it. And so I went around and shouted at all of the tents. The ones that aren't here must have gone off somewhere. Only 14 of them had gathered. All of you, listen carefully. There may be an invasion from the celestial world. It's not confirmed yet, but we must be prepared. I want you all to put on your armor and equip your weapons. Also, don't wander off on your own. What? You mean we all have to stay together? You can move in groups of 5. But nothing under that. It's very possible that the enemy will come right now. You can't let your guard down. I wanted to tell the others as well, but it was possible that they wouldn't return until morning. And if I asked these meatheads to tell them, they would likely forget. We'll join the others with Corps Commander Dial, just in case. We had considered the possibility that too much contact could have a negative effect, and so our tents were pitched far away from the others. However, considering the current situation, it seemed like a good idea to stay close to them. And so the ogres armed themselves, and we united with the others and only acted in a group. We were now in the camp, where security had been tightened greatly. From here, there would be a long wait. After some time, there was a report that the stake had turned into a pillar of salt. It had changed after being affected by mana. It should have meant that no more information would be sent to the celestial world. However, they had actually found another stake of holy power. While they seemed to have sent it at the same time as the other one turned into a pillar of salt, Helm still felt that they were seriously attempting an invasion. The residents of the celestial world put a lot of weight in rationality. They wouldn't hammer the stakes for no reason and waste their power. Still, time passed without any further developments, and then it was morning. I was with Helm as we were on guard duty. Well, there was no invasion after all. Several hours had now passed since the stake had turned into a pillar of salt. Perhaps there wouldn't be an attack today. It was just as I was thinking of going back and getting some sleep. The sky shook. It sounded like numerous stringed instruments, but it was the sound of the sky tearing apart. So they are coming. While I was prepared for it, our worst fear had come true. The sky was ripped open, and countless spears of light rained down onto the demon world. Celestial spears? What are they thinking? Helm groaned. What is it? It's their barrier magic. There is a time limit, and it's not that powerful. However, it uses a ridiculous amount of power. So it was a barrier that was horribly inefficient. What could be their purpose? To control this land, it will cover us. Before Helm could finish his words, there was a sound and the space was closed up. Pickian, it was a high-pitched, hard sound. I had never heard anything like it before, but I immediately knew just how hard this barrier was. We would not be able to break through it. My body suddenly feels sluggish. Usually, their barriers are supposed to mimic the celestial world. But the celestial spears are not enough to do that. All it can do is make it harder for us to move, and they will find it easier to breathe. However, I wonder how many bodies they crushed in order to make this. According to him, residents of the celestial world who had been drained of too much power had no way of recovering. And so they were discarded. 8 spears had fallen from the sky. Helm guessed that it would have taken the power of several people to create them. Here they come. A space in the air opened, and then the residents of the celestial world appeared from inside. They are wearing white. They always wear white. I heard that they throw away their clothes when they get dirty, but they also wear those clothes because they can tell if they are dirty. I don't understand them at all. I see. So they are researchers. Apparently, these people from the celestial world were researching all year long. Non-stop experiments sounded rather boring to me, but they used magic stones to power them. Magic stones, in our world, they were called the Orb of Control. As they could store mana, the Orb of Control gave us strength. Everyone in the demon world had one, and the residents of the celestial world wanted them. When they ran out of energy for their research, they would come here in order to hunt us down and gather more orbs of control. So, that's a resident of the celestial world. Their faces were like a no mask, or maybe like a Buddha statue, and they were all wearing the kind of white robes you would expect researchers to wear. About 10 of them arrived first. All of them were carrying some kind of device. What is that they are carrying? I don't know. Perhaps it's necessary in order to maintain the barrier. I see. It looked like a small box at first, but the shape was different. It wasn't unlike a game controller. They were all carrying them, but there was also another characteristic that I noticed. They had bands on their left arms, and when I squinted, I could see that it was white with 3 lines across. The lines were at an angle and were bent like thunderbolts. They were red. Those armbands, the white and red ones, what are they? All of the residents of the celestial world belong to research institutions. That's their mark. They are all researchers. It's like what we would call a country. People who are born there will inherit the research of their parents. After all, these experiments take hundreds if not thousands of years. And so it's passed down from generation to generation. I heard that no one ever moves from one institution to the other. And judging from this mark, what? Helm stopped with a look of shock. I didn't understand why. No, but it is. What is it? That is, they were supposed to have been annihilated. What, that mark? It's Ira, the research institution Ira? No, they were the ones who fought Lesser High King Yamato. He destroyed them completely. So how can they be here? As Helm stood there in shock, the crack in space began to widen with a terrible sound. This time, it was so much louder than the last. Chapter 157. It wasn't about stakes of holy power anymore. This was an actual invasion from the celestial world. Not only that, but they were apparently from the Ira institution. An institution that was supposed to have been destroyed long ago. Helm the Crystal Dragon was likely the strongest one inside of this barrier, and yet he seemed to be in a trance. It must have been incredibly shocking for him. However, I needed him to return to himself quickly. After the barrier was created, the sky opened up again. But this time, it was bigger. The sounds caused a painful ringing in my ears. It somehow made me understand how difficult it was to create a hole through worlds. The tier in the heavens was gradually trying to repair itself. But from the other side, there was a power that was trying to force it open. It was the beginning of a battle beyond the sky. I wanted to escape before anything else happened. But due to the spears that had rained down, there was now a barrier around us. And there was nowhere to escape within the barrier. This was bad. I had gathered a lot of information up until now, but had learned very little about the celestial world. This was because I hadn't thought it was necessary. I had gathered any information that I could about residents of the demon world, even though I knew some of it wouldn't be of any use. However, I had not expected to ever need information about the celestial world. Tisk, I should have learned more while I had the chance. What kinds of methods of attack did they have? How could you measure their strength? What were their weaknesses? In the first place, how could you kill them? Do I have to cut off their heads, pierce them through the heart? I didn't know anything. Surely they wouldn't grow new arms after cutting them. They would. It costs them holy power, but some of them have modified their bodies to make it possible. As I muttered to myself, Helm seemed to have snapped out of his stupor. Body modifications, eh? While he said modifications, I doubt this suggested they were technologically advanced. Magic stones, it must be something they made based off the research they did on the orbs of control and other special fields. However, clearly their curiosity included the insides of their own bodies, so they made a barrier around us. But can we break it? If we destroyed all 8 of the celestial spears, yes. But do you think the enemy is so inept as to let us? No, in fact, I'm sure they are better than us. Then you understand what will happen. So their guard is perfect. Well, it looks like something is going to come out of the sky soon. Apparently, the celestial world had won the battle of the sky. I heard something that sounded like the breaking of thousands of panels of glass, and then the sky was torn wide open, and from behind the tier, a flood of light rained down. Here they come, the researchers of Ira. The figures that appeared were dressed in white, but they had wings. Yes, like the wings of angels. These residents of the celestial world. Didn't they come to Earth over 2,000 years ago as well? There was an old man called Job, and he was tested or something. It was as I was thinking about such things. The enemy directed their palms in our direction. Immediately after, arrows of light shot out in every direction. Then there was an explosion. That's what I thought. In no way were those normal arrows. Every one of them exploded like they were rocket bombs. With the sounds of destruction all around us, dust flew into the air along with pieces of flesh. How many were hit just now? Surely it was more than 10. Dozens of soldiers had probably been torn apart. My instincts were telling me how dangerous it was. It was too fast to dodge, and too strong to survive being hit. Once you were targeted, you would die immediately. I braced myself for the next attack, but for some reason, it didn't come. As silence fell over the place, the eyes of the enemy fixed upon us. They were still so far away, but they seemed to find us without a problem. Maybe they had recognized Helm as the biggest obstacle. They weren't wrong either. Had I not been so close to him, I would have run away. But I would be killed if I moved now. And so I stood there, like a frog that was being stared at by a snake, and then 3 of them came towards us. The people that Helm said were the real researchers. It seems that we made it in time. Wormel, where you're meant. I left them. After all, they will only be turned into dust if they join this fight. I see, that is true. 3 against 3. Well, that's quite perfect. So Dial has not returned yet. Am I not enough? And no, it was Wormel who had come, Corps Commander Dial's adjutant. While he was huge, I had only seen him in the camp once. Wormel was a type of giant that they called Grendel. He was over 5 meters tall, which made him stick out even when he was far away. There was something so overpowering about him that you wondered why he wasn't a lesser demon king. However, even though he was the strongest in his tribe, he was only an adjutant in this country. Damn it! The officers in this country were insane. While they had been over 300 meters away, the enemy was now right in front of us. Both Helm and Wormel looked ready to fight. I could feel the anger pouring off of them. There were 3 enemies, and so were hey, wait a minute. Wait just 1 minute. Calm down. Count the enemy. 1, 2, 3, yes, they were 3. And here there was Helm, Wormel, and me. No, it was ridiculous. Didn't Wormel just say it? I'll be turned into dust. Why don't you young people take care of it this time? Well, I am 17, but... Shit. This was really bad. But since I had no choice, I decided to use my most powerful secret weapon. I really didn't want to have to do this. Oh, I see that you're eager. Wormel said as he patted me on the head. I was still an ogre. I was over 2 meters tall, but he treated me like a child. No, never mind that. There was no time. I held my hands together, However, my index fingers were stretched out. The left hand was on the bottom, and the right hand held the extended index finger of my left hand. It was basically the pose that ninjas used. Now I was ready. And now I shall decide. I couldn't finish. My ultimate escape skill had failed. This was because the other me, the person who had never asserted himself before, had suddenly gone crazy inside of me. He was shouting, "Let me out! Let me out!" What? What the hell? But amidst my confusion, I was unable to escape. Instead, not having the power to resist the power, I was dragged inside. Chapter 158. My consciousness surfaced. Struggling against the other me and coming out like this. I have never done this before, not once. I don't really know why, but there was one thing I can say with certainty. Get out! Get out! Yes, the soul deep within me was shouting. That being said, there is a time limit. Because the other me trained every day in order to increase the size of the soul vessel, my soul could only come out for a short time. Your mana level. Helm was looking at me in shock. I had thought that he already saw me like this during the last fight, but perhaps it felt different when you were this close. It just jumped up to being several times higher than mine. But more importantly, here they come. These residents of the celestial world. They all had such uninteresting faces. On the other hand, they oozed a ridiculous, overwhelming power. However, unlike people of this world, it wasn't from mana. It was something alien. If this was the holy power I heard about, then it's no wonder that the demon world and the celestial world could never be compatible with each other. I was no exception. I was overcome with an urge to destroy this holy power immediately. As I unsheathed my sword and waited, the residents of the celestial world landed right in front of us. We have finally found the fragment. What? That's what the one in front of me said. My desire to rip them apart could not have been any stronger, and yet they were calmly talking nonsense. Well, they wouldn't be able to act like this for long. I'll cut off their damn heads in a second. I bared my teeth at them, but their faces remained the same, like masks. I will now retrieve the specimen. An arm reached out towards me, but I slashed at it with my sword. I was so sure that it would cut through, but the blade bounced off what felt like a hard membrane. What the hell? An attack with my sword had not been enough to hurt them. It didn't even touch their body. It was like they were wearing invisible armor. Just then, without even understanding what was happening to me, I began to scream. Ooh, ah. I could see Helm in the corner of my vision. He looked surprised, but there was nothing that he could do. I know. I knew the reason that I had come out. I could have left things to the other me, but I had to come out. I know. I knew them. I remembered their presence. How had I ever forgotten? Why did it take so long for me to notice it? Yes, I knew them very, very well. With all of the power within me, I attacked the residents of the celestial world. Crystal Dragon Helm. During the 500 years that I have lived, a decent number of people have fallen from the celestial world. Apparently, while it was difficult to open a hole into the demon world, it was relatively easy for people who have lost their holy power to fall into it. Perhaps it was because mana and holy power fought against each other. Even among those who fell, it was only a small few who were able to adapt to the mana. Many were unable to do it. However, it was said that those who were able to adapt quickly were able to become beings that were even more powerful than they were in the celestial world. I had talked with one such fallen one and learned many things. The celestial world was divided up into many research institutions, and while there were some who conducted their research alone, most lived in large groups. And there, they worked day in and day out. Institutions that conducted research on the demon world, celestial world, human world, and other worlds. Institutions that researched time, and even some who researched immortality. Every institution researched something different. When I heard of these things, the first thing that came to mind was Lesser High King Yamato. Even now, people in the demon world believed that he was in a deadlock with someone from the celestial world, and they were drifting somewhere between time and space. No one really knew where he had gone, and no one knew who it was that he was fighting. It's a terribly difficult question. After all, no one is told about what the other institutions are doing. Why, it's research, isn't it? Shouldn't they publish the results? Publish? No, they would not do that even if there is a breakthrough. They just move on to the next problem. Then what is the research for? The other day, the leprechauns had developed a new type of fiber armor. It didn't have the highest defense ability, but it was easy to move in. And so it was likely to be used by people who had inferior muscle strength. Like this, whenever something new was discovered, it was publicized and shown off. They conducted their research. There were results. Isn't that enough? There is no reason to tell the others. Ultimately, it seemed like the residents of the celestial world just wanted to research something. So you don't know which institution fought against Lesser High King Yamato? No, I do know. After all, they were the largest of the institutions at the time. In fact, their demise came as a great shock to us, as we usually care so little about the other institutions. So, which one was it? They were called Ira. Research Institution Ira, of course. It's all in the past now. Ira, so that's the name of Lesser High King Yamato's enemy. We don't know what reason they had for heading to the demon world. But it was here that Ira fought and were destroyed. Their research in the celestial world was retrieved by others, but it was all written in code and no one was able to decipher it. The only thing that could be confirmed from the tools they used for their experiments was that they were researching the soul. Souls, like the orb of control. Yes, the orb of control is a soul and also a vessel. A pure soul does not have weight, and without weight, it can move through time and space. I don't understand what you're saying. Well, never mind. Ira was destroyed, and the research of the soul was lost. That is the result. So, where did Lesser High King Yamato go? The stone tablet of control still had the name Yamato under Lesser High King. That was proof that he was not dead. Who knows? I have no way of knowing what kind of fight unfolded down here. However, if his current state is that of a soul, then he may be in a place that surpasses time and space. However, something that is only a soul will eventually wither away. So perhaps he will enter a vessel. Or be reborn. To be reborn means to purify the soul. But then again, some research claims otherwise. In any case, I doubt there is anyone who knows the truth. That's what he had said. I then asked him many questions about Research Institution Ira. The white band with the 3 bent, red lines, their mark. The words of the fallen one always stayed with me. Ira, the greatest institution, vanished, and the celestial world was thrown into chaos. But that would not compare to the chaos that would erupt if the remnants of Ira were to be restored. As the research institutions conducted many experiments, they always wanted land that would be advantageous. And so, the residents of the celestial world were often fighting each other. The land once occupied by the Ira research facility was now being used by a different research institution. If they wanted it back, it would mean war. However, that was the last fallen one that I was able to talk to. If these people in front of us now really were from Ira, that would mean they had battled in the celestial world and had won. It was as such thoughts flashed in my mind that Galin let out a painful scream. Chapter 159. Celestial World Ira Research Facility, Chaos Dome. Within the giant, dome-shaped building. In the center, there was a circular lid that was laid out so that it connected to the floor. I will now enter in order to secure the test subjects. Requesting entry into the chaos region, said a person who had come in from the outside. A researcher nodded and gave the order. Open the chaos region. Upon hearing those words, slightly diminutive figures began to work hurriedly. After a brief moment, the circular lid in the center split in half. White and blue fog rose into the air. A giant, circular hole appeared where the lid had once been. The chaos region is now open. It will be maintained for the next 40 seconds. The man who had come in from outside held something like a casting net as he waited. Go to the Chaos E. Moving the circle over to the Chaos C. Then the man in white threw the net into the hole. After a moment, he began to work on the control panel in front of him, and then the net was retrieved automatically. Go to the Chaos Vortex. Moving to the Chaos Vortex. Here, the same action was repeated. Go to the Chaos Cloud. Moving to the Chaos Cloud. All 3 times were a success. 40 seconds have elapsed. The Chaos region will now be closed. Everyone then moved away from the hole. The lid came out and closed over the hole. The Chaos region is now closed. The researcher's voice echoed throughout the dome. Celestial World Ira Research Facility, Shell Research Facility. To the souls removed from the Chaos Sea. Numbers between 14,750,001 and 14,751,000 shall be bestowed. The bestowing of numbers between 14,750,001 and 14,751,000 is complete. To the souls removed from the chaos vortex, the numbers between 14,751,001 and 14,752,000 shall be bestowed. The bestowing of numbers between 14,751,001 and 14,752,000 is complete. To the souls removed from the chaos cloud, the numbers between 14,752,001 and 14,753,000 shall be bestowed. The bestowing of numbers between 14,752,001 and 14,753,000 is complete. The remaining souls shall be destroyed. Destruction of remaining souls is complete. The man in white looked at the information projected from his control panel and checked the results. Put the souls into magic stones, and then begin embedding them into the shells. Out of the ones that are created, send 250 of each to the testing room, and keep them there. The souls will be adhered to magic stones, and then we will start embedding them into the shells. For a long time after, the numerous, diminutive works were kept very busy. Celestial World Ira Research Facility, Body Research Facility, Testing Room. 100 test subjects of each type will be used. Prepare for use. Preparing test subjects for use. Begin the resuscitation of shells. Have experiments commence with those that are already storage bodies. Resuscitation measures have commenced. Please check the levels. Sentience level check complete. Breathing level check complete. Neural transmission level check complete. All checks are complete. One after another, the shells were awakened, and once they became storage bodies, they were taken to the back. Beginning the fusion of the souls of test subjects 14,752,801 and 14,752,850. Begin the unification of all souls between 14,752,851 and 14,752,900. Beginning fusion of souls. Beginning unification of souls. The research facility was filled with muffled cries and painful screams. It was from the pain of souls being forced to change into something else. Test subject 14,752,813. Consciousness level is opaque. Destroy it. Destruction complete. Test subject 14,752,822. Bodily damage. Destroy it. Destruction complete. Test subject 14,752,836. Soul unable to synchronize. Fusion has failed. Destroy it. Destruction complete. Test subject 14,752,849. Succeeded in fusing souls. Close off its conscious level and take it to experiment room 46. Taking subject to experiment room 46. Test subject 14,752,852 has gone mad. Destroy it. Destruction complete. Test subject 14,752,864. Soul could not be unified. Both have been damaged. Destroy them. Destruction complete. Test subject 14,752,884. Fusion of souls was partially successful. Save it. Saving complete. Test subject 14,752,896. Cutting off of nerves confirmed. Destroy it. Destruction complete. Like this, the experiments with the test subjects continued. Celestial World Ira Research Facility, the body that was being carried on the stretcher was still conscious. In fact, it was deemed unworthy of being tested on, and so it was left alone for a while. The person on the stretcher was test subject 14,752,884. While they had succeeded in fusing a part of its soul, it was not fully complete, and so it was left here on the side as a backup for when they ran out of test subjects. The tests continued. In most cases, they resulted in the destruction or dissolution of the flesh. They were taken out after they had lost their shape and then destroyed. Once all of the experiments had been complete, their eyes moved to the body in the corner. What is that? Its test subject, 14,752,884. Its condition. The soul fusion was partially successful. Very well, we'll conduct an additional experiment. Prepare test subject, 14,752,883. Preparations will begin. The stretcher was moved, and test subject 14,752,884 was moved to the laboratory table. Uga gagagababa. Test subject 14,752,884's scream echoed throughout the chamber. So its flesh remained. Check the experiment data. Data confirmed. These results differ from those of the unification and fusion experiments. We will use this soul and experiment with different bodies. Now take out the magic stone. Magic stone will be taken out. Ew. The eyes of the man were no longer on the test subject, but on the data. That was when 14,752,884 slowly sat up. The test subject was in a transient state in terms of its flesh and life. The only reason that it could move was due to the power of the magic stone. And so test subject 14,752,884 got off of the stretcher and walked away on unstable feet. Test subject is moving. Capture no, quickly remove the magic stone. Magic stone will be removed. The small ones blocked its path. The people in white caught up to it from the back. Ooh, why you bastards, SSS. Test subject is capable of speech. The order remains the same. Understood, the magic stone will be removed. The man in white stretched out his hand towards the test subject. His hand reached its chest and was about to enter its body. That's when the test subject's arm lashed out and struck the man. But its hand was blocked by something invisible. The man in white was unfazed. Its hand pushed into the test subject's body and touched the magic stone within. Crack! A crack appeared on the magic stone, and once it was completely removed from the body, a black mist rose from it. Destruction of the magic stone confirmed. Prioritize the retrieval of the soul. Prioritizing retrieval. However, the mist continued to spread, and then it faded away. The only thing that remained in the man's hand was the magic stone. We lost the test subject's soul. Pursue the soul. Pursuing. Like this, the experiment lost its only success. After that, they conducted experiments under the same conditions, but they were never able to repeat that success. And so they were forced to continue to search for the soul that had escaped from the cracked magic stone. Chapter 160. I remember what they are and what they did. Retrieve me, what a joke. How had I forgotten? How had I forgotten my time there? Being placed on that table, and the pain they inflicted on me over and over again. How had I forgot? It was the act of tormenting the soul billions of times a second. This unfathomable pain they called an experiment not only injured the soul, but destroyed the flesh. The soul affected the flesh, and yet it was done repeatedly just as an experiment. After so much suffering, some souls destroyed the flesh in order to escape the pain. Other souls caused necrosis in the body and rotted away in madness. Souls cried out as these countless pains were inflicted, and in the end, not one of the bodies maintained their original shape. The pain was more than anyone could ever imagine, and as it continued, the soul affected the flesh. However, what the men in white wanted was the opposite. A soul that could not be defeated no matter how much it suffered. But what they understood after hundreds of years of research was that this was impossible with a single soul. The soul could not survive, and so they came up with the idea of fusing souls. However, the results were poor, and so they tried uniting them instead. It was then that a soul that had only been partially united managed to keep its shape no matter how much pain it suffered. They got their data. However, they were unable to repeat it. The soul that escaped was their only success. I will retrieve the soul. And so I tried to strike away the hand that stretched out towards me, but it was blocked by some kind of surface layer that covered the man. It had been like this the last time. I couldn't even touch them, and then he moved to take the orb of control inside of me. I doubted this man had ever fought in his life. He was just someone who spent his days studying and conducting experiments. However, it hardly mattered when your body was protected by so much holy power. I took a step back and thrust the deep-sea dragon's sword into the man's palm. I doubted anyone would have thought I would attack there. However, I was sure about one thing. Indeed, the blade sliced through and sunk into his arm down to the elbow and then reached his shoulder. and when I swept the blade to the side, the man's arm was torn off. It's just as I thought. He was protecting his hand with holy power when grabbing for the orb of control, but I guess that's what broke it. That had been a failure. Holding the magic stone with a hand enveloped holy power had caused a crack to appear on it. Obviously, they would be more careful the next time. And so I knew that the hand alone would not be protected. And I was right. The deep-sea dragon sword was able to cut into him. The man in white stared at his blood with a strange expression. He must not have expected to be cut by a test subject. I wasn't in a temporary body now. I wasn't an incomplete vessel with a soul in it. I was born in the demon world and lived as Galin. Besides, I was able to get stronger by just watching. I watched the other me train every day with martial arts, and so I knew how to use them. After all, this was the same body. It would be odd if I couldn't. Well, I think it's time I return this old debt. The man was holding the stump near his shoulder. It was probably to stop the blood. His expression also did not change, which suggested that he didn't feel any pain. And so I held up my sword and moved forward for a follow-up attack. I was aiming for the wound. If it wasn't covered by holy power, then my blade would be able to go through. However, a shadow suddenly appeared beside me, and I jumped back in surprise. A different man was reaching out to me with his hand. When I looked to the side, a giant was on the ground. It was Wormel the Grendel. Tisk! I moved away from the newcomer. This one was completely enveloped in holy power, and my attacks were not effective. Crystal Dragon Helm was still fighting, but it was clear that he was struggling. I was no different. No attack could get through their holy power. However, what these men did was worthy of 10,000 deaths. I would never forgive them. As I kept the two men in white in my sight and pondered over what to do next, the world began to shake. More of them. Was the celestial world sending support? The timing could not have been worse. Sorry to keep you waiting. Is everyone all right? Who the hell are you? You hurt me, Galin. It's me, Meralda. There was another great shake as the reinforcement arrived. While she looked different, she claimed to be flying Dragon Meralda. Meralda was Demon King Troutzard's closest general and the leader of this army. However, the thing that descended from the sky was an unthinkably huge dragon. I've never seen such a huge dragon before. How rude. I've always been told that I was on the petite and delicate side. Who says that? Oh, it's said in various corners of the flying dragon world. Like I'd know. The shaking must have been from the barrier. It had been broken. That meant that either the celestial spears had been destroyed, or the barrier was somehow broken physically. And judging from Meralda's appearance, it was likely that she had come in by brute force. The men in front of us were already preparing to retreat. They were gathering together in the air. Their decision had been swift. A pillar of light had appeared, and then they rose up inside of it and into the sky until they vanished. It all happened so quickly. I guess they really were prepared to return. Return? It looked like they disappeared into the sky. They must have had a hole prepared above, one that we couldn't see. After all, you just need a hole the size of the tip of a needle, and then it can be widened. While maintaining a hole used holy power, it was still more efficient than opening a new one. But more importantly, what a terrible sight this is. Wormel was lying on the ground, and there were dead bodies scattered everywhere. And from what I could see, they were all residents of the demon world. While we had been ambushed, we were still soldiers, and yet they had slaughtered them so easily. I saw everything from above as well. It really was a terrible sight. Meralda muttered, and then she returned to her human form. I decided that it was also time for me to return. Chapter 161. The attackers from the celestial world had gone, and General Meralda returned to her human form. In the meantime, I also went back to being the other me. Phew. Those things enveloped in holy power were pretty insane. Had I not changed, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to stop them from taking the orb of control out of me. My attacks wouldn't have reached them, and it would be a one-sided fight. It was impressive how the other me attacked the palm. He couldn't have been sure about it, and so I was glad that he had forced his way out. After all, the memories that had returned were now shared between us. Now I had more information to speculate. Still, this meant that they were still uniting souls in the celestial world. The memories were not mine. They hadn't been forgotten. I had never seen the place before. However, that means they were never able to succeed again. Now that I thought back on it, I had never met anyone else who had two combined souls. And I had never heard of such a thing even happening. And not just in the demon world, but the human world as well. All of their experiments had failed. The other me remembered the tremendous pain. I was thankful that it was only a memory for me. Had I actually experienced it, I would have likely gone mad. Perhaps my soul was sticking out of the magic stone. When I tried to think of an explanation for why I didn't remember it, that's what I landed on. It was very difficult for me to imagine a state where souls were haphazardly united. And so I thought of it as our souls being too big to properly fit into the magic stone. And the part that didn't fit inside was me. That's why I didn't remember the experiments. Could that also explain why it had cracked when the stone was removed? It was possible that it had become brittle after the experiments. In any case, it was touched directly with holy power, which caused some other phenomenon, and then the crack appeared. And once the crack appeared, the soul was able to escape. Well, this was all my imagination. Besides, it seemed like the other me didn't understand what happened at that moment either. The orb of control has been removed, Meralda said as she leaned over Wormel. Residents of the demon world could not survive once the orb of control had been removed. I wasn't watching Wormel as he fought, but if they were the same as the one I was up against, then it's likely that his attacks were not effective. And so they took him by surprise then. Meralda muttered ominously. The other me had tried attacking them as well, but their holy power was able to block attacks that contained mana. On the other hand, their hands could just slide into our bodies. They created a barrier with holy spears, sent holy power into it, and also enveloped themselves with holy power. That seems rather excessive. I suppose they had a good reason for doing so. I am not sure. By the way, is it true that they were from Research Institution Ira? They had the same mark, so they must be. Ira, the ones who nearly defeated Lesser High King Yamato. In that case, did they come to gather souls? This amount of damage is not too surprising, given how many men they sent. There was hardly anyone alive around us. Arrows made of light had seemed to shoot in every direction, and so I wasn't sure if the others were okay. Perhaps they were in just as hopeless a situation as we were in. It was a one-sided attack from the sky. There would not have been much that they could do. We were all on our guard in the main camp due to the stakes. But they attacked this camp instead. Not everyone was able to deal with an attack from the sky, and the people who were able were underrepresented in our camp. However, I was not sure it would have made much of a difference if there were more. We then searched for survivors, but things only continued to look worse. Apparently, the enemy had attacked almost every part of the area within the barrier with holy power. Meralda and the others questioned the survivors about what had happened. In the meantime, I went over the events in my head. I was sure that I really was their target. They had come here to retrieve the soul of their test subject. But why now? That question remained. Was it because I changed? No, that wouldn't explain why it happened at this time. After all, the other me had come out a long time ago. 10 years had passed since I realized that there was another soul inside of me, and he had come out. And so the only explanation was that they had detected me because the orb of control had grown. No, perhaps I'm jumping to conclusions, but what other reason could there be? When we were in the celestial world, the consciousness of the other me must have been the main one. The men in white understood the other me. He was the one in their records. He was the one with the memories. In other words, the other me was the original soul, and my soul has been fixed to his, something like that. However, when we were born in the demon world, I was the master. I don't know why, but the other me didn't surface. Perhaps that's why they didn't find us. That would mean we escaped death. If the other me had been the master when we were born, they would have detected us from far away and taken the soul along with the orb of control. No, wait, but how did they find us now? That was the important part. I recalled what I had heard about the stakes of holy power. They hammered them into the demon world as a way of sending information back to the celestial world. In other words, they were not able to gain information without using them. So it's because of the stake of holy power. Did they become certain because of that stake that was hammered in close to our camp? I saw Halm and Meralda talking, and so I decided to ask. Hey, how long do these stakes of holy power last? Anywhere between half a day and a full day. However, I heard that they can sometimes last for several days, if they send in enough power. I nodded at Halm's answer. Not long ago, the other me and Baltasar had fought. What if a stake of holy power had been sent during that time? However, it had only been for a very short while, and I immediately returned. This would have troubled the researchers. They would have thought they found the other me, only I changed right after. It would have been very confusing for them. However, they remembered that the souls had been united, and then they would realize why they hadn't been able to find us up until now. Things would have been much easier for them had they been prepared. But they had found us so suddenly, and they were not ready. And then the stake turned into a pillar of salt before they could locate us, and so we were lost to them once again. It was the start of another search. And recently, they happened to send another stake in this area and finally found me. Yes, me, and not the other me. However, they knew it didn't matter this time, according to their data. That would explain everything. Chapter 162. A day after the attack, the situation became clear. About 80% were affected. It's because it was an indiscriminate attack, and we were not prepared. Helm said with head in his hands, it was a disaster. A third of our men had been killed, and about half were wounded so badly that they wouldn't be able to return to battle. The attack hadn't even lasted that long, and yet the whole army had collapsed. Where's General Meralda? She returned to the main camp. She intends to return tomorrow with her troops. Many soldiers were wounded, and we didn't have enough medicine in the camp. We also needed more people to treat them. Should she really be splitting up her army now? Won't there be another attack from the celestial world? They would have used an immense amount of holy power for the last attack. It's unthinkable that they would attack again so soon. I see. Regardless, it's not like we aren't expecting them to attack again. And so, we will abandon this place and set up a new camp elsewhere. Abandon this place. We weren't expecting them to attack from the sky. So we'll probably set up the new camp in an area that isn't as open. That was another of the reasons that people were being sent from the main camp. As for my own corps, about half of them had died. The rest were fine, uninjured. But that was only because everyone who had been hit had died. It turned out that ogres were not only weak against magic attacks, but holy power attacks as well. I thought back on what had happened. It was 2 days ago that some soldiers on patrol found the stakes of holy power. It had been a complete coincidence. And when they searched farther, they found another one in the forest. When the soldiers on patrol had first found the stake, it had not turned into a pillar of salt yet. With this information, we knew that they were both sent during the same day. At that point, Helm strengthened the defenses, as there was a possibility of an attack from the celestial world. He had sent a messenger to the main camp. According to General Meralda, who was at the main camp, they had found yet another stake of holy power near the main camp during this time. That's why the generals expected the main camp to be attacked, and they had been on their guard, just like us. No one slept that night, as things remained tense. It wasn't until the sun came up that things started to relax a little. The stake had turned into a pillar of salt, and it had become less likely that the enemy would attack. Only, that's when they really did. As for the main camp where General Meralda was, it was around midnight, when we were still tightening security, that Helm's messenger arrived. It wasn't just the main camp, but stakes of holy power were sent around Corps Commander Dial's camp as well. Meralda considered this new information. They were sending out stakes of holy power over a wide area. Perhaps there were even more that they hadn't found yet. They would have to be even more cautious now. Apparently, once the sun started to rise, she had suddenly felt a current of holy power from far away. And so Meralda came out alone and flew towards it in the sky. Alone, the general sure is reckless. She must have felt that she could handle it by herself. Well, she is very strong. I've sometimes run off and left my men behind, so I understand how she feels. Still, I'm surprised that she was able to feel the current of holy power from that far away. She probably wouldn't have noticed if it was only the stakes and the tier in the sky. But they made a barrier. Barriers made of holy power stretch high into the sky. And of course, she was on her guard more than usual. And so a barrier that removes mana would attract attention from someone so powerful. Now that I think about it, I felt like I was weakened when the barrier went up. Is that what they do? Indeed, from the size and numbers of the celestial spears, the general was able to calculate the effect. She said it likely affected about 20% of your mana. When residents of the celestial world came to the demon world, their abilities were nearly halved. That's why they made bases and tried to fill them with holy power. In the most recent attack, they had made a barrier instead of a base. And so the effect was limited. For residents of the celestial world, if their power was usually at 100%, it dropped to 50 when they came down here. But creating a barrier like they did allowed them to raise it to about 70%. On the other hand, we people of the demon world had our abilities lowered by 20%, so it was no wonder that it had been difficult to move. The damage was so great with this attack. Could anything have been done to reduce it? That was what I was wondering. 10 ogres had died. If there was anything we could have done, I wanted to know. It was a very different kind of invasion than normal. So I doubt it. What are the invasions usually like? They open a hole in the sky, and a vanguard unit is sent. If this advance party succeeds in gaining control of the surface, the real invasion will begin. If not, then they will retreat. Apparently, there were people in the celestial world who had low holy power, and they were unleashed into the demon world like disposable pawns. And since their holy power level was already low, they were not weakened that much even when they came down here. It was such people who would suppress the land below and create a point to make their foothold. This point would slowly widen until it was big enough to make a barrier, and then eventually a base. It was only after this base was created that the main residents of the celestial world descended. So this was a very irregular incident. Indeed, we weren't prepared for a full-on attack from the sky, and we hadn't expected to fight within a barrier. So that's why they had no countermeasures. Now that I thought about it, it really was strange for the enemy to send boss-level soldiers from the beginning. The general must have been very surprised then. She was flying towards us in the sky when she saw the powerful barrier, and so she understood the situation immediately. She was able to break the barrier by returning to her original form, but things would have been very bad if she was delayed even a little. The surprise appearance of the barrier had made things difficult even for Helm, but they retreated as soon as the barrier was destroyed. It was probably because they had grown weaker as we regained our power, and they must have realized that someone had come and destroyed the barrier. It was an impressive retreat. General Meralda appearing here by herself had saved my life. And thanks to the survival training, the other races that came with me were also safe. I shuddered to think about what would have happened had they been with me. Chapter 163. A report about the invasion from the celestial world was going to be sent to Demon King Troutzard. Normally, this duty would be up to Corps Commander Dial, who had been in charge here. However, Dial had gone off to meet the general, and so he wasn't with us now. As for the deputy leader, he had died in the battle against the residents of the celestial world. And so Helm had to write the report as he had actually experienced it. Regardless, it had nothing to do with me, as I was just an outsider. However, I was still summoned by Helm. He said that he wanted to hear my opinions and for me to help him fill any blanks in his memory. That being said, there was a lot that I found difficult to talk about in my position. How did you manage to cut them? Both I and Wormel were unable to hit them with our attacks. We couldn't even scratch them. Helm was very puzzled by this. There was a part of me that wanted to be honest with him, but I wasn't sure about certain things. For instance, had Research Institution Ira really come in order to recover my soul? It seemed like the most likely explanation to me, but I still had doubts. After all, Helm had assured me that creating a barrier of that scale was no easy feat. There is an old Japanese folktale about a nobleman who dropped a coin in a river and spent a lot of money just to retrieve it. Obviously, the coin was not worth much. Definitely not enough to hire people to retrieve it. So why had he done such a thing? His reason was this. The coin that went unused was dead, but money used to hire people was alive. It circulated and went into the pockets of the people, so it was not a complete waste. That was the moral of the story, and what Ira were doing was similar. They were using a tremendous amount of holy power in order to chase after and pick up a soul that ran away. It was said that the residents of the celestial world were rationals, so it was also possible that they had some other reason for coming to the demon world, and then they just happened to find my soul. In the first place, I just didn't know what their purpose was, and so I decided that there was no need to offer predictions here, and I left all of that unsaid. Leaving that aside, there was the matter of why my sword had gone through them. They tried to reach inside your body with their bare hands, didn't they? Yes, Wormel died because they took the orb of control out of him directly. In my case, I just attacked in order to stop them. I knew that attacking any part of their body wouldn't matter, but I just wanted to keep its hand away. I had attacked the hand that stretched towards me, so this would make sense to him. So the holy power really does stop the attacks. However, their palms are an exception. It might just be a coincidence. I think that maybe the holy power gets in the way when they remove the orb of control. I see, so that means we should aim for their palms. I'm not so sure. These are rational people. They'll probably have a way to prevent it next time. Indeed, it's doubtful that they wouldn't do anything about their weakness, so I suppose they'll do something about it before attacking again. In that case, Helm stopped to think. Personally, I think that my attack working was more or less an accident. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be of much use to you. No, I'm grateful for what you told me. In the first place, I hadn't even known that they envelope their bodies in holy power. Is that something only Ira can do? Or can all residents of the celestial world do that now? Still, we know that they are still not completely invincible. It's valuable information, and I will add it to the report. After that, we went over everything that had happened. Very few had survived, and the ones who did had not even seen the residents of the celestial world. Everyone who was close by had been killed. Helm had apparently questioned those who were wounded, but most of them were still unable to talk. And those who were conscious didn't have any noteworthy information. Ultimately, Helm asked me the same questions over and over again. I tried to remember details as I answered him, and the report was eventually completed. All right, this should do. Thank you, Galin. I see. I'm glad to have been of assistance. What will happen to this army now? I'd been wondering about it. Corps Commander Dial's army had been destroyed. This would affect the future of me and my men as well. Dial seems to have lost his spirit after the death of his close comrades. He will likely be relieved of his position. Is it because his army was destroyed? Or because he was absent when it happened? It's because there is no one for him to lead. The Rock Lions are all dead. It would be better for someone from the largest or more powerful groups to be the leader instead of him. I see. There were not that many Rock Lions. Dial had likely only become Corps Commander because they were one of the high-ranking races. In General Farna's case, she would choose a new Corps Commander first, and the rest would be decided around that person. Things would be easier if the person at the top was part of the majority race. The general is supposed to arrive tonight. I see, that's earlier than I expected. Currently, there were 3 armies guarding the border to the west. This was on Demon King Troutzard's order, and it was to stabilize the west. But since this rear guard corps had been destroyed, it had become necessary for General Meralda to move the main camp forward. A lot of plans had been wrecked because of this attack. However, she was moving so swiftly that you almost wouldn't know it. That was how skilled she was with managing her army. Now that I think about it, we're being saved for a battle in the west, aren't we? Yes, Corps Commander Sven, Ralph and Oak were placed near the border because everyone was wary of any movement from the lesser Demon King countries to the west. With the east, all it took was General Meralda to draw close, and they became very meek. However, I don't know how things will go in the west. The conditions are so different between the east and west, so I doubt it will go well. There is likely to be at least one big clash. General Meralda once told me this, but it's better for the stability of this country if no lesser demon kings rise to the position of demon king. It's true. The birth of a new demon king would greatly alter the power balance of the demon world. A new demon king is likely to move ravenously and swallow up neighboring lesser demon kings. And once there are no more lesser demon kings in the area, they will conspire with a distant demon king in order to invade the country of a different demon king. They often do not have the wisdom of a demon king. They are just hungry to get to the top and care little about stability. That's why the general wants to act before anything like that happens. Yes, it was best to prevent the problem from occurring at all. However, Nair could be involved in the current situation, so it would be best to expect the worst. I was also unable to predict what Nair would do next. It was as I was thinking such things that we heard loud voices coming from outside. Apparently, General Meralda's advance party had arrived, so the general's army would reach us shortly. A new camp will be built starting tomorrow, and then the soldiers will be moved little by little. But my own men are still in survival training. When will they be back? The training will continue for a few more days, so they won't return until 4 or 5 days from now. I understand, ha 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 ha. As for me, things were really difficult without Rig, my adjutant. When it was night, I received word that General Meralda and her men had arrived safely. Chapter 164. 5 days had now passed since General Meralda's arrival. I had assumed that she would immediately start reorganizing the troops, but that was pushed back. Apparently, there were other matters that had higher priority right now. First, the camp needed to be relocated. This place was too defenseless against an attack from the celestial world. General Meralda was now incredibly cautious about another attack, which was no surprise after seeing how much damage they could cause in a short amount of time. Halm told me that they were unlikely to attack again so soon, but the general wasn't going to take any chances here. She was the leader of all these soldiers, and she would take every measure to ensure our safety. I really looked up to her for that. We were currently on elevated terrain, which was an advantage against ambushes from other armies, but made us an easy target for the residents of the celestial world. And so she chose a rocky area near the forest. One side of the rocky area was a steep cliff, so it was a dead end. In this case, while your escape routes were limited, it was easier to fight back when the sky was more narrow. The 3 armies on the front lines were already informed about the move. In fact, General Meralda had taken her adjutants and gone to see the front lines herself, and she would not be back for quite a while. A few days later, Rig finally returned from his training. "I'm glad to have you back, Rig." He looked very haggard. The survival training must have been very punishing. "Sir Galin, I have returned. I'm sorry to have been away during such an important time." He had clearly been told about the invasion from the celestial world. I patted Rig on the shoulder. "Half of us survived. I'll have no mercy on them next time. After all, they harmed my men. Rig, I hope that I can continue to count on you." "Yes, now that I am back, just give me the order and I will do it." "Good, then make sure that everyone rests. There will be plenty of work to do later." "Certainly." After that brief exchange, I sent Rig away. They would all get to rest until tomorrow. Some of the other races had also returned. When we were all together again, there would have to be some restructuring. The residents of the celestial world attacked with holy power, and since it was from the sky, it was very one-sided. In order to deal with them, we would either have to rise into the sky ourselves or escape to somewhere where their attacks couldn't reach us. I wanted to train for such an event. Thankfully, there wasn't actually much damage to the terrain. Holy power was deadly to residents of the demon world, but the amount of damage they did to buildings and the ground was comparable to ordinary magic. So in spite of the attack covering such a wide area, it hadn't created any craters. And so I suspected that we could reduce the damage greatly if we hid under boulders. That must have been the reason that General Meralda chose this place. Many of her own soldiers had died as well, and so she too would have noticed how little the ground was affected. A few days after Rig and the others returned, most of the other races finished their survival training and came back. The vampires were the last, but it appeared to be less due to the fact that they were soft and more to do with their survival training being more severe. So the goal is different depending on the strength of each race. Races that didn't fight just needed to survive, but vampires had combat training as well. When they returned, the softness had been completely removed from their faces. So I had no complaints, and so they all rested and trained as we waited for General Meralda's return. As for Corps Commander Dial, he stepped down on his own. I thought about going to check up on him, but I wasn't sure what to say and had yet to go. They said that he was in shock. Most of the Rock Lions were dead or horribly wounded. They were a race that specialized in battle, and it was said that they fought and died bravely. It was just bad luck that Dial hadn't been with them. "I'm back, Galin." It was General Meralda. "Welcome back, General. When did you arrive?" "Just a moment ago. I heard that you helped Helm with his report, and I read every letter." The general had checked the report before sending it off to Demon King Troutzard. Aside from the letter, she had also requested reinforcements to make up for our losses. Men were killed every time there was a battle. It was the most obvious thing, but they could not send more soldiers every time there was a battle. The process was too complicated. Because of this, they usually had extra soldiers stationed with them in advance. However, the losses had been too great in this last battle, and she had decided that it was better to ask for reinforcements now, rather than wait until the situation became desperate. But more importantly, Galin, we'll be removing you all from the army. Huh, are we getting in the way? It's true that we can't afford to spend so much effort on you now, but things are starting to move in the west, and we must act before the reinforcements arrive. Currently, we were not able to coordinate with the other corps, and so it was possible that we'd be a detriment to them in battle. It would be fine if we were just guarding a base, but if the army had to move suddenly and react swiftly depending on the situation, then we might not understand and be left behind. We might stand in their way both literally and figuratively. Very well, then what should we do? His Majesty will receive the letter soon. In the meantime, I want you to all fall back so that others can come in and deal with the rest. I understand. It's true that we just slow you down, so I won't complain. I'm sorry. His Majesty will likely send us information about the other countries as well, so we'll know how things are with the East countries. I see. Actually, I'm quite curious about what's happening with my own country. Well, I don't think there is any trouble there, and if there was, His Majesty will do something about it. I was relieved to hear that. From what I heard, the soldiers General Meralda sent were very powerful, so I had high expectations for them. By the way, was the situation so bad on the front lines that you had to go? The chaos in the west. I have a feeling someone is pulling the strings from the shadows. It was quite one moment and chaotic the next. It came suddenly. Not a small skirmish. She felt that they would move all at once, and with enough military force to take a country. If that happened, this country would not remain unaffected. She predicted war and chaos, and so she would act in order to bring about the most favorable outcome. And so, we will be moving separately from now on. Still, the promise I made with Farnez, what? There was a lot of noise coming from outside, when General Meralda left the tent. What is it? I have a report. We're being invaded by a group of soldiers that we believe are from Demon King Janius. Janius? It was the moment that Demon King Janius, who had never fought them before, suddenly directed his soldiers at this country. Chapter 165. Wild Hunt Nair. The Wild Hunt, led by Nair, were able to enter Demon King Troutzard's lands without being seen, thanks to roadside recognition and awareness entirety. Nair had already brought chaos to many countries ruled by lesser demon kings, and wars were erupting. And so he moved on into Troutzard in order to carry out the next part of his plan. However, there was one obstacle in his path, and that was General Meralda's army. She is the closest to the Demon King and has the strongest soldiers. Even someone like Nair would not challenge her recklessly. Demon King Troutzard had reacted swiftly once Nair had reduced those smaller countries. He respected his skill, sharpness, and ability to make decisions. Of course, a wise Demon King would be a great nuisance to Nair. Currently, his ambition, his true purpose, was not known, but he wasn't sure how long this would be the case. And so that was why he wanted to create chaos among the countries of the Demon Kings, so that they couldn't interfere with what the lesser Demon Kings were doing. Well, this will be difficult. It was the flying dragon, Meralda, who was wary of the smaller countries as she set up her camps. Nair knew that he could not beat Meralda in battle, not even if it was an ambush. That's how big the difference in strength was between them, the difference in mana and combat experience. Nair could not think of a good plan. And so he was attempting to get close to her army without getting caught, in hopes of acquiring some information that would give them the advantage. That was when it happened. The sky had torn open. It wasn't a celestial hole, but it was still quite the sight. These holes used up great amounts of holy power and were used to connect to the demon world. It was the best way to attack if it was an invasion on a big scale. However, this attack was much smaller, and it had lasted for just a brief moment. And so they had just created a tier in the sky in order to move in and out. This still used up a great amount of holy power, and even the residents of the celestial world could not do it often. Nair had witnessed it by accident as he spied on Meralda's army. This, of course, meant that he saw numerous residents of the demon world being torn apart as if they were paper. Meralda's appearance was also impressive. I suppose that is her true form. Had Meralda been more calm and the situation less dangerous, she might have noticed their presence, even if they were using special abilities to hide. These tricks were effective on the lower-ranking races, but it would not be the same with the higher ones. So, in a way, Nair had been saved by a series of fortunate circumstances. I had been wondering how I could make Eunice a demon king. And I now have a good idea. I will use this ambush. As Meralda dealt with the aftermath of the battle, Nair moved away. After that, Nair moved up north and headed towards Demon King Janius's country. Demon King Janius was fighting a long war against Demon King Gidman. However, there were no signs of anyone winning. And so Nair traveled to one of Janius's towns and whispered, "General Meralda has just taken heavy losses due to an invasion from the celestial world. If you are going to attack them, now is the time." Janius had not heard of the invasion yet. And while he was skeptical, he gathered information from merchants who traveled to Troutzard's lands. And he realized that it was the truth. Not only that, but the army was still in disarray and had yet to reorganize. Furthermore, ominous news arrived from the cluster of countries ruled by lesser demon kings. It seemed that things were finally going to head towards a definitive battle. Lesser demon king Eunice had the advantage now, but the others were uniting in order to stop him. If lesser demon king Eunice wanted to survive this battle, he had to strengthen his fighting force. And so he invaded lesser demon king Ulwa's lands. But there was undeveloped land along the border between Eunice and Ulwa's countries, which would make it difficult for an army to march. And so Eunice's army took the easier route, right through Demon King Troutzard's lands. And since Meralda's army was sticking close to the border, it was likely that she would end up fighting Eunice or even Ulwa's armies. Furthermore, there had been news that the former armies of Listoris and Kyril had left their countries and were chasing after Eunice's army. Many soldiers seemed to be gathering near Troutzard's border. Because of this, at least half of Meralda's army would be forced to stay there, and they hadn't even fully recovered from the invasion. It was the perfect time to attack. That was his decision, and so Demon King Janius moved out in order to defeat Meralda. Of course, it was all Nair's doing. He had come to one of Janius's towns and started the fire. He had also been the one to stir the pot in the smaller countries to the west. Nair's aim was to lure out the soldiers Meralda stationed at the border and destroy them. He needed to weaken her army. As the assassins that Demon King Janius unleashed targeted Meralda, he would lead lesser Demon King Eunice and establish him as a new Demon King. Yes, it should work just fine. I suppose I'll just have to hide in the meantime. Now that his plan was going well, Nair could not stop his laughter. While Demon King Legard and Demon King Troutzard continued to fight, Demon King Janius's fingers were stretching out towards Troutzard's lands. General Meralda was nothing but bait now. The western threat that was Demon King Troutzard was no more, and so Nair would be free to hunt a Demon King. Of course, he had plans for that as well. In other words, Nair had no vulnerabilities now. Still, Galin was there, what a surprise. When the barrier had broken and the residents of the celestial world were retreating, he had seen Galin standing there. What should I do? Nair had been planning on lying low until things played out. However, seeing Galin there had stimulated his curiosity. What to do? He muttered to himself. And while it was only a light-hearted question, it sounded horribly diabolical. Chapter 166. Apparently, Demon King Janius's army was advancing. This was insane. I was just someone from the countryside of lesser Demon King Melvis's country. To be frank, I had never had anything to do with a Demon King's country up until now. And so, when I was brought to this country by General Meralda, I was quite nervous. But I never thought we'd be fighting against Demon King Janius. There was no longer anything that I could do at my level. As for General Meralda, ha. She was laughing. I wondered if she had gone mad. It was an actual possibility, and so I would have to make sure. General, are you all right? General Meralda ignored my question. Instead, she asked the messenger about the leader of the enemy army. We do not know yet, but I believe the messenger after me will have a new report. So it would take some time before we knew the name of their leader, their composition, and number. This report was just to let us know of their arrival as soon as possible. Well, Fonville should be the closest. What a mistake that general has made. Me mistake. Meralda smiled. She had been smiling for a while. The lesser countries to the north are causing a ruckus. We can't move our troops from the front lines. There was an invasion from the celestial world. A whole army was destroyed. Gee, General. Meralda's smile widened. It appears that they've misunderstood and actually think they can beat me. Oh, it's really too bad. I feel sorry for them. I see. I think it was one of those times where I better run away. And so I quietly backed off and prepared to escape. Galin. Yes. I'm sorry, but I can no longer allow you to go far away. I currently led a mixed army of about 200. If we left the main camp now, we might be seen as a detached force and be attacked. 200 was too big a number to ignore. However, I didn't like the idea of separating either. We were all unfamiliar with this land, and it would be difficult to regroup again. In the first place, they were mostly meatheads and could not be relied on in that way. I would not be surprised if they ended up just heading towards the enemy camp instead. Ah, that's right. You can't call back the 3 armies that you have stuck to the west. Indeed, those lesser demon kings are wriggling around. It cannot be done. And so we'll have no choice but to stay here and fight then. Oh, why is that? The general suddenly looked at me with interest. This is an attack from a demon king that you weren't even cautious about yesterday. And the lesser demons kings have approached the border at the same time. It's clear that someone is pulling the strings from behind. I agree, they must be watching us from close by, and yet they have a wide view. And so it would be a bad idea for us to act on our own. We'll stay with you. I'm sure you're going to split up your army anyway. It really depends on how the enemy acts, but that is quite likely. In that case, please put us somewhere that is less likely to be affected. But we'll fight if we have to. It would at least be safer if we were with another army. And of course, I had no qualms with fighting the enemy in order to survive. I see, someone, call Dial, said the general. And then Corps Commander Dial, no, the former Corps Commander, appeared. You called for me. I have a new order for you. Lead Galin's corps and survive the upcoming battle. But I've lost my own men. I couldn't help but feel for the now haggard rock lion. He had always seemed so composed. I suppose it was because he had a strong sense of responsibility, and so recent events had taken a great toll on him. Listen to me, Dial. Do you know why I chose you to be my corps commander? Yes, it's because I was the strongest of the rock lions. The rock lions were the most numerous of the races in Demon King Troutzard's army, and Dial had been especially strong. That played a part in the decision, but it wasn't the sole reason. I see. It was because I saw the promise of evolution in you. Evolution. Yes, when rock lions evolve, they turn into a fierce rock lion. And a fierce rock lion is about as powerful as your average lesser demon king. And so, I built that army around you. I see. I'm sorry to have let you down. You haven't yet. It's too soon to come to any conclusions. I still believe that you should evolve. And so I want you to lead Galin and the others and make it out alive. It will make you stronger. Dial raised his face with a look of surprise. Then he immediately said, certainly. Good. Meralda looked very satisfied. In fact, us being incorporated into the army still had the possibility inconveniencing her. We didn't know her plans or how they would move. However, that could be avoided if Dial was leading us. And so even if we happened to get separated, he would be able to guide us in a way that the general would expect. I look forward to working with you, Corco. What should I call you now? He wasn't a corps commander anymore. And while I could just call him Dial, this was the army. It wasn't just me who needed to know how to refer to him, but my men as well. Very well, you shall be Dial's independent unit. That should be good enough. Dial's independent unit. I understand. So I should call you Commander Dial then. It will do. In that case, my men could call me the deputy commander. Like that, a new unit was temporarily made. We would be independent, with Dial the Rock Lion leading us. General Meralda had on a mischievous expression, and so I couldn't help but be cautious. However, Commander Dial had not noticed it yet. Yes. Since you are an independent unit, the line of command will go to me, so you'll be working under me directly. Don't you feel lucky? Dial smiled then. If he had a tail, it would probably be wagging. As for me, I wanted to shout, not at all. It was just like how it was with General Farnez. Of course, that's what had led to us coming to this country. And so I became the deputy commander of an independent unit before the battle with the Demon King. Chapter 167. the march of Demon King Janius's army seemed to be going smoothly. They were only a few days away from us now. As per General Meralda's command, no one was to intercept or disturb them in any way. If anyone had time to spare, they were to use it to help construct the defenses around the camp. Besides, even without any interference, the march of Janius's army was slow. Apparently, they were building bases and defensive walls while they marched, so that they would not collapse if they had to retreat. An army that acted like this while marching would also be cautious when fighting. It would be just as difficult to make them collapse on the battlefield. As for what Meralda's men were doing in the meantime, it was reconnaissance work. She had scouts moving back and forth between the camp and the enemy. And so the enemy battle array was now known to us. Their chief was General Fonval, as had been predicted, a Rahab, a Demon King's general, and therefore guaranteed to be very strong. Rahabs were mortal enemies of dragons to the point of being called dragon eaters. They had the appearance of four-legged sea serpents and had especially sharp fangs. And they were so large that it was easy to see them from far away. Yes, they have such grandiose names like Dragon Eater. But it's all just appearances. It's his great misfortune that he was sent into these lands. I'm sure the mask will be torn off very quickly. General Meralda then chuckled to herself like some kind of villain. Up until now, Demon King Janius had been concentrating on his war with Demon King Gidman and had been ignoring Troutzard's country and all its dragons. However, he had kept Fonval close to the border town as a way of keeping Troutzard in check. But according to Meralda, they were not at all deserving of the name Dragon Eater. The scouts continued to come and go with their reports, and we received updates on how the enemy was moving. The purpose of Fonval's army was the destruction of General Meralda, and so they were marching in a straight line towards this camp. They clearly have no intention of attacking any town along the way. With this momentum, it's as if they would build roads if there were none. Well, they are clearly not trying to waste any time then. These were Troutzard's lands. If too much time passed, reinforcements might arrive. They would quickly lose the advantage then. That was what Fonval was likely thinking. We estimated Fonval's army to be about 10,000. As for Meralda's army, it was nearly 6,000. This was because she couldn't call any soldiers away from the front lines, and because one corps had been destroyed. This is where the decisive battle will be fought. The general pointed at the riverbed. There wasn't much water, but plenty of sand and gravel stretched along the wide river. The enemy outnumber us. Are you really going to fight in such an open area? I'm sure they will divide their men before the battle, and find advantageous positions as well. This is not the time to fight with the camp at our backs. We should move out and strike. There was no doubt that Fonval would separate his troops in order to break up our already inferior numbers. At worst, he might attack us from 3 different sides. And so perhaps having a river on one side would at least make it easier to defend ourselves. On the other hand, is there a possibility we can fight without splitting up? If we take our time and focus too much on defense, they will just attack us from the side or the back. Yes, things were not likely to play out the way that we wanted. Besides, if we didn't split up our soldiers, only those in the front would actually be fighting. They would be doing nothing while the enemy was free to move around. It would be easier to fight if we split up like they were and faced them. In shogi, even when the main battle was happening to the right of the board, pieces were still being moved on the left side. If we moved together like a bunch of meatheads, we would not be able to react to the ever-changing situation. I see that you're all here. General Meralda stood on the platform. Everyone that would fight in the upcoming battle was lined up here. It reminded me of a morning assembly at school. Of course, Meralda was the principal. I stood behind Commander Dial and watched. Fonval and his fools will be arriving shortly. What will you do? Fight. Crush 'em. Kill them all. The unsettling voices cried out. They really weren't that different from ogres. I understand you well, so how will you do it? Easy, we will use all our strength to wipe them out. Said an especially loud voice. No, Vavab, what is that large mouth of yours for? She asked. The man with a mouth like a crocodile stumbled for an answer. Apparently, he was called Vavab. He looked really strong. Meralda continued. Wipe out? I have never taught you all to fight so elegantly. The general continued. The enemy underestimates us, so what should we do? Should we take them on? The general's eyes went over the soldiers. Vavab, your mouth exists to tear the enemy apart, and that is what you must do. Yes, I'll tear them apart with all the power within me. It's the same for the rest of you, do what you do best, and tear the enemy to shreds. The general paused before unleashing every word. Devour whatever you can get your hands on. Don't look back, that's what she told all of them. Be filthy and feed. It was terribly off-putting. Was this the army of a demon king? Was this how they fought? As I stood there and scowled, the other soldiers shouted in excitement. It was more wild than an idle concert. The roaring would likely be heard from far away. Crazy. I turned to look at Seifo, hoping that he would agree with me. However, he too was pumping his fist into the air as if this was the apocalypse. You're too easily affected. But my protest was erased by the frenzy. After all, this place was now a crucible of passion. And so I gazed around and half-heartedly raised my own fist and said, just so I wouldn't stick out. The time for the decisive battle was approaching. Chapter 168. As I watched in slight disgust, the ceremony finally ended. Everyone was cheering loudly, so it must have been a success, I suppose. By the way, the place we were currently standing was the final defense base that had been made into a fortress. If it turned out that we had to fight here, it would mean that General Meralda was already dead. That was the kind of place that it was. Yes. In other words, the general was going to fight. The entirety of Meralda's army would be involved. Halm and Minish, take your soldiers and get in position. Yes. As you wish. The crystal dragons Halm and Minish were not only General Meralda's adjutants, but they were both, in fact, lesser demon kings as well. Their names were written on the tablet of control, and it was these two, along with the general, who would lead the army. Being led by lesser demons kings, what a luxury that was. They outnumber us. Just take down any who are in reach. Understood. Understood. Halm and Minish took their corps commanders and left the main camp. Galin, you will be staying with me. I want you to witness how a demon king's country battles. I understand. I will be sure to avoid getting in your way. You should stay in the back of the camp. However, it's not guaranteed to be safe either. But if something happens, Dial will know what to do. You will obey him. Yes, of course. We were to stay behind General Meralda and her soldiers. Usually, that position was left to soldiers who were capable of communicating with and understanding the others. You had to be able to read the tide of battle. You didn't want to get in their way during a retreat or to slow down reinforcements coming from the back. However, a retreat was not even being considered for this battle, and so the fighting force would be concentrated towards the front. Once Halm and Minish's armies were out of sight, it was our turn. There is a river to the left and a forest to the right. You must stay on your guard and watch the forest at all times. Dial explained the battle formations to me. First, there was a river that ran from the north to the south, a great river. It was very wide and would be difficult to cross on foot. The battlefield would be on the riverside, and the closer you got to the water, the more gravel covered the ground. And it was on the left side of this river that Meralda's army was placed, in the echelon formation. Halm's army took the position that was the closest to the bank, and Minish's army settled behind him to the side. And likewise, Meralda's army was behind her and to the side. The enemy's goal was to destroy Meralda. That meant they would have to bring their great army to the far back. However, they could not ignore the two armies on the way, which meant splitting up. The good thing about this echelon formation was that if Minish's army won, they could immediately attack the rear of the enemy army. It would be the same if Halm's army won. He and Minish would be able to launch a pincer attack. So if the enemy wasn't careful about how they split up, it could easily turn into a disaster for them. In other words, Fonville would have to allocate a decent number of soldiers towards Halm and Minish. And even if both Halm and Minish were defeated, this echelon formation ensured that the enemy could not attack Meralda from behind. The only way the enemy could move their soldiers was to have them follow each other. The problem is the forest to the right. I had sent flying eagles to search the forest from above. For the past few days, soldiers who could fly had been sent from both sides in order to scout out the area. There had already been some aerial battles, and some had died. Still, as both sides had flying soldiers, the sky above our heads was at least safe, and there was a wide perimeter where they could scout freely. On the other hand, there were many flying races circling the sky near the enemy camp. If our men went too close to them, they would quickly be surrounded and knocked out of the air. There are 5 groups of 100 to 200 soldiers hiding in the center and outer rim of the forest. Came the report from one of the flying eagles. So there were soldiers in the forest, 1 to 2,000 in all. Well, it wasn't unexpected. However, we did not have extra soldiers that we could allocate towards such distractions. And so there was nothing we could do to stop the forest becoming the enemy's domain entirely. Here they come. The enemy showed themselves at the area where the forest ended. They were split into 3 groups and outnumbered us. However, where is the main army? Dial said in a suspicious voice. I too squinted my eyes. A Rahab was not someone you could miss, and yet he was nowhere to be seen. General Fonval, the Dragon Eater, was not there. In other words, the main army was being held back, saved for later. And so the battle between the enemy army and Helm began. We could hear shouts and clashing from our position, but could not tell how the tide of battle was moving. But at this point, the other army was likely moving towards us. The next battle has begun. I nodded at Dial's words. The sounds were a lot louder than the ones that had reached us earlier. So Minish's army was fighting. Now it was just the main army led by Meralda. Of course, this would be where the enemy would throw their greatest fighting force. Show me your power. The ground shook, and then the battle with the main army began. I doubt the front will crumble, but the enemy might still claw at us to try and disturb the rear. So stay on your guard. Of course, we were Dial's independent corps. In this battle, Dial was given the authority to act in any way that he saw fit. That meant we would be allowed to flee if necessary. However, I doubted any one of us would even consider it. Now that I think about it, Fonval has still not shown his face. I'm sure he'll appear when it matters most. So the leader of this army is a pain serpent, huh? A giant snake was going berserk, crushing both friend and foe alike. So that was the chief of the enemy army. I had never seen anything move so wildly. Soldiers on both sides were flying into the air. Chapter 169. The way that the pain serpent was thrashing about was abnormal. Even now, it snatched a soldier off the ground and threw him into the air. It doesn't even care who it's attacking. Is this how demon kings fight? Apparently, a little friendly fire here and there was hardly noteworthy. When demon kings clashed, several people that were in the lesser demon king class were expected to die. While lesser demon kings were usually good at defending themselves, it didn't mean as much when there were several other fierce warriors in the same class. It would be like if a lesser demon king were surrounded by multiple general Farneses. In other words, the attackers were also incredibly strong, and even a lesser demon king would not get out unscathed. We go too. Follow me. General Meralda charged into the thick of battle. It seemed like an act of suicide. Brave, but for nothing. However, both the general and her close guards were far from average. There was a crash that shook the earth, and then many of the enemy soldiers, no pieces of the enemy soldiers went flying into the air. Whoa. Seifo said in astonishment as he stood next to me. That was Seifo. He didn't really know how to describe that insane charge other than by saying, whoa. After all, if we ogres had been there, we would have been flattened in a second. Some people mistake the general for an intellectual. But this is her true nature. Dial said. Bika couldn't hide her surprise as she muttered, ah, dumbly. The enemy was attacking with pure might, and so she met them with pure might and broke through. The general is already that deep ins. The pain serpent had been moving around so wildly, but we could no longer see it among the rabble. Perhaps it had fallen down and been crushed. I imagined it being covered in footprints. Well, it's even more important that we protect the rear now, and stay alert of your surroundings. I nodded at Dial's words. We weren't here just to spectate. We were supposed to guard the rear. But, won't it be bad if we're this far from the main army? We weren't even 1,000 in total, and this independent corps was likely the weakest of all. The Maida are flying around in the area, so there shouldn't be any ambushes. The Maida were snake-like creatures that had 4 wings. They were quite small and agile, which made them good for scouting and reconnaissance. I understand. We will stay on our guard. Speaking of which, what race are those large enemy soldiers to the back of the battlefield? They looked very strong, but I didn't recognize them. Their bodies were enveloped in something that looked like sand. Those are evil jinn. They have more attributes than others of their kind. The main body is inside, and it's difficult for attacks to get through. So those are evil jinns. I've never seen one before. As they were jinns, their bodies were made of mana, and their main body was something like a stick. But even the body of mana was surrounded by something like a sandstorm, which made it clear that these would be very difficult to fight. You have to attack the main body directly in order to do any damage. So the problem is how you can get through their 2 layers of defenses. Of course, we don't really have a chance. General Meralda's close guards, the Bian, suddenly struck out all at once. They tore through the thick and deep enemy formation as if a dagger piercing through flesh. The Bian were dragons with a single horn. Their bodies were not particularly large, but they were so wild that I had heard that they often needed to be restrained with chains. In fact, I had seen a Bian once who had been wrapped around with chains so tightly that it couldn't move. But these dragons loved to fight, perhaps a little too much. Their momentum was frightful as they continued to carve grooves through the enemy. If this continues, they might erase our disadvantage with numbers. Perhaps, but things are rarely so simple when fighting against a Demon King's army. They almost always have a few secret units. And they use them when they will be the most effective. Thanks to the Bian, there were now tiers in the enemy formation. However, it also stretched our own battle line, and the enemy began to attack that opening. They are fast. I saw a group of soldiers dashing through the gaps of the chaotic battlefield. It was hard to believe it was even possible. That's how agile they looked as they advanced between the soldiers. With such skill, they could probably move freely through the busiest scramble crossings. Twin beasts, it'll be over if they bite you from the side. Dial looked worried. I saw one bite into one of our men, and he immediately stopped moving. It looked like a 2-headed beastman, like a werewolf that had both the head of a hyena and a wolf. Perhaps it was because it had 2 heads, but the twin beasts had a unique way of fighting. Even as one of the heads bit you, the other head was looking around. They were like a wild werewolf that could see in every direction at once. Once the twin beasts joined, the battle line fell into a deadlock for a while. But then General Meralda stepped forward and the tide began to shift again. It seems they intend to run through. They would break the enemy army in half before they could be surrounded. Following the Bians, Meralda's other soldiers invaded the depths of the enemy formation. It seemed like the enemy had no way to stop them. Gradually, they began to separate into 2 sides. The front of Meralda's charge, which was where the fighting had been the most fierce, was nearly at the exit. After a moment, I heard a shout. The general had broken through the enemy formation. In other words, we've been left behind. Our job was to protect the rear, but now we were left alone. We could either advance and launch a pincer attack or stay here. Or, it just gets worse. Dial received a report from Ameda. The enemy in the forest was now moving towards us. In other words, this place will become a battlefield too. Yes, we might even be attacked from both sides. Meralda's main army was now on the other side of the enemy formation. And since we had been left behind, we would have to deal with any attacks by ourselves. Ooh, I guess we're in a desperate situation with no escape. Who knows? That was all that Dial would say. Chapter 170. The enemy that appeared seemed to equal us in number. However, in the demon world, the strength of an individual counted for a lot. With that considered, we were definitely at a disadvantage. Do you think that General Meralda will notice? If she does, she might come to our aid. I asked Dial with this last shred of hope. The general has eagle dragons with her, and they fight in the sky. They should be able to see us. I looked towards the battlefield. I could see shadows plunging towards the ground over and over again. So those were the eagle dragons. Apparently, they had the bodies and faces of eagles, but their wings were those of bats. A chimera-like race, but they were apparently still a type of dragon. They were incredibly vicious, and it had taken a long time for the general to recruit them. That was how difficult they were to handle. Dragons were thought to be wise and mild-mannered due to how long they lived. However, it was not true for all of them, as could be seen by the more ferocious eagle dragons and Bians. In fact, the general herself was not as composed as you might think. Dragons could be quick to anger. It was common knowledge. Personally, I felt like I had been deceived. Well, if these eagle dragons were even a little calm, then they should notice what was happening to us and tell the general. Is it likely? I don't know. That was not promising. The enemy that appeared in front of us were those who had been hiding in the forest. I was just glad that there were no large races. So many in the demon world were built like boulders of muscle. And the bigger they were, the more dangerous. Well, there's no turning back now. We have to fight. I accepted my fate. Who knew if the general would really come? The enemy was both in front and behind us. Nothing would be resolved if we just stood here and hesitated. All right, all of you, let's charge. Ag. There were no fences or trenches here, and so the battle began on flat ground. There was no need for us to win, we just had to fight to the death. On the other hand, the enemy came at us with the intention of crushing us. Ag. They probably thought that we would fight defensively. However, we weren't made up of such passive soldiers. We would strike back just as hard. For a while after the battle started, it seemed like a stalemate, but things suddenly started to move. This was because the Reapers darted out and plunged into the enemy formation. While they were considered to be of the high-ranking races, this was still reckless. But it was as I was thinking this that the enemy soldiers began to drop one after another. Could it be one-hit kill? Yes, it was definitely their special ability. However, while it was quite effective on those below you in rank, the success rate dropped dramatically against stronger opponents. But when I looked closely, I saw that they had more mana than before. Even their faces seemed tougher than before. Had something happened during their training that I had missed up until now? It wasn't just the Reapers. Even those spoiled vampires. They were killing enemies at a surprising pace. They were also among the high-ranking races. The elite, even, they came from good families. However, they were practically shut-ins. How were they able to fight so well now? I'll have to ask them about their training later. It was a pleasant surprise, but also hard to believe that someone could change so much. How fun! Bika shouted as she snapped another enemy soldier's arm. However, the idiot siblings were at least consistent. She happily continued to neutralize the enemy. In a way, Bika was the only one who was following General Meralda's words by the letter. She was tearing them apart with her teeth. In most cases, the fate of the enemy after having their limbs broken was being crushed by a nearby ogre. Hahea. The brother held his metal rod with both hands and swung it in circles. Seifo had already had enough mana to be a commander, but he had grown even more. Now that I think about it, we are actually holding our own against a demon king's army here. Even though we were still fighting, I couldn't help but make this observation with a feeling of awe. On the other hand, you could say that this was the result of the hands-off policy that their superior had back in our country. They really had been left to their own devices. It was true that education cost a lot of time and money. No one was fanciful enough to want to train the new recruits that kept appearing. No one had the time. And yet what I was seeing before me now was proof that just a little effort could bring forth great results. All right, keep pushing them back. The others were also putting up a good fight. Of course, that included Dial. The Rock Lions were on a different level when it came to combat ability. Not only that, but it seemed like stealth had been prioritized when sending soldiers to hide in the forest, and most of them were on the small side. And so, we were able to deal with them. Is there any sign of the general's army returning? I asked Dial, but his answer was simply no. Surely, she hasn't gotten so carried away that she's forgotten all about us. I doubt that. After all, she hasn't returned to her real form. And by that, he meant the form she had taken when breaking through the barrier. A gigantic, beautiful dragon. Now that I think about it, why doesn't the general fight as a dragon? You would think she would be much stronger. Because she would hurt her own men, as well as the enemy. Oh, that was how my older brother was gravely wounded. He wasn't even that close to the battlefield, but the tip of a dragon's tail sent him into the air for a few hundred meters. It was hard to imagine what kind of power was necessary to throw a rock lion that far. However, I now understood why transforming could be so dangerous. The enemy general had not shown himself yet. Perhaps there was a reason that he could not fight in the current situation. It shouldn't take long for the enemy to notice us. As the general had split the enemy army into two, they were now very close to us. It was possible that they would be targeted soon. But that would mean turning their backs to the general. It made me wonder if she was purposely using us as bait. Don't bother with all that, keep pushing. They'll surround you if you stop. I understand. Dial shouted at me. I had stopped to think for a second. Yes, I needed to concentrate on what was in front of me. Things had been going well for us, but it was here that the tide shifted once again. Chapter 171. A gust of wind tore through the battlefield. It was just like a downburst. The wind picked up all of the dust in the area and seemed to push it towards us. What's happening? This sudden wind. I knew that something abnormal was happening. But I had to cover my face with my arms and had no idea what was happening. The general has transformed. That was Dial's voice. The general, in other words, Meralda, had transformed. She changed into her dragon form. Didn't he just tell me that she was avoiding it due to the damage it would cause? I think the enemy general must have appeared. Fanval, the Rahab who they called Dragon Eater. The general that Demon King Janius had sent in order to keep Demon King Troutzard in check. He had finally come out. Now that Meralda had transformed, not only we, but both friends and foes were being pushed by the wind. When I was finally able to open my eyes, I saw a rising dragon. It was Meralda, rising into the heavens in a straight line. I see, they were called flying dragons because they could move like that. After rising very high into the air, Meralda did a U-turn in the sky and shot back down towards the ground. She was likely charging towards the Rahab. It was just where the forest ended, the place where the enemy had first appeared. Have we been abandoned again? We had originally been with Meralda's army, but now she had gone off to meet the enemy general. She was even farther away from us now, on the other side of the battlefield. Yes, there was no doubt about it. We had been forgotten. Commander Dial, don't you think it would be a terrible idea to stay here? Even if we killed the enemy in front of us, the situation was still bad. The soldiers that had gathered here in order to defeat Meralda were all in the center. I was planning on getting married when this war is over. Not that there was anyone to marry. There was nothing I could do now but raise death flags. Don't worry. The enemy is confused, said Dial, and so I looked back at the enemy. Yes, the battlefield was chaotic, but why was the sight of Meralda that intimidating? Their leader must have been killed. I see. That was the likely explanation, considering how much confusion there was, and it showed no signs of calming down. That would suggest that even the adjutants were dead or confused. The leader was the pain serpent, wasn't it? When was it defeated? It must have been close to the general. Perhaps it was crushed when she transformed. I hadn't realized that the mere act of transforming would do so much damage. Apparently, the majority of people that were close to the general at the time had been crushed to death. We could currently hear the incredible sounds of clashing that echoed from far away. And while we couldn't see it, we assumed that the two generals were battling. Who do you think will win? Stop talking nonsense, we have to run. The shockwaves will kill us. There is no guarantee that the fight will keep them away. If they move over here, the army will be destroyed. I see your point, we should escape. That's what I said. The others are already starting to run. They were all running like baby spiders scattered across the field. All of you, face the opposite direction and advance. I had always wanted to say that. Immediately after, there was a thunderous crash, and a bipedal dinosaur fell from the sky. As it bounced and rolled, the enemy formation was smashed. RUNNN. I was the first to follow the order. Well, from what I could tell, it seemed like everyone in our area had managed to separate into two sides and escape. It was one thing to die fighting, and quite another to be flattened by a wild superior. No one wanted to die like that. Who do you think will win? Clearly it's General Meralda. Dial said without hesitation. But that's also a Demon King's general she is fighting. Shouldn't they be equals? Equals, huh? Well, it's true that this general is also a lesser Demon King, but there are some walls that cannot be scaled. Now that General Meralda is going all out, nothing can change the result of this battle. He was very confident. It wasn't out of some kind of loyalty to his army. He had faith in General Meralda's strength. Then, we should stay somewhere where we won't draw attention. If the outcome was already decided, there was no need to try too hard. The enemy that had been attacking us had run off somewhere. We would be able to rest. However, Dial had a severe expression. What is it, Commander? There were no enemies around us, and the rest of our soldiers would gather here soon. What could be the problem? Come out, I know you are hiding there. Dial started to shout at the grove ahead of us. The grove was so small that I could see through it. It did not look like a place where one could hide. What was he going on about? It was just as I was thinking this. Oh, I thought I was doing a good job hiding. I wonder what gave it away. A familiar voice rang. I've trained in order to be able to discover hidden enemies. Dial revealed. Even so, I was sure that I would be safe from those lower in rank. Could it be that you are stronger than you appear? Why don't you come and find out, bastard? Where did you come from? There was a wide clearing in front of the grove, and the air suddenly shimmered with heat. Immediately after, the Eerie Company appeared. Nayer! I shouted, and the person in the center of the group, Nayer, looked at me with a great cherubic smile. And then he said, "Ah, Galin, we meet again. And now, it's time to say goodbye." Chapter 172. Be careful, they aren't your average fighters. I didn't need Dial's warning. Nayer and his entourage had all the aura of vicious killers. Now, Galin, how far will you go this time? I'm looking forward to finding out. Just so you know, you won't be able to win. Nayer waved his hand, and 3 sets of black armor stepped forward. They were taller than me, and they had broad shoulders and chests. They looked like some kind of giant, monster armor. But were they really as strong as Nayer said? I gripped the deep-sea dragon sword and shouted to those behind me. I'll deal with them. I want all of you to run. This chaos would die down soon. I wasn't sure how the enemy army would react, but I didn't see why we should all indulge Nayer and fight these black armors. Galin, you're the one who should run. Even I would have trouble against them. While he had been demoted, Dial had still been a corps commander, and these were either equal or above him in strength. That was not something I wanted to hear. Nayer. He just had to prepare something like this. There were 3. Nayer was surrounded by others, but it seemed like he had no intention of using them. I'll tell you in advance, they are ghost generals. After all, I thought you might win if it were against ghost knights, so I'm being extra careful. Nayer's carefree voice was incredibly irritating. They're evolved ghost knights. Dial explained. While there were only 3, that was still more than me and Dial. We were definitely at a disadvantage. Well, I guess that means we can have the one on the right. That's true. It's also the closest. Sappho, Becca, and the other ogres prepared to fight. Even the Reapers were there. Hey, I told you all to run. You can't beat them, not even if you fought together. I didn't want any pointless deaths, but they wouldn't listen. But it's going to be all of us against just one of them. Yeah, I think you ought to trust us a little more, Galin. It was true that they might be able to manage if they went against the enemy in large numbers. But that was only if they took bold strategies that resulted in half of them being sacrificed in the process. In the end, they weren't strong enough even when together. They would be killed individually, and that would be the end of it. I could have returned as soon as the war started, and I just happened to get caught while I was looking. This really isn't my lucky day, but then again, I get to see you fight, Galin. So maybe I am lucky. Nayer, you orchestrated this war, didn't you? I understood it now. There really had been someone pulling the strings from behind. Ahaha, of course. After all, I didn't want this flying dragon general to come to the West. The West is currently in a great storm of chaos, and it took quite some effort to move Janius's general here. It had all been Nayer's plan. I had heard that the Wild Hunt were hiding in this area. What are you trying to do? Me? Why would I tell you that? By the way, Galin. What? Why don't you evolve Galin? The evolution of ogres is something that's already been made clear, and it's quite strange that you haven't already. I don't know what you're talking about. So you don't know. There is only one thing an ogre needs to do in order to become a high ogre. And you already did it, Galin, and yet you haven't evolved. I wonder why, I wonder why. A battle was about to begin, and yet Nayer talked in a light-hearted voice. Oh, I might as well tell you now, Galin. What an ogre needs to do in order to evolve is to defeat one of the high-ranking species. Giant killing. And you've done it more than once now, so I would have assumed that you would have evolved. Why haven't you? Nayer tilted his head as if he truly felt this to be a great mystery. I don't know, but more importantly, know this. As soon as I'm done killing all of your men, you'll be next. Oh, how frightening. I love it, all right, Galin. I know you won't survive this, but do your very best. Then the ghost generals started to move as if they had been waiting for those words. They swung their swords, but they were still not within range. Their greatswords were thick and long. Of course, they would not reach us from that distance. However, the blades tore into the ground, causing a crack to appear that shot towards our feet. Ah, I can't be hit by that. I moved out of the way before it caught me. Still, these greatswords were more dangerous than I thought. Had it hit me, I would have likely been pushed down by its power and cleaved in half. And their black armor. Could I even cut through it with my sword? You can't destroy the armor of a ghost general. It's like a block of mana. They are spirits, much like wraiths after all. But doesn't that mean they're immune to physical attacks? Physical attacks were completely ineffective against wraiths. They were mortal enemies of ogres. No, they do work, but just a little. Dial muttered the hopeless words. If you wanted to kill a wraith, the most effective way was to use direct attacks with mana, which meant using magic. Magic that was pure mana. Another way was to envelope your body in mana and attack. It could be your claws or fangs. Just coat them so that you could carve away at the enemy's mana when you attacked. You could also do this with weapons, but they dealt less damage. It was still possible to unleash powerful attacks this way, but you had to be especially good at using mana. Obviously, it was just more efficient to use magic attacks. What was important here was that ogres used their incredible amount of mana to build stronger bodies. For instance, in the arms. That's why we couldn't use magic or add mana to our attacks. Anyway, my point being, we're done for. How the hell was I supposed to fight them? Chapter 173. There were 3 ghost generals. Could we defeat them if we all fought together? If we couldn't run away, then we had no choice but to try. And so I held up the deep-sea dragon sword and looked at the ghost general in the center. The air of intimidation was great, but since I wasn't able to accurately measure someone's mana, I wasn't sure what the discrepancy was between us. Oh well, let's go then. I took a step forward and cut off the enemy's arm. Not only was it a move I had practiced for many years, it made use of knowledge from my past life. The movement had been adjusted to match the body of an ogre, and I had all the smoothness of a first-rate swordsman. As for this deep-sea dragon sword that General Farnez had been keeping, it was made from the bones of a creature that could move between the deep sea and the surface. It would have been made by a master crafter as well, and I was sure that it would be able to cut through a ghost general. Or not. Why is its arm reconnecting? I knew that I had cut it, I had felt it too. But reality suggested something else. The arm had returned to normal. So you did it after all, Galin. You cut off my wrist, so I thought you would do it again. But the armor of a ghost general is made of mana. So all you did was cut through mana. You didn't hurt the main body at all. Nair offered the grim explanation. Regardless, that was why it hadn't been severed, even though I had cut it. Then I'll just keep cutting. I thought you would say something like that. But they aren't ghost knights. They are ghost generals. And so even if you cut them thousands of times, they will not run out of mana. If that was true, I would not be able to defeat the enemy in front of me, no matter how many times I swung with the sword. And if the armor was made of mana, they would always be able to replenish it. With that considered, there was no way that I would be able to cut it down. As Nair said, attacking them with a sword was meaningless. But if I was struggling like this, how about the others? I looked to the right and the left. Dial was attacking with his claws and biting into its neck. He often fought with a sword or spear, but now he had chosen to use his own mana-enveloped body instead of weapons. The attacks seemed to be working. They looked to be on equal footing. As for Seifo and the others, let's go. Ag. Becca grabbed an arm while Seifo bashed it with his rod, but they weren't doing any damage. Well, that left me in an awkward position. I had been expecting to see them attacking the enemy in just as fruitless a way as me, but it was not the case. Besides, they had a purpose. Penny, do it now. It's Penny. Please remember my name. As the ghost general had both of its arms clamped down, the Reapers moved in. So they're going to use one-hit kill. Out of the people that came to Troutzard's land, the Reapers were the most numerous. There were 50 of them, and they also happened to be the best. It was these Reapers that now swarmed around the ghost general and started to hit it with one-hit kill. It was their much-feared special ability, the one that could kill a demon king. Though being feared had been the cause of their exile, but they didn't look like they cared at all now. Their training had made them familiar with acting as a group, and their mana levels had increased. I wasn't sure what the cooldown time was for one-hit kill, but since there were so many of them, I was sure it would be effective if they kept hitting it. All right, I better focus on my own fight then. A great sword was flying through the air, ready to take off my head. If they only knew how much time I had spent practicing with a sword in my past life, there was no way that they could hit me. Oomph. I had dodged the blade, but the wind pressure knocked me off of my feet. Shit. There's no time to look at the others. It was clear that my opponent was stronger, and so I couldn't let my guard down even a little. I would likely be gravely wounded if the sword even scratched me. And to think that I've become stronger too. There was always going to be someone above you. Nay, your subordinate. Not only that, but I was looking quite desperate in front of all these people. Neher must find this all very amusing. He had said that there was no way that I could win, and so I had to prove him wrong. The ghost general tended to attack with feints whenever I left its range. However, even when I thought that I didn't have to dodge it, the shockwave would hit me. And if I got around it and charged forward, the enemy would still be out of striking distance and could easily react in time. I suppose I should pretend that it has me. I dodged the swing of the sword, but before I could reach it, it came swinging again. That was the high-ranking species for you. Their physical abilities were incredible. They existed in some higher plane that I could never reach, no matter how much I trained. This is why residents of the demon world rarely try to raise their skills through training. After all, you could not expect much of a boost at all. And since they knew that, many felt that it was better to do nothing. Well, perhaps it's like how training a 3-year-old to do karate is not going to help it beat an adult who has never trained. In this world, the gap between races is hopeless. It might just be wasted effort. Still, what about this? 2-step thrust. It was a move that the old dojo master invented for his own amusement. You quickly thrust 2 times in the exact same spot. It managed to gouge out a hole in the armor, but that was all. I guess not in that case. What about a clean sweep? I used the entire sword, from the tip of the blade to the handle, and slashed quickly in an attempt to hurt it. Black mist rose from the cut in the armor, and then it closed up without a trace of it ever being open. So it really is made of mana. Does this mean I'm the weakest one here? Attacking it thousands of times would probably do decent damage. But it wasn't physically possible. It wasn't an option. Damn, I'm starting to really feel like I won't be able to do this. I wasn't sure if the armor was heavy, or if it was because it was being controlled from something on the inside, but the Ghost General's movements were slow enough for me to deal with it. It wasn't like fighting with Neher, who moved like lightning. That being said, this is still bad. An enemy that was enveloped in mana did not have any weak spots. Even if you thought they did, it was also just mana. So what could I do? It was as I was thinking this, that a shadow creeped up from behind me. Chapter 174. I couldn't deal any damage to a Ghost General. Neher had been sure of this. That's why he set them on us. Out of all the members of the Wild Hunt, they were the worst match for me. And of course, he sent out the strongest ones so that I would not even have the slightest chance. Sir Galin. We'll join you. Hi. A group of vampires came up behind me. There were 10 in all. Until recently, I had rarely thought of them. They were too young and soft. Well, they were actually older than me. I was just 17, but these vampires had been spoiled by their parents for 50 years and spent at least 30 of them being shut-ins. You won't be any help here. Stand back. Vampires were among the high-ranking races, and their potential abilities were incredible. General Farnez was the most obvious example, as she was on another level as an individual. Hell, even Neher, who is currently grinning at me, was a vampire. That's why I knew. It was just potential. They were young and did not have enough experience. They would be no match for this enemy. Its exterior is made of hardened mana, sir. Ordinary attacks will not be effective. I know that. However, we are able to suck it out. Like blood, you're able to do that. I hadn't known that. There were other races that had the special ability Bloodsucker, but it was difficult to use. You had to be able to pierce the enemy with your fangs first, and it took time to suck out enough. Not only that, but your opponent had to have blood to begin with. In the demon world, there were races like golems, who moved through mana. And tree spirits also absorbed mana along with water and nutrients. The Ghost General in front of me did not have any blood, so Bloodsucker shouldn't work. No. Our ability is not the same as that lowly thing. We use Mana Sucker. We can suck in the mana directly. Are you serious? Perhaps it was the advanced version of Bloodsucker. The high-ranking races like vampires, must have this special ability that allowed them to suck in mana directly. In the case of Bloodsucker, you sucked the mana in the blood at the same time. I wondered if vampire lore from my old world had come about when vampires visited and started sucking from humans. They would have thought, what? There's no mana inside. And then returned the blood. And when that happened, humans might have become drunk from the small traces of mana in the blood and then become servants to the vampires. Having too much mana enter your body would likely lead to death, but it would have just been a small dose. Perhaps their brains were tricked by this unknown feeling that mana caused. Well, it was all just speculation. But I thought that it was possible. Leaving that aside, if they could really use Mana Sucker, then it was worth a try. There were 10 of them in all. If all of them did their worst, surely even a ghost general would be weakened. All right, do it. What should I do? It would help if you could stop it from moving too much. Got it. If I had to seal its movements, there were several ways to do that. The same thing that Becca and Seifo had done. Get the joints. If you could do it well, you could put them into a lock that they wouldn't be able to get out of with strength alone. It would have been almost impossible if it was a fast enemy. Thankfully, this is a power type. And so I waited for the right moment and then moved in. After using Aki to break its balance, I kicked its legs out from under it. This single smooth move was the product of years of training. It wasn't something I did and hoped for the best. Someone who fell victim to it for the first time would have trouble comprehending what was happening to them. It tried to push me away, and its flailing arms caused its body to move in the air even more. And like that, it rotated in the air before falling heavily on its back. All I did was accelerate it along the direction of power. Its own power caused it to lose balance and then fall. It tried to get up then, and so I grabbed one arm and pulled it to its neck. Then I hooked it to the other arm and flipped over the body. Now it was strangling its own neck while lying flat on the ground. I just needed to hold him down at the point that would move first if it wanted to get up, and then it was finished. Is that good enough? Yes. The vampires all look very pale. Perhaps they were astonished at how swiftly and smoothly I had done it. And then I remembered that they were always pale and probably hadn't changed much at all. Then the 10 vampires swarmed around the ghost general and pressed it down as they started to use Mana Sucker. And while it took a while, they were still of the high-ranking races, and so it was very effective. It looked like the ghost general's body had become smaller. Did it lose weight? I had to adjust the position of the arms so that they would stay tightly in place. When I looked over to Dial, the battle was still continuing. However, Dial seemed to be pushing the enemy, little by little. As for Seifo, Becca, and the Reapers, what the hell are they doing? They were playing tag. Seifo and the others were the ones running away. Had they been on a beach, they'd be shouting and laughing. And if they took a photo and posted it on the internet, people would call them Ryaju. Ryaju who were too bloodthirsty. 50 Reapers had all unleashed one-shot kill, and they had clearly failed. There was nothing to say, other than that luck had not been on their side. As for the vampires, it's getting thinner at a good pace. It had been as big and strong-looking as the name Ghost General implied, but it looked so different now. If I had to describe its body, I would say that it looked more like a skinny student. So this is what happened when 10 vampires attacked you with their special ability. I doubted it would have gone so well if there were only 1 or 2 of them. Would it straight up disappear if they kept sucking? I started to wonder about this, but it was not the case. I cannot suck anymore. I'm full. I'm getting sick from the mana. I won't need any more mana for a while. They had either eaten enough or too much. They were lying on their side or on their backs and patting their stomachs. Did they forget that this was a battlefield? While they had been toughened through training, it seemed that they were still soft deep down. Well done. You can rest now. I was sure that I could take care of the rest. This weak-looking armor, or whatever it was that was inside of it. Chapter 175. A vampire was lying on its side and patting his stomach, and so I kicked him in the ribs and held my deep-sea dragon sword ready. The armor was made of hardened mana, but now that it was shriveled up, it looked very poor indeed. Now, it's my turn. Even though it had been draining of so much mana, the Ghost General was still moving around. It was not movement that came from training or swordsmanship, but the result of great physical ability. Once I was in range, it swung its great sword like a violent wind, which was not something that would be effective against someone like me, who had learned to fight while being aware of the principles. Of course, I had not expected to be in deadly battles back then. I had been placed in the dojo master's care at a young age. And unlike the students there, I was taught any strange trick that the master had come up with. For instance, there was the two-step thrust. In kendo, you only thrust once, not twice, so why had he come up with such a move? Because it was fun, that's what he had told me as he laughed, but was it really the case? Well, perhaps it was. After all, once I learned it, I started practicing other moves all by myself. For instance, take this three-step thrust. Gouge with the first, plunge deep with the second, finish them off with the third. That's what the three-step thrust did. And so, in the brief moment that I could look into the depth of the armor, I slid my sword in. 3 times. The ghost general's body began to shake. Now there was a crack in the side of its stomach. Without hesitation, I stabbed again. I thought with satisfaction. The more the mana was hardened, the thicker and stronger the armor. However, once that was taken away, the mana armor was hardly unbreakable. "Oh, what did you do, Galin?" Nair asked in a puzzled voice. Was it really so strange that my attack had been effective? Thanks to vampires sucking out so much of the mana, my attacks had started to do damage. This had all been thanks to Nair's suggestion. This deep-sea dragon sword suited me very well. After unleashing more and more thrusts, the amount of black mist that rose began to increase. The armor was no longer hard enough, and my sword carved away at it. And the more the mist rose, the easier it was to hit it. And the more I hit, the weaker it became. Mana drained by 10 vampires and my sword. And then there was my skill with the weapon. It was all these things combined that now gave me the advantage over the ghost general. "Hey, Galin, that's not right." I ignored the noise. I focused on what was in front of me. The ghost general's movements were slow. Perhaps it had really run out of mana now, as its attacks had also decreased. This was a good opportunity, and I waited for an opening. There. When I started to unleash a low-level thrust, the ghost general's attention moved downward. At the same time, I could detect the movement of mana. It had hardened its lower half in order to defend against my attack. In that case, I moved my sword up. The head splitter, I had practiced this tens of thousands of times. But then again, all it involved was swinging down with your sword. I did it while imagining splitting my enemy's brain in two. The moment that it hit the ghost general's helmet, there was a metallic ring as it bounced off, but I preserved and struck again. Not just with the strength in my wrists or arms, but with my entire body weight. This time, I felt as if it tore deep into the helmet. It was just for a second, a hunch, and it was just as I had imagined. The sword dug deep into the helmet as it made its straight descent. Before I knew it, the ghost general had been cleaved into 2. The thing inside was a stick-like mass of something. Whatever it was, I had cut it in half. The armor fell to the ground. And after losing its power, the something turned into black mist and faded away. "That's not right. What was that move?" Nair's words reached my ears. "Shut up, you're next." I realized then that the battles to my right and left had also ended. Dial looked quite injured. However, he had fought alone and was victorious. I hadn't watched the last moments of Seifo and the others, but since they had won, it must mean that one of the 50 Reapers had finally succeeded with one-hit kill. Even if you were expecting it, it wasn't an attack that could be dodged. And unless you had some way to counter it, your death was only a matter of time. Nair's other subordinates were about to move forward, but he stopped them with a raise of his hand. "Hey, Galin, what was that? What happened? I told you that we're going to skip the tedious talk. You're next." Nair was 10 steps away from me, so even if I ran to him and swung my sword, he would be able to dodge me easily. However, that was still better than fighting with words. And so I dashed forward and swung my sword down in an attempt to cut him in half. I didn't know why, but Nair's movements had become sluggish. But judging from his wide eyes and expression of surprise, he was not on his guard. Still, it was almost too slow. My blade was about to reach him, and yet he wasn't guarding or attacking. Then all I had to do was split him right open. My arms felt the sensation of hitting something. Before I knew it, I had passed Nair. "Whoa, Galin, you really did it now." Nair had been split in half. Well, he immediately reconnected his body, but I had seen it for a second. His body had been in 2 pieces. Had I cut him? I must have, I felt it. But how? When I turned around, I saw a streak of blood dripping down from Nayer's forehead. Yes, I had cut him. Galin, ooh. Lord Nayer, we should retreat for now. It must have been his adjutant. He picked up Nayer and jumped away. And in the blink of an eye, they all vanished into the depths of the forest. It was so quick. The entire wild hunt was now gone, even the ones who had been right in front of me. They were known to appear out of nowhere and then vanish without a trace. It was no wonder. I knew that after witnessing it with my own eyes. It would be impossible to detect people like them in advance, and once they escaped, you could not chase after them. As I thought about such things, my body suddenly stopped moving, and I could hear a horrible ringing in my ears. Damn it. I'm going to faint, but by the time it occurred to me, my consciousness was closed in darkness. Chapter 176. Nayer Wild Hunt. Really, what was that? It wasn't Galen's movement. It shouldn't be. Lord Nayer, please calm down. The others will gather here soon. Don't you think it's strange? That wasn't right. Lord Nayer, while we are away from the battlefield, this is still Demon King Troutzard's territory. It will be very dangerous if the enemy notices us. Do you want to fight the Demon King's army here? That's true, but... Nayer's voice became less high-pitched as he calmed down. They were currently within a forest that was quite far from the place they had fought Galin. His adjutant had brought him here after he had been badly wounded by Galen's sword. I wonder when Galin started to change. It was at some point during the fight with the Ghost General. His movements have improved visibly, and that was strange. Strength and speed of movement was affected by the amount of mana that flowed through your muscles. That was why vampires, who appeared to be small on the outside, were able to have monstrous strength within. But those movements shouldn't have been possible with Galen's mana level. Galin sometimes does the most amusing things, but I don't like it when my predictions turn out to be wrong. In fact, I wanted to eliminate him this time, as he was an uncertainty. What should I do if it ruins my plan? About that, Lord Nayer. If things continue like this, you will have to reconsider your plan. Huh, why is that? That wound, Lord Nayer. You are currently using an immense amount of mana to heal that wound. That's true, but I could have this healed by tomorrow if I try hard enough. If you do, your mana will still be low. And if you fight, the wound will likely resurface. You will be exposing your weakness to the enemy. More importantly, it's possible that the secret will get out. You might be right about that. Aside from the healing ability that all vampires had, Nayer had the special ability, Transcend Recovery. If it was something like just reattaching a severed arm, the normal healing ability would be enough. But in Nayer's case, he was able to use mana to heal what would have been a mortal wound. In fact, Nayer had once used this ability to return after practically being turned into dust. However, as he had used too much mana in order to recover, he did not have enough to maintain his existence. And so, he used his life force instead. He had used the life force of the long-living vampires, and finally he was able to return in the form of a child. Nayer did not have much longer to live, less than 100 years. He had already lived for so long. There was only one way he could extend his life now, and that was to evolve into an elder vampire. That's why he became the subordinate of Lesser Demon King Melvis, the only person in this world who had succeeded in becoming an elder vampire. He was searching for a way, but it felt like his life might run out first. In a panic, Nayer ignored the possibility of others becoming suspicious and searched boldly until he found Melvis's journal. Melvis had started writing it when he was just a vampire, and he had continued to write it after becoming an elder vampire. In that case, the secret must be inside of it. And so Nayer had made a gamble. And he had won. What you needed in order to become an elder vampire, it was a magic stone from a demon king, the Orb of Control, and a life stone from a resident of the celestial world. But as of now, Nayer was not confident that he could beat any of the 8 great demon kings. And so he had no choice but to target a newly made demon king. Of course, things would not move that conveniently for him. And so he had to move things himself, causing wars and destruction so that a new demon king would be born. And now, that plan was being threatened. Yes, I can't have others know about my Transcend Recovery. They will connect it to the previous incident. You are someone who is supposed to have died already. If they know, you will not be able to escape again. That's right, but maybe if it's just a little. Can you really beat a demon king without going all out? No. In that case, it might be best to postpone your plan. Even I can tell that your mana has been greatly reduced. He could not argue with that. Damn you, Galin. I curse you. Still, I cannot understand how he was able to cut a vampire in half in one stroke. Exactly, he was cheating. Is he really an ogre? He definitely is. His mana has gone up a lot, but he's still an ogre. I wouldn't get that wrong. But Galin, he uses some strange moves, and yes, that sword. What about the sword? General Farnes tricked me. It really is a deep-sea dragon sword. But it's using the tailbone. The tailbone of a deep-sea dragon? Do you mean that dragon with multiple heads? Shouldn't it be the neck bone? Yes, she didn't tell me that it was something that rare. Melvis must have killed it. No, even he wouldn't have been able to do it. He must have just cut off its tail. But I don't know how. Cut off its tail? He must have been very powerful. He's an elder vampire. Damn it, I've been had. Of course, Galin would become stronger if he has such a sword. It was no wonder that Nair was so angry. Deep-sea dragons usually lived at the very bottom of the demon world sea. They would sometimes come out and attack if there was prey near the surface. It could be someone swimming or a ship. They had multiple heads which could attack simultaneously. No one knew just how big they were, but it was at least dozens of kilometers in length. In the first place, it could easily sink ships with just the head that stuck out of the water. However, there were a number of brave heroes who had cut off the heads of the deep-sea dragon in the past. The heads did regrow after some time, but that was not particularly unusual in the demon world. The important part was what they did with the severed head. The bones were incredibly strong and were used as materials for weapons and armor. The only thing Nair had heard from Farnes was that she had made a gift out of the deep-sea dragon sword, and so Nair had assumed that it was made from the neckbone. After all, no hero had succeeded in cutting off the tail up until now. The tail was much too hard. Nair had once fought against someone who used a weapon made of the bones of a deep-sea dragon, and it had felt completely different compared to this time. With great weapons, the wielder had to draw out the power that slept within, but even with that considered, it was too different this time. He had been cleaved into two so easily. It would not have been possible with an ordinary deep-sea dragon sword. He knew that, and so Nair was angry. His plans would have to be greatly delayed. Chapter 177. Meralda's Army, Independent Unit, Dial. I am Dial the Rock Lion, the leader of this independent unit under General Meralda. We had participated in the battle against Demon King Janius by guarding the rear of the main army. I now looked at the battlefield, which had started to become quiet, and let out a sigh of relief. Apparently, it had ended in our victory. Demon King Janius's army had been quite impressive, as it had been led by Fonval, the Dragon Eater. They outnumbered us, and in spite of the fact that they would have rushed to attack us, they had proper equipment and well-trained soldiers. Clearly, they had been waiting for the right time to attack Troutzard's lands. As for this chief, Fonval, he was Janius's corps commander. A huge four-legged beast with a big mouth. The outside of his body was so hard that it might as well have been iron. The protection around his neck was especially tough, and could repel the fangs of a dragon. On the other hand, it was said that they would not let go once they bit you with their great jaw and sharp fangs. It was with this weapon that they tore out the throats of dragons. But even after the battle started, Fonval was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it was because of this that we were able to push the enemy back, even though we had fewer men. Things moved especially quickly once General Meralda joined in. If they continued that way, then victory was all but assured. But that sentiment didn't last long, because the situation changed suddenly. Fonval's corps, which had been hidden up until now, had finally appeared. As we were behind Meralda's army, we couldn't tell what was going on, but we could hear the noise and knew that something had happened. From what I heard later, General Meralda had left orders and then headed out alone. While it was to hunt down Fonval, it still seemed reckless. Dragons were strong, and they were big. Most other races would tremble when they saw a dragon in their original form. And when dragons fought, it didn't matter if the people around were friend or foe. The battlefield would be strewn with bodies of the dead, like moments after a disaster. This was why General Meralda avoided turning into a dragon, but this time was different. So, that's a flying dragon. I had heard someone mutter. The general had turned into a dragon and headed towards Fonville. She had risen suddenly into the sky and then shot back down. This was likely in consideration of her men. Had she flown right through them, the shockwaves alone would have caused so much destruction. Of course, we did more than just watch. We had to fight the enemy that came through the forest and attacked us from behind. However, the battle ended before we even finished fighting. This was because the battle between General Meralda and Fonville had become more intense. Even a corps commander could die easily if caught up in a battle between lesser demon kings. That's how big the difference in power was. From what I heard, when it came to battles between demon kings, even lesser demon kings could die in the aftershock. There was always someone stronger. I hoped that I would never have to witness a fight between two great demon kings. In any case, getting too close to the general when she was fighting would mean your death. And so we had no choice but to run, but on the way, I sensed a suspicious presence. Now that I think about it, there were probably other groups that were spying on the battlefield as well. This one just happened to be close to us. It was bad luck, for both sides, and once I called them out, they gave up and revealed themselves. As for who appeared, it was the leader of the wild hunt, Nair the vampire, and the rest of his company. Nair was Galin's former superior. He had recently been working in the dark to the west. According to the rumors, Nair's name was already on the tablet of control. In other words, he was a lesser demon king, just like General Meralda. Nair admitted to lighting the fire that led Demon King Janius's army here. And then he set his ghost generals on us. They were powerful enemies. Ghost generals were not an enemy that you could defeat without magic. And yet, Galin seemed determined to do it. Even Nair had said that they had been chosen specifically for Galin. At first, I wondered why he was so cautious over a mere ogre, but then I remembered what Galin had done to the Macaras that were borrowed from the general. Perhaps Galin was the type of person who made the impossible possible. My own battle against the ghost general was evenly matched. All things considered, perhaps my opponent was slightly above me. However, I was able to use my experience in battle to gain the upper hand and win. I hadn't served as General Meralda's corps commander for years without learning anything. When I looked to see how the others were doing, I saw that another of the ghost generals had been taken down by the Reapers, who used one-hit kill. It was their special ability. I had been told that it was the reason that Reapers were persecuted, so it was odd to see them use it here. In fact, if I were their superior, I would not want subordinates who could kill others with a single ability. After all, it could be used for Gecko Kujio. Only the thing that would await you was just a merciless death. Galin seemed to have them under complete control, and that was very odd. But he would surely die the moment that they went against him. Speaking of Galin, he was still fighting the ghost general alone, which was a surprise, as I had expected him to be a clump of meat at that point. Not only that, but he seemed to have the advantage. There were vampires lying on the ground, so they must have helped him in some way, but the fact that he was still alive now showed that he was no ordinary ogre. It made sense now that Nair had been so cautious towards Galin. Was he really an ogre? It was when I thought this that his movements suddenly changed. His physical abilities were suddenly something that shouldn't have been possible with an ogre's mana level. And the last hit, I couldn't see it. Even with my eyes, I could not even see the afterimage. So you are saying that Galin cut Nair, the leader of the wild hunt, in half? Yes, there's no doubt about it. General Meralda returned after the battle. After losing their leader, Fonville's army scattered and fled back to their own country. The pain serpent had been crushed under Meralda's weight. It lay dead on the battlefield, its guts hanging out. As for the evil djinn, it had been annihilated by Minish's magic. Similarly, Halm had carved up the twin beast with its hyena and wolf heads. The death of all these was what brought the enemy army to its knees. Minish was currently leading soldiers and chasing after the retreating enemy. Minish had magic that covered a wide area, which meant it was easy for her to accidentally hit her own men. But that wouldn't be a problem now, as she was at the head of a pursuit battle. At least, I told myself this. And then there was General Meralda, who crushed Fonville the Dragon Eater. And she had done it without taking much damage at all. Apparently, he had actually managed to tear off a bit of her elbow, but she had already healed by the time she returned. Dragons were filled with vitality and could do such things easily. And so I had to explain what had happened to the general, but I was having trouble when it came to Galin. After all, describing to her what I saw was just not good enough. It was something that was too fast for a rock lion to follow, so how could I explain it? And how is Galin now? He has yet to awaken. Your explanation does not tell me much. I thought it would be the case. I didn't expect her to understand. In the demon world, a person's strength did not change that easily. There are reports of Nair killing a few other lesser demon kings, and yet Galin cut him in half. Is something happening that exceeds our imaginations? I have never heard of such a thing happening. In any case, I will leave Galin like this until he wakes up. Yes, that would probably be for the best. I am going to head west. You should stay here for a while. I understand. Please be careful, General. I will be leaving many behind, so I'm counting on you. Yes. The wounded would be left here. General Meralda would not even be taking half of her men. I too would heal my wounds here and wait for Galen's recovery. Perhaps I'll be able to understand what happened if he regains consciousness. Chapter 178. Galin. Where am I? It was a world that was entirely white. There was some kind of white fog all the way up to my knees. Even when I walked, I couldn't see anything ahead of me. I didn't even know if there was an end to any of this. Don't tell me that this is the afterlife. Had I lost the fight? I tried to think back on it, but had no memories of my final moments. Yes, I was quite sure that I was fighting a powerful enemy, but that was it. It was as if there was a lock on the rest of it. As I continued to walk, a figure appeared in the distance. Hey, wait, tell me where I am, I said as I ran towards it. It turned out to be an ogre youth just like me, and he was familiar as well, but I couldn't recall any names. I should know it. Who was this person? But the feeling was not mutual, and the ogre stared at me suspiciously. What? Who are you? Me, Galin, an ogre. It was probably someone from my village. I couldn't remember his name, but the face was familiar. Don't be stupid. I'm Galin. In the first place, you're not even an ogre. Just look at that sickly body of yours. What, do you want me to bash your head in? It had been a while since an ogre last picked a fight with me. Didn't he know this? How interesting. No one has challenged me for so long. You're an odd one, you are. He was talking like me now. No, wait. Something was strange. I thought you looked familiar. Do you look like me? What do you mean? No, you do look like me. What the hell? We looked at each other closely. I thought he looked like me, but there were slight differences. Apparently, he felt the same way. I'm Galin. I'm also Galin. So you're me. I'm me, so you're me. I finally understood it. That was why we looked alike. And apparently my body was no longer that of an ogre. I looked down as it hit me. This was the body I had as a human. Hey, you, let's talk. I've always wanted to talk to you. In other words, I'm the soul that was fished out from the pot, and you are the ogre whose soul I was stuck to. And then we reincarnated as an ogre. Do you understand? After we talked, we tried to organize all of the information we had. Why is it you, and not me who is usually on the surface? It was a good question. It was an ogre body, so it was strange that the human soul should be the one with control. However, I was sure that there was a reason for it. I believe it's because the size of the soul was too big for the body. That had nearly caused our death during childhood. After all, it was two souls when the body hadn't been fully formed yet. Back then, our body had been screaming. While we were saved by slowly increasing the capacity of the soul, we would have died otherwise. I see. So the body would not have been able to stand it if I was out there first. Exactly. It must have been some kind of defensive instinct in the body. I think that if you had come out while we were a child, our body would have exploded. It won't happen anymore, but even still, the body was not enough for two souls. I see. I understand what you're saying, so what is happening to us now? That's what I want to know, but we're probably just souls. Considering where we are, perhaps this is inside of the body. I see. It feels strange, but I'm glad that I was able to talk to you. Me too. We're two people using the same body. We're not strangers, but not family either. What is our relationship, I wonder? It's too complicated for me to understand. That's true. Regardless, I just thought of the perfect name. What? Soul brothers? What do you think? Soul brothers, huh? It's not bad. All right, from today, you and I are soul brothers. Let's shake on it, soul brother. It was a firm handshake, Meralda. Thanks to the efforts of my subordinates, we succeeded in defeating Demon King Janius's army. Minish was currently pursuing those that escaped. It would be open season for those hunters until the enemy reached the border. That damn dragon eater. Clearly, they could not spare any soldiers outside of the invasion force. Regardless, Minish had been given orders to do her worst. It didn't matter how much the enemy would hate us later. The problem was the West. It was as chaotic as ever. We had received word that Lesser Demon King Eunice was going around and wreaking havoc. However, it had apparently started because the surrounding countries had been antagonizing Eunice. Still, this sounded strange to me. Which countries had started it? Lesser Demon King Chiral and Lesser Demon King Listoris had already been defeated, and so both were very busy with rebuilding. It was the same with the other countries. So who had done it? And what reason could they have for attacking Eunice's country? Well, there's no point in talking about that right now. The battle was still being waged, and this country would feel the effects. Soldiers that had already been dispatched found it difficult to distinguish friend from foe in the current situation. All the countries were suspicious and hostile against one another now. If we tried to bring an end to the warring, we would only find ourselves the next target. It really was the end. At this point, it was better to intervene with their own army so that they could control the direction that things would be headed in. Lesser Demon King Eunice's army is retreating. That was unexpected news. Retreating? What's the situation? We do not know, it was so sudden. What's happening in the country? It must be something big for them to call back their troops. Indeed. Helm was listening next to her and agreed. Well, never mind. If Eunice's army is not around, then we should prioritize the stability of the surrounding area. Go and tell that to Oak. Surely Oak would be able to deal with it. It had been the most vicious of battles, but the situation would be quite different with Eunice's retreat. Where will you be headed? Ralph is the closest. I will go there. Understood. We would change directions and head to a different battlefield. Ahead of us. I bring news, General. Lesser Demon King Monin has started to retreat. First Eunice and now Monin's army. What the hell is happening? Chapter 179. Galin X2. So, what do we do now? I didn't have any ideas. In the first place, what do we have to do to get out of here? He didn't know either. I considered the situation. This was some unknown space that was covered in white mist. I didn't even know how we got here. And of course, I had no idea how we could get out. Why don't we just try moving? I guess so. And so we just started walking. Walking and walking. Hey you, we've walked quite a while now, haven't we? In fact, how much time do you think passed? I don't know. I'm not hungry and I don't feel tired. And how can I tell how much time has passed if I don't even feel sleepy? Still, it feels like it's been days, doesn't it? While it was difficult to tell the passage of time, it did feel like we had moved far enough for several days to have passed. Yeah, and we've run out of things to talk about. We had used the time to share information with each other. However, we were all out of subjects now, so we just walked silently. In the first place, our conversation didn't last very long. Even though our souls were different, it felt like I was just talking to myself. It started to feel unnecessary. Perhaps we had started to become similar. It was strange. Ahem. Yeah, I noticed. The mist was twisting up ahead. We had gotten bored of this world, which seemed to have no change, and so we started running towards it without saying anything. Is it a hole? It's a hole, all right. But what's that? There is some kind of whirlpool near the bottom. What do you think it is? An exit? No, it can't be that. It looked like some kind of gigantic washing machine. Only instead of clothes, the white mist was being sucked into it. The other me suddenly looked like he remembered something. This nostalgic feeling, I can feel it. It's the demon world. The demon world? You mean the demon world that we live in? It was a place that was like a post-apocalyptic world where the fighting never ended. It was not inside of a washing machine. I can't explain it well, but we can reach the demon world if we go through here. Perhaps it's something that only I can understand. There may be things that only an ogre's soul would know. So this hole is the exit then. An exit, or a passage leading to the demon world. It was just a feeling, and he found it difficult to describe it to me. Well, never mind, so we can jump into it to reach the demon world, eh? but I don't really like the idea of jumping inside. I think, would you trust me? Now that was a difficult question. If you say that it is, then of course I'll trust you. But it's a whirlpool, aren't you scared? I don't know. I am scared to jump down, but it's not because I don't believe you. I just don't like heights. But there was no point in staying here. All right, then I'll jump in first, and if it looks dangerous, don't come in after me. Search for a different way. Also, if that does happen, please take care of our body. Don't be stupid. We're going to jump in together. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous or not. We're the same mind and body. No, 2 minds and 1 body. I wasn't afraid of dying if we were together. That's how much experience we shared. I see, then let's jump in together, soul brother. We live and die together, soul brother. And so shoulder to shoulder, we jumped into the hole. The white mist stuck and clung to our bodies like glue. My feet, torso, head, and face. It covered my eyes, and all I saw was a dream of a faraway past. Ha, you really are the son of that bastard, so reckless. The dojo master was standing there, still so young. He was thin, and his face and body were almost sickly, but his physique was really the result of intense training. All day long, the dojo master walked around in his uniform. Once I started teaching, he became lazy and wore normal clothes, so this was when he was still in his prime. And then a familiar scene appeared before me. Street stalls during a night festival. It was somewhere near a shrine. And on the ground were thugs or yakuza, I wasn't sure. Then I remembered the rest of the scene. Some kid was shouting about how this thug was a villain who stole allowance money from children. It seemed like anything could happen back then. It didn't matter how old you were. One might have ignored the kid, but I suppose the thugs were in a bad mood. They were running around and chasing the kids, knocking them down with fists. I had just happened to be nearby and got caught up in it and was hit before I could react. Yes, I was so angry that I challenged them again. At the time, I hadn't even turned 10 years old yet. I charged into the yakuzas and was beaten up. They would have continued to beat me even after I had lost consciousness, but that's when the dojo master found them. That's how they ended up on the ground. It was from that point that I really started to respect the dojo master. Up until then, he was just that dirty-looking guy who happened to be a friend of my mom, and now I saw him as incredibly strong. And so I took my lessons seriously after that. If you're really serious, why don't you become my apprentice? Given your parent, you might just prove to be useful. I didn't know what he meant by that, but I agreed. Though there was one condition. I'll be teaching you things that you can't use during matches, and so you can't show them to anyone. Only use them if you have to kill. It was under those ominous conditions that I learned many things that were not taught in the dojo. But I had to wonder, where the hell would I ever use any of these techniques? Why was he teaching me this? I could not help but think about it. I didn't realize it would come in handy here. Life really is unpredictable. The dojo master had so many skills and had created many original techniques, but his true nature was that of a sloth. Still, thanks to him, I was able to survive in the demon world. He taught me well, especially with the sword. We started with ancient Japanese techniques, and then other styles involving great swords that I would surely never have the opportunity to use. And then, of course, how to stab someone's vitals in one hit with a short sword. Everything I learned back then continued to live within me. I don't recognize this ceiling. It was still a tent, but had a sophisticated beauty. Sir Galin, you're awake. I heard a voice near my ear. Ah, Rig, you shrunk. He was smaller, Rig was smaller. You jest, it's you who have gotten bigger, Sir Galin. What's me? I sat up. Indeed, my vision seemed to be set higher than usual, and though I had been sleeping all of this time, my body felt light. When I stood up, the ceiling felt very low. The entrance was also small. Did I really? I really got bigger. Yes, you suddenly started growing, and you also got thicker. I was very surprised. I could tell by comparing myself to Rig. I was around 1.5 times taller now. What's happening to me? I believe, sir, that you have evolved. However, I don't know what it is that you evolved into. Evolved? Me. Now that I thought of it, I was told that I would evolve as I continued to defeat high-ranking monsters. However, an ogre was supposed to evolve into a high ogre. I'm hungry. As soon as I said this, my stomach growled loudly. I'll prepare some food immediately. Thanks, I'm starving. I think I'm going to die. Right away, sir. Rig dashed out of the tent. He really was a capable adjutant. As for me, what have I evolved into? It was just as I thought this, it appeared in my mind. Susanoo no Makoto. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 180. Near the border, Meralda. Why are they retreating, and so suddenly? I just can't understand it. Meralda listened to the reports that kept coming in, and tried to think of a reason for the retreat. But she could not think of a single logical explanation. Perhaps by coincidence, something happened in each country that made it necessary. No, that cannot be it. The more she knew about the situation, the more abnormal it all appeared. This large-scale war. It had started when several countries had invaded Lesser Demon King Eunice's borders. 4 countries had invaded at almost the same time. However, each invasion was on a small scale. And so Lesser Demon King Eunice had determined that he could fight back and sent out his soldiers. But as soon as a battle was to begin, the enemy retreated, or so it seemed. And then each country suddenly became very active. Reinforcements would be sent, they would fight each other, or they would boldly invade Eunice's territory. Lesser Demon King Eunice had to move his great army in order to put a stop to it, and he had already won a few victories. But at that point, all 5 countries were in a chaotic war, and it was no longer just Eunice against the others. Chaos brought forth more chaos. Eunice's army could not retreat, but were forced to fight battle after battle, and were getting closer and closer to Troutzard's territory. Things were getting dangerous near the borders, and it was impossible to determine which country was fighting which country. In fact, it seemed like most countries were now ready to attack anyone that was not from their own army. They would chase you if you ran, and borders were easily crossed. At this point, Meralda knew that this war would not be settled peacefully. And so she decided to rank the countries by priority and try to control at least some of the chaotic battlefields. Meralda gave 2 orders to the army on the front lines. The first was to destroy any army that came into their territories. There was no doubt that they would want to fight if left alone. And so their time within the country should be kept as brief as possible. The other order was about what they should do if a demon king was about to be born. In other words, if any of the countries seemed like they were getting too powerful, they were to crush them. And if it was too much for them, they were to call for Meralda at once. If a demon king were to be born now, it would greatly affect the stability of the west side. And so it didn't matter how much their neighbors might hate them for it. It must be stopped at all costs. As for the person who was currently the closest to becoming a demon king, Lesser Demon King Eunice, they were to keep an eye on his army at all times. His successes just seemed to continue, and she was getting worried that an intervention would be necessary very soon. And that was when he suddenly withdrew his troops. It was no wonder that she became suspicious. Still, this means that it ends with all of the destruction on his own lands alone. He had gone out because they attacked him, but now he was leaving without settling things. She doubted that it was his original plan, but he had still been the first to withdraw his soldiers. And it's not just him. The others are withdrawing like a wave. I'll continue to have them watched, but it seems like I can return to the main camp now. For now, the region around the border was stable again. Of course, things might light up again, but it would be difficult now that they've already retreated. But more importantly, Meralda was worried about Demon King Janius's army. Out of the soldiers she left on the battlefield, only a small portion of them could fight. And so, she felt that it was necessary to reunite with them as soon as possible. Demon King Janius is still a bigger threat than these lesser demon kings. I should return. Meralda decided. Galin. Susanoo no Makoto was what appeared in my mind. Apparently, it was what this new race was called. An origin. As it was a special evolution, there was no ogre at the end. If I were to have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, then we would be established as our own race. I had heard that it was easier for low-ranking races like ogres to evolve. But wasn't it supposed to be more difficult to undergo a special evolution? The high rankers were usually fewer in number. That's why they had higher chances of evolving. Besides, the highest-ranking monsters were practically origins to begin with. Sir Galin, I've brought you some food. Ah, thank you, Rig. It's nothing, sir. I've asked them to bring more as well, so you'll have plenty to eat. Thanks. You have used a lot of mana in order to create this body. You must recover it quickly, or you will dry up. And so I've prepared in case you need to eat all day. Right. I was a little stunned by his enthusiasm. I didn't remember him being quite this reliable before. I talked to Rig as I ate. Apparently, not only was my body creaking loudly as I grew in my sleep, but my mana had been decreasing visibly. And so Rig immediately understood that I was using my mana to recreate my body. Residents of the demon world wouldn't understand if I told them about it, but there was something called the law of the conservation of energy. Perhaps this was the reason that you couldn't evolve until you stored a certain amount of mana. If that's true, it would explain why I didn't evolve sooner, even though it should have been possible. I had already finished my 4th bowl by the time that I muttered this. That must be one of the reasons. Your mana will not increase unless you make it so that your body can withstand the increase. However, you need to store an incredible amount of mana in order to change your body. Quite the contradiction there. It was like saying that a cup needed 2 cups worth of water in order to evolve into a bucket. In that case, there was no way for the cup to ever evolve. Ah, I see. So that's why it was immediately after the fight. You acquired mana after defeating an enemy. You absorbed it, temporarily increasing the amount of water. Of course, since the water could not be contained in the vessel, it started to leak out slowly. However, perhaps evolution would be possible if you used the increased water to make the vessel larger. It seemed more like some kind of mysterious phenomenon than evolution, but I suppose it was close enough to the truth. Rig, sorry, but I need you to bring me more food, twice as much as this. I'm still starving. Why, yes, sir. It felt like it was disappearing as soon as I ate it. Apparently, I would have to continue eating for a long while. Hey, Galin, so you really did wake up. And I heard that you've been eating your weight in food. You're like a bug. It was the 2nd day of constant eating. Seifo and Becca came to visit me. I lightly hit Becca for being rude, and she went flying out of the tent. Ouch. Galin's ridiculous strength has only gotten worse. You're the one who is ridiculous, both in personality and strength. Yes, his mana level has increased. It must be 3 times as much as before. Really? I can't even tell myself. It is that much, and judging by the size of your arms, you must be 5 times stronger. Can you really tell? Well, Becca was not trustworthy when it came to such things, so I remained skeptical. By the way, Galin, they said that there are too many wounded here, so they can't move the camp. Well, there's just been a war, and many would be in critical condition. And, while residents of the demon world were tough, the enemy's attacks were also incredibly powerful. People still died and were badly injured. Minish's army chased after the enemy that escaped, but there are still remnants of the scattered enemy in the area. And what about Minish? They chased the others all the way to the border and are staying there. People were always watching the border. Perhaps they meant to intimidate the enemy with their stares, plant fear in their hearts so they would not think to invade again. And so, we received a message saying that we should be wary and expect sporadic attacks from the enemy. I see. Well, if they scattered, then they shouldn't be too much of a threat. Still, I'll keep that in mind. Well, I told you now. See you later, Galin. It's mealtime. Be thankful for us and eat a lot. As if you even made it. Seifo shook his head sadly, and Becca cackled as they left the tent. I was a little concerned about these remnants of the enemy army, but right now, I had to eat in order to survive. And so I picked up my bowl and asked for more. Chapter 181. 2 more days passed after that. I was just as hungry as ever, but felt restless if I didn't move. I'm going to get some exercise. Yes, Sir Galin, I'll have some food prepared for when you get back. I could tell just by moving a little. My power had increased. Maybe more than I could make any use of. Oh, Galin, are you finally finished eating then? Seifo walked towards me with his weapons. He was surrounded in leaves and vines, so he must have been patrolling the forest. I feel like I have too much energy now. First you had people bring food to you nonstop, and now it's fighting, eh? Well then, why not me? With Seifo, the difference in size was similar to an adult and a child. But even then, Seifo was one of the toughest of ogres. All right, let's do it. You can use that weapon and try your hardest. I'll fight you with my bare hands. You sure sound confident. All right, I won't hold back then. As if you ever do. Did he forget the last few hundred times he challenged me? Good, then I'll give you a good beating. Seifo said as he held up his 2 clubs. Apparently, he had been practicing dual-wielding them. Ag. With just the slightest delay between right and left, the metal clubs came flying towards me. It was a pretty thought-out way to fight. The old me would have dodged them before rushing in and putting him in a lock, or I would bash one of his weak spots. I'll just get hit. GN. It was hard to believe that the metallic ring had come from my own body, and like that, the metal club bounced off. I was not damaged at all. Damn, you're hard. Yeah, I'm surprised as well. What happened to my muscles? When I moved my arms, they almost seemed to creak. It reminded me of those wire ropes. A long time ago, I had seen a hanging-type elevator, and my arms looked like the thick wires they had used. Apparently, my muscles had become ridiculously hard without me realizing it. Clang, clang, gong. Every time Seifo swung his metal clubs, they bounced right off of my muscles. There was a different sound depending on where he hit. I now knew that evolution meant that my body had been strengthened to a degree that I would never have imagined. All right, now it's my turn. I raised my fist, meaning only to punch him lightly, but... Seifo was gone. No, I had gone right past him. You shot right past me at an incredible speed. I was just trying to bridge the gap, but went too far. As I was only just within range of his clubs, I had to move a few steps closer. And since I was ready to fight in both mind and body, I had not been able to control my movement. It was quite shocking. Seifo's attacks continued, but this time I tried dodging. Wah, what are you doing? Galin. It's hard to move. I had only meant to dodge Seifo's attack, but ended up running far away. So it wasn't just attacks. I couldn't control myself when dodging as well. Am I weaker? While I was faster now, it had become impossible to move with any precision. It was terribly difficult to fight. It was like playing a really old game on the latest computer. Moving the character and camera felt so quick that it was just harder to use. And I'm hungry. I was assaulted by unbearable hunger. And so I decided to return to the tent. It seemed less about being inefficient and more about still not having the necessary amount of mana. I thought about it all as I ate. I would surely get used to moving eventually. And until then, I just had to keep forcing myself. Getting an upgrade is nice, but there's no point if you can't use it. I wonder what other people did when they evolved. It was a very simple but important question. My guess was that the evolution was usually more mild, and so there was less to adjust to. However, this time I had evolved into an original species. Evolving while skipping steps was bound to be disorienting. But why me? Usually I would have turned into a high ogre. I had been expecting it if I were ever to evolve. Is it because of that world in the mist? What was that anyway? Let's think about it. As both me and the other me were there, it was likely inside of the soul. After all, we were two souls that had been stuck together. It is said that the soul is inside of the vessel, so perhaps we were inside of the vessel. Yes, things were coming together nicely. My power of reasoning was not to be underestimated. I once read through a whole series of detective comics when I was in Japan. In that case, it's not like the vessel is filled with the soul, but that the world filled with mist was the vessel, and the soul is floating inside of it. From the outside, we looked like a single soul inside of the vessel. But once inside, we existed as separate entities. And so, maybe that's why the other me is able to come out, as if our personalities have switched. I'm on a roll with this reasoning thing. In that case, the problem is that hole. There was a whirlpool inside that was sucking in the mist. I knew it once I was inside. It was a whirlpool of mana. It was the source of my power. Because it was a hole, you would think it was the outside of the vessel, but it was actually still part of it. It was said that you absorbed mana when you ate, and that the soul vessel expanded when you defeated enemies, so perhaps that's where the mana is stored. The whirlpool seemed to move without end. And while the mana didn't go out of the hole, it stuck to us as soon as we got in. Perhaps it was a part of the mana I had been storing all along. And when I evolved, it became a part of me. It kind of reminds me of prize money in sumo wrestling. If you win at sumo and receive the prize money, the sumo society takes half of it and returns it to the wrestler upon retirement, after deducting a fee. When you take in mana, half of it becomes a part of you immediately, while the other is pooled away for future evolution. It must be something like that. The soul vessel must be something very complicated and mysterious. It wasn't just something that simply contained the soul. So that hole, it must be the entrance to the mana that had been pooled. When you evolve, a hole opens in the wall. Perhaps that hole appears once you fulfill the requirements for evolution. It would all make sense then. When I jumped into the hole and the mana started to stick to me, Rig was watching my real body undergo a change. The other me had said that the demon world was beyond the hole. Going through it had brought me back, in other words, the place in the mist was like a drawing room. While it was still vague, I was able to come up with a satisfying explanation for it all. Not bad if I do say so myself. What were you supposed to do when you solved a mystery? Say your signature phrase? There was one in the manga I had read. In the name of my uncle, I've solved all the mysteries. No, that's not right. It wasn't his uncle. My memory was sometimes foggy when it came to the past. It was some other relative, I think. Oh, that's right. The culprit is Grandpa. No, that's not right either. In fact, that wasn't the line at all. It was something else. A real catchy phrase. Grandpa's body and Uncle's brain. Yeah, something like that. Note, the manga being referenced in this chapter is the Kindaichi Case Files. Chapter 182. Early the next morning, things were rowdy right outside of the tent. When I went out, I saw that soldiers were running around. It was clearly something important. What is it? The Maida scouts discovered the remnants of the enemy fighting force. Some of the soldiers on patrol are already fighting. Enemy soldiers. But I heard that they hadn't seen any up until yesterday. We believed that they were moving during the night. The soldier then said he had other reports to make and left, so the enemy was targeting us. This camp was filled with wounded. Our scout should have been keeping a tight watch, and yet the enemy seemed to have come out of nowhere. This is bad. How many of our soldiers can even fight? If we can't move them, then we'll have to intercept the enemy. General Meralda had taken her army to the west, saying that things were tense near the border. And so there were not many soldiers who could fight. Minish and her army would probably return when they found out, but who knew when that would be? There were many wounded, and the camp was large. We don't have enough men to protect everyone, so what can we do? I half expected the others to make a run for it, but this was clearly not acceptable for most of them. After all, quite a few of the casualties had come from my own corps. A number of the Reapers had been badly hurt after getting close to the Ghost General in order to attack it with one-hit kill, and their injuries were currently being treated. It was fortunate that Dial remained. We can either prepare to fight back as we wait for reinforcements, or we can go in and finish this quickly. While I had just evolved, I was in no state to fight. Currently, I could be active for about as long as the other me. This was mostly due to how quickly I became hungry. If I don't eat after moving, I feel like I'm going to starve to death. I wish they would have given us a little more time before attacking again. I looked at our camp. They had rebuilt it to be stronger than before. Perhaps we could withstand a siege, but what would they do? Sir Galin, we're under attack. So they're here. We weren't even given enough time to think. Magic attacks are coming from far away. Go find some cover. What are our friends doing? They have yet to move. I guess they are waiting with their shields raised. I'm sure they'll move as soon as the enemy gets close. We might get surrounded then. The remaining enemy soldiers would be after our wounded. They will not be attacking us in great numbers. They had invaded a demon king's country. They wouldn't want to retreat without accomplishing anything. This attack was likely being led by some ambitious commander or corps commander who wished to make a name for themselves. They had gathered the remaining soldiers under their command and launched an attack. It was rather impressive. However, their morale should not be very high. Everyone always wanted to go home after losing. I decided our strategy. All right, we'll make this a short fight. I'm going to kill their leader. So Rig. Yes, I'll lead the others. No, they'll likely fight on their own. More importantly, I should be back in the blink of an eye, so have some food prepared for me. Sir. Food. It's very important, so don't forget it. Yes, sir. It didn't matter how many of the enemy I took down. If I didn't eat anything, I would collapse. And so I left it all to Rig. In the meantime, I would go wild at full power. Now, let's go on a little test drive. I jumped over the wall and headed towards the enemy. So Dial's already here. I had seen someone fighting wildly at a distance, and it turned out to be Dial. He used to be General Meralda's corps commander. He was currently my superior, and he was likely the strongest in our camp. It also seemed like we thought alike. Perhaps he too was hungry and wanted to eat as soon as possible. Did I even need to come? I asked, No, they're actually quite difficult to fight, and I was starting to get worried. Look. Dial tore apart a black flame wolf and pointed with his jaw. It was a beast that was covered in thorns. What? I've never seen that before. Its hairs are standing up. It's a cat serpent. What looks like thorns is really fur. But they are sharp like needles, and each one carries a venom. That's the worst. So you can't even touch them. Ogres were tough against poison, but there was a limit to our resistance. If it was poison from the high-ranking races, the damage would not be light. That's the boss that is leading the group. The enemy will surely collapse if he's defeated. Are you sure he's the boss? How can you tell? Cat serpents usually have their own kind as subordinates. But these are all black flame wolves, aren't they? Not only that, but the other enemy soldiers all specialize in magic. Yeah, there sure is a lot of magic flying around. Which was bad news for someone with low magic resistance like me. The cat serpents use Flying Needle, which is also called a magic-type killer. The soldiers are likely all magic types because the leader brought them here by force. However, Flying Needle won't work on you, so it's quite convenient. How do you know that it won't work on me? It was poison from a high ranker. The poison from Flying Needle prevents the conversion of mana into magic. If you don't treat it, you'll be in that state for a while. I see, so it is perfect for me. All right, then you take care of the small fry in the area. At first I had thought that its fur was standing up just like a cat, but it was really doing that as a part of its attack. And I also learned that Dial could use magic. He had been hiding it up until now. How shrewd of him. When I moved forward, the cat serpent looked cautious. However, it still didn't shoot its needles. Well, it was actually fur. And since it didn't grow back immediately, it would not be able to defend itself if it fired them off without thinking. Though, it's not like it will make a difference. It was best to use a sword against these kinds of beasts. And so it was a good thing that I brought one. As for its mana level, it was several times higher than Lobo's the Wise Wolf. If Lobo's went against it, he would be crushed by the first attack of its front legs. That being said, mine has also increased. I had Rig check it, and he said that it was 5 times higher than what it used to be. 5 times. I had never heard of someone's mana increasing that much before, and it was quite a shocker. That being said, it was likely still less than this cat serpent. The enemy looked confident that it could win, and moved towards me without balking. Whoa. It suddenly did a forward somersault, and tried to ram into me. Not only that, but it shot out its needles at the same time. A few of them hit me in the shoulder, and just like Dial said, they were not effective. In that case, the rest shouldn't be too much trouble. I held up the hilt of my sword in front of my eyes so that the tip of the blade rested on the ground. Now I was ready. And while I could only attack by swinging upwards from the ground, it was actually the right choice in this instance. The cat serpent kicked the dirt and rotated in the air as it shot towards me. I would be knocked in the air unless I dodged it. Judging by its speed, it would be like getting hit by a bullet train. However, with how I was now, damn it. I must have swung too soon. I didn't feel the impact of my sword going through it. I frantically turned around and saw that the cat serpent had split into 2. It continued to rotate as the 2 pieces separated, and then after a while they finally fell. I got it. But I hadn't felt anything at all. It was as if I had cut through air. I saw it, well, not exactly. But it seems like you cut through it very nicely. Dial said as he stared at the 2 pieces of the fallen cat serpent. He had already finished defeating the others. Their leader is dead, all of you. Kill the rest. Dial's roar echoed across the field. Immediately after, the enemy began to make a panicked retreat. Chapter 183. Demon King Janius's army had invaded and was then defeated. After that, the soldiers that had remained grouped up and attacked us. Normally, such a thing was unthinkable. They had already lost once. There was no way that they could win if they came together and attacked again. Their morale would be low, and since they weren't from the same corps, they would not be able to act together. In other words, their defeat was all but certain. No one would think to do such a thing, so why had they attacked? The person leading them was very ambitious and had a special ability that allowed them to force the others to obey. That, and the fact that we were away. Apparently, it had happened through a series of coincidences. Well, this was the explanation that I was given by the leader of this army and the direct subordinate of Demon King Troutzard, General Meralda. After defeating the enemy, I returned to my tent and immediately got to work eating. I was so hungry that I felt like I would starve to death. I wasn't sure what happened exactly after that, but I heard that Dial managed to take care of the rest. They said that he chased the enemy so that they would run straight towards Minish's army. It was quite a feat. It was during the next day, while the post-battle cleanup was underway, that Meralda's army arrived. Things would have been quite different had they arrived 2 days earlier, but there was nothing that could be done about that now. Were things all right near the border? After defeating Demon King Janius's army, Meralda had headed there with her men, and I hadn't expected them to be back so soon. In fact, I was assuming that the soldiers here would go and join her at the border once they had recovered. It was fine. After all, the enemy has withdrawn. Withdrawn, so the fighting has ended. It's as if someone doesn't want a demon king to be born right now. But only recently, it seemed like it would happen at any moment. So the situation has changed. But it's just so abrupt. Nearly all of the countries withdrew their armies at once. This kind of movement makes you think that someone is controlling things from behind the scenes. I must send someone in order to investigate this. She might have sounded paranoid to some, but I understood what she meant. While she didn't know how, she was certain that someone was behind all of it. And that person did not want a demon king to be born. That's how it was. This had all started because Nair and his wild hunt had killed a lesser demon king. That's what caused all of the chaos in the West. And so Meralda must also suspect that this unnatural development was because of Nair as well. In other words, it wasn't about what each country was doing. What was important was what Nair was planning. Still, it's good that things have settled in the West. I wouldn't be required to fight. This body needed more testing. I was too afraid to use it as is. And so, if it was possible, I wanted to avoid fighting for a while. You would avoid battle after undergoing such a special evolution. If the rights of me and my men are violated in any way, I'll have no mercy. However, I don't care to get involved in battles I have nothing to do with in strange lands. Wasn't that normal? That's one way you are very similar to your master. Do you mean General Farnes? Really, I didn't think so at all. No, the one above her. Ooh, are you talking about Lesser Demon King Melvis? I asked, and Meralda nodded with But then she immediately narrowed her eyebrows. What did that mean? Melvis had been sleeping for hundreds of years. And so not many people were alive who knew him when he was awake. From what I can see, your mana level is 7 times higher than what it used to be. So it's gone up again. Last time it was only 5 times. Now it was 7, it kept going up. That being said, it wasn't stable at all. It would go up a lot and then down a little. This repeated as it slowly climbed higher. I still felt hungry all of the time. Would my mana level keep increasing until that feeling ended? Wait a minute. Did General Meralda just change the subject? I've seen hundreds of evolutions of the lower ranking races before. Their mana might increase by 3 or 4 times if they're lucky. 7 times is unheard of. In my case, I think it'll keep going. I suppose it's because of what you evolved into. By the way, what did you evolve into? Well, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Knowing a person's race meant knowing the limits of their strength and their weaknesses. And of course, their special abilities. And so some would not want to share it with an outsider. I don't mind. It's something I've never heard of before, and there is no information on it. So you are a new type of ogre. How interesting. And what is it called? Susanoo no Mikoto. Susanoo no Mikoto. I've never heard of that either. I didn't think you would. The only Susanoo no Mikoto that I knew of was from Japanese mythology. And since it was the name of a god, I didn't know if it was right for a resident of the demon world to go by it. However, in ancient Japan, they worshipped gods who were destructive and violent, so maybe it didn't matter. Still, Susanoo no Mikoto no, but could it be? By the way, you said that you're still hungry, yes. How much do you eat in a day? About 10 times as much as before. But if I had to eat 20 times as much, I feel as if I could do it. I see, and it's all being converted into mana. How frightening. General, did you just try to change the subject again? Did I? You did. You seemed a little strange when we were talking about King Melvis. Not at all. But you were. Is there something that you can't say? It sounded like it was about my race, and I'd really like to know. As I had grown, I was now looking down at her from quite a height. Of course, I was still much weaker than her, but visually, it might look as if I was threatening her now. Well, who knows? It's true that I changed the subject, but there is a reason that I hesitate to talk. There is, but is it about my race? That too, well, it's really about my master, Demon King Troutzard. What? I will tell you this, as Troutzard and Melvis's lands are connected, they are acquainted with one another. I'm sure they are. They have both lived long, I believe. As for your race, I've heard something from King Troutzard, well, not directly, but it was something about a similar race. And that memory just returned to me, as have others, and since it connects to my master, I'm not sure what to do. I see. So that's why. In that case, I suppose I shouldn't keep asking you about it. I've just had an idea. What if you were to meet with my master? What? If you did, then there would be things that I could tell you. About my master's race, and about Lesser Demon King Melvis, and Lesser High King Yamato, said Meralda, Chapter 184. Go and meet Demon King Troutzard? No, someone like me would surely be killed. Or not. The difference between me and a lesser demon king was already so great. So to meet a demon king, what would I even say? I can't talk about my hobbies. Favorite food? No, it was ridiculous. I couldn't go. However, I did want to know more about my race, and I also wanted to learn about other countries. So you'll tell me if I agree to go. As it is related to my master's shame, I would not normally be allowed to speak of it. However, if you were to actually meet him, then you would have to know what subjects you can bring up and which you cannot, yes. That's true, I wouldn't want to accidentally say something that hits a nerve. This was a dragon, after all. And so that will be my reason for telling you things that I wouldn't normally be able to talk about. On the other hand, if you would like to know more, you will have to meet my master directly and ask him. I see, I understand what you're saying. And I think that it makes sense. Still, I have to meet a demon king. In video games, demon kings were like the last boss. I really didn't want to meet one. So, what will you do? I'll meet him. I don't want to meet him, but I will. If it has to do with my race, then I have no choice but to listen to it. That's a good attitude to have. Now I can tell you. It's a story that happened a long time ago. I gulped. But then again, where do you think I should start? As if I'd know. She ruined it. However, there was a lot to talk about. She decided to start by talking about the relationship between Lesser Demon King Melvis and Demon King Troutzard. Thousands of years ago, well, around 4,000, I believe. During that time, it was Lesser High King Yamato who ruled the greater part of the demon world. And King Yamato had 3 very powerful subordinates. Do you know them? Of course, I've only lived for 17 years, but I know that much. There is Zardan the Madman, Melvis the Immortal, and Bargman the Dragon King. I heard that Zardan died in battle. Exactly. All 3 of them supported Yamato as great demon kings. In fact, Bargman's lands were in this very area. Really? Didn't he die of old age? It was an unusual way for someone to die in the demon world. Most people were killed before they lived their entire lifespan. He died over 1,000 years ago. At the time, a young Troutzard served King Bargman. What? So that's where they were connected? I see. Both dragons. You noticed, eh? Yes, Demon King Troutzard and Bargman were the same race. So it would not be strange for him to have heard of the Great War with the Celestial World, would it? So he was connected with someone who had witnessed that history. This was the frightening thing about the races with long lives. I'm so shocked that I don't know what to say. Of course, and you can ask King Troutzard all about it when you meet. In any case, it is said that Lesser Demon King Melvis started his long sleep about 300 or 400 years ago. I'm not sure of the exact time. After all, everyone outside of his country was too scared to get close to it. It was really just as we started wondering why King Melvis wasn't attacking other countries anymore, that the truth came out. I didn't know the details myself. None of that information came down to us. General Farnez likely knew, but she probably didn't want to tell me. And since King Troutzard knew Bargman, who died 1,000 years ago, he would of course know King Melvis before his long sleep. Indeed. King Troutzard even fought King Melvis after he became a demon king. What? I'm surprised King Melvis came out alive. Are you confused? Hi. You are talking about someone who once rose to the position of Great Demon King. And though he lost much of his mana during the war against the Celestial World, It doesn't change the fact that he was one of the strongest. But it's a battle between a lesser demon king and demon king, is it not? Surely that's not a fair fight. I asked, and Meralda let out a deep sigh. This is the part that involves my master's shame. King Troutzard was not able to beat King Melvis. Is that right? Not only that, but every time that King Troutzard talks about that battle, he shakes like a fawn. So it was that scary. Meralda sighed again. A demon king can shake. He could not lay a finger on King Melvis. This was someone who would invade other countries and destroy villages and towns just because he was in a bad mood. Resistance was meaningless. You could do nothing but just wait for your death. And our country was no exception. A few of our towns and villages vanished. It wasn't until several of King Troutzard's subordinates were attacked that he finally acted, though it was with much hesitation. And then what happened? He led his army and marched towards King Melvis's country, and then King Melvis intercepted them. Alone, and with just one special ability. He did what? Annihilated the army. The nearby town was destroyed as well. King Troutzard returned after losing half of his body. He was in tears. In tears. Indeed, great orbs of sorrow were in his eyes. It was something called Snow of the End. It's a black snow that covers the entire area. Everything that you can see. Not only that, but everything that touches it disappears. You cannot run away as it fills your entire vision. And so the world becomes black, and everything fades away. Then how do you deal with it? It's impossible. They say that there wasn't a cloud in the sky on that day. But no matter how high you flew, the snow did not stop. If you wanted to escape, you had to get out of range. Of course, everyone disappeared before they could. So you would have to defeat King Melvis. It would have been so simple were that possible. As the snow fell, a drawn-out battle meant defeat. Do you think fighting was even an option? No, I don't. Strong scales and thick armor. All of it faded away. The only reason that King Troutzard was able to survive was because he was towards the back of the army. And because he was much larger than the others. That is all. Is that why you still call him King Melvis? It's because my master still calls him that. I'm sorry. There was no reason for me to apologize, but I suddenly felt very bad for them. And so that was why it was decided that King Melvis's country was never to be invaded. We did not want to experience that a second time. More importantly, Meralda did not want to see her master cry. Chapter 185. Is it possible that Demon King Troutzard will just kill me due to this old grudge? After all, Melvis had done something quite horrible to him. That will not happen. You just averted your eyes. Is there really a danger? I don't think there is, but it might depend on what we say. Who knows? I'll be going home now, thank you very much. I got up from my seat. Wait, Galin. Where are you going? Let's pretend that this conversation never happened. Wait, it was only a jest. A jest, you will not be killed that quickly, so calm down. As I tried to leave, General Meralda grabbed my arm. She was a lesser demon king, and I could not shake her off. Well, it might be possible if I tried my hardest, but I didn't have any intention of doing that. Very well, I won't run away, so please let go of me. Also, I will leave if I feel that I'm being threatened. So, you have something dangerous that you want to tell me. I wouldn't say that it's dangerous, I think. But now you know the relationship between Lesser Demon King Melvis and my master, yes. Now I want you to meet King Troutzard and ask him about the Lesser High King Yamato's war. After all, he has gone to your country a number of times before. It was obvious, if you paid attention, to how things moved in the demon world. Kings were rarely completely independent. They would team up with others who were of equal strength in order to defeat stronger enemies. Such things were normal. And so even now, alliances were being made and broken all over the demon world. It was not strange, then, for Troutzard to have gone to see Melvis. If this was someone who had made him cry, then it was best to form an alliance as soon as possible. After all, they were direct neighbors. It would be bad to leave things unsettled. By the way, why is my country so small? If he used to be a great demon king, shouldn't his land be larger? In terms of size, we were one of the smallest. It seems that King Melvis had no interest in conquest at all. And so his lands were very small, even when he was a great demon king. That means the boost he got from the Orb of Control. Yes, there would have barely been a boost at all. Apparently, Melvis was strong enough without it. It was no wonder he was able to drive back a demon king. It's my own country, and yet there are so many shocking things that I don't know. Well, even then, that country is abnormally small. He must have let go of his other lands at some point. However, no one seems to know anything about that. After all, it was a completely different age. Indeed, well, even if he did have more lands, it would only be the cause of more fighting. So I don't think that it's a bad thing. As for King Troutzard, he was then able to hear stories from both Bargman the Dragon King and Melvis the Immortal. I see. So that explains it. Who else but him was able to hear stories from people who actually lived through that history? It was possible because they lived so long. I had not thought about it before. That being said, I have not heard much from King Troutzard. But there was one thing that came back to me after I heard the name of your race. My race, you mean Susanoo no Mikoto. I knew that it was from ancient Japanese mythology. However, I never had any interest in that, and so I didn't know anything besides that story about drifting to some port. No one knows what lesser High King Yamada's race was. Either it was meant to be hidden, or it was forgotten and lost in time. Not only that, but descriptions that were left of his appearance are not very unique. In a way, like the humans from the human world. That's surprising. I had expected him to be someone with more of an impact, like having 20 horns on his head, or having a mouth that went from ear to ear. Most of the residents of the demon world looked like monsters from a video game. That was the standard, so people close to humans might stick out a little. Apparently, King Troutzard had heard the name of King Yamato's race, but as it's all hearsay, I don't know if it's true, and so don't take everything as fact. I understand, so what is it? He said that it was Yamato Takaru no Mikoto. I thought. So Yamato is his name, and his race was Yamato Takaru no Mikoto. It was the same, and also a bit on the nose for my liking. However, it sounded oddly credible when it came out of Meralda's mouth. Residents of the demon world did not know of the Japan chronicles or records of ancient matters, and so it was hard to doubt it when the exact name appeared like this. You don't seem very surprised. I suppose it's familiar to you. No, it does sound similar. Susanoo no Mikoto and Yamato Takaru no Mikoto. It looked quite different in writing, but sounded similar when you pronounced it out aloud. That was what had likely jogged Meralda's memory. There are other reasons that I want you to meet King Troutzard and ask about the past, the battle against the celestial beings. King Troutzard once said that the Ira Institution had targeted lesser High King Yamato. You mean it wasn't just an invasion from the celestial world that caused the war? I don't know any of the details, though I did learn later that even the name Ira was incorrect. But it was too late to change it, as that's what they were known as in the demon world. Huh, what do you mean? That name was heard while they were fighting. So it must have been misheard. That's what a fallen one told me many years later. The name of the one great research institution is Enra. Enra and not Ira. Well, that is very similar. Aren't they? They are similar, and this is an institution that doesn't exist anymore, so it has no importance to us. However, I just thought it would be best for you to know their real name. I see. I'll remember it then, Enra. Also, according to that fallen one, the leader of the Enra institution was called Hera. A lot of women worked at Enra, and so I can assume that Hera was a woman. Regardless, both her and King Yamato fought and ended up somewhere outside of this world. They're somewhere between time and space, right? Who knows? No one saw them disappear. Where they went, well, all we know is that he is alive, as his name is still on the tablet of control. So, King Yamato fought Hera of the Enra Institution. King Troutzard should know about that time, and so you can ask him all about it. Furthermore, I'm sure that King Troutzard also knows things about King Melvis. He wouldn't tell them to me, but he might tell them to someone from the same country. I'm not sure about that. There is a possibility. Your race might be related to King Yamato. In that case, you might also be related to Ira. And if you are related to King Yamato and the celestial world, then you are also related to King Melvis. And so I think you should go and meet King Troutzard. Very well, I will meet him then. Good. I forgot to tell you, but we received a report from King Troutzard. It's about the East. The East. That's where my country is. Yes, things are getting a little out of hand. Meralda's expression darkened. Chapter 186. The report from King Troutzard contained details about the east side. Things are not going well. General Meralda's expression darkened. What did she mean? Was my country in danger? Is my country safe? What happened to the towns and villages? King Melvis's country is fine. At least for now. What a relief. However, there seemed to be something else behind her words, and I started to feel anxious again. For now, please tell me everything. What's happening? Indeed, you have a right to know. First, about the soldiers sent from our country. They succeeded in restraining the smaller countries like Ruse and Kurulu. The enemy soldiers withdrew at once. 4 countries had attacked my country simultaneously, but things seemed to have settled nicely. After all, if King Troutzard was sending men, then all of their alliances would mean nothing. General Meralda had prepared these soldiers specifically for the job of defeating Leninoth. It might have been different if these lesser demon kings came out in person, but mere generals and corps commanders are not enough. I let out a great sigh. Indeed, the enemy must regret their decision now, regardless all that is finished. The real problem is lesser demon King Leninoth. Leninoth ruled a large country that was to our north. He had swallowed up 3 other smaller countries and was currently competing with lesser demon King Farah for dominance. Leninoth and Farah are fighting, and the winner is likely to become a demon king. Has anything changed? Your country had put together a very great army, and they clashed with Leninoth's army. But the report said Leninoth was very cautious, and it was difficult to drag him out. Difficult, but they still succeeded. Yes, after several days. I won't bother you with the details, but they used our soldiers to surround Leninoth, and after a vicious battle, they destroyed him. Whoa, they defeated Leninoth. That's what it says. But that's incredible news. To be honest, I did not think that things would go so smoothly. Leninoth was the greatest threat, and now he was out of the picture. It says that while the remainders of Leninoth's army scattered, they were not able to pursue them. This was because of the heavy losses they took during the battle. Apparently, they had clashed head-on, and General Farnez had led this main attack. The reinforcements from Troutzard charged and broke into the enemy formation, while General Farnez held them at bay. And like that, they were able to get close to Leninoth, who was near the back. However, their numbers had decreased greatly by this point, and they were pushing themselves too far in this desperate attempt to defeat Leninoth. Only about half the soldiers came out unharmed, so the damage had been great. So that just leaves Farah now. Yes, but that is where the problem arises. General Meralda's face grew even more severe. Don't tell me that Farah became a demon king. As we did not share any borders with Farah, we did not have the same fear of him up until now. However, seeing as how he too had been conquering other countries, it was clear that he was no ordinary person. Lesser demon King Farah was killed. What? He was killed by another lesser demon king from the Far East. It seems like it happened during battle. Farah is dead, the one who was about to become a demon king. And yet he was defeated in a flash. That is how things happen in the demon world. And it's said that he lost due to a pure difference in power. Who was it? The person who defeated Farah is someone called Lesser Demon King Kuka, whose lands are connected to Demon King Trinidodo's country. Lesser Demon King Kuka. I didn't recognize the name. According to the report, Lesser Demon King Kuka had evolved just recently. He was a purple fox before evolution, and so he should be twin purple flame fox now. But I'm not sure. Evolution, eh? Yes. Perhaps his confidence grew after that, as he wasted no time in antagonizing all the small countries around him, and he won every time. I knew, as someone who had just evolved as well. Your power increased explosively, and you felt like you could do anything. Of course, that sense of being all-powerful was just an illusion. For instance, if I challenged General Meralda to a fight, I would easily lose. But Kuka had won. He had continued to win until he defeated Farah, someone who had been so close to becoming a demon king. Was that really possible for an evolved purple fox? And so we might see the birth of a new demon king very soon. And from the most surprising place. I did not expect a third party to appear, but I suppose that's the way of the demon world. When times change, people like you suddenly appear and show their true strength. Like me. There really is so much disorder to the west and east of this country now. And of course, there is the invasion from the celestial world. I will deal with the west side, but I want you to do something about the east, Well, that will be one of the things to discuss when you meet with King Troutzard. Yeah, you've evolved into a very rare race. And King Troutzard is full of wisdom. You will surely learn something that will be advantageous for you. Was she about to say incomprehensible? Very well. I am worried about my country, but there would be nothing that I can do if I returned now. And so I will try to deal with my personal matters first. Yes, that is good. And like that, it was decided that I would meet with a demon king. You really could not predict where life would take you. I've been shocked enough and want to get off this prank show. I very much missed that slow life I had in the Ogre village. Chapter 187. Wild Hunt Nair. Nair was currently in a small country that was next to both Troutzard and Janius's countries. It was called Ulwar. This country, ruled by Lesser Demon King Ulwar, was one of the smallest countries in the demon world. In terms of mass, it was similar to Lesser Demon King Melvis's country. As for why Nair was in such an unremarkable place. Lord Nair, we've finished investigating the Pillars of Salt. I see, and how was it? I don't know how it is happening, but there is still holy power remaining. I do wonder why. The holy power just stays there forever if left alone, even if 100 years or even 1,000 years pass. Our investigation took longer because of it, but we were unable to find anything that could be used to communicate with the celestial world. I see, so that means they have no way of seeing what is happening down here. These pillars of salt, which were also called the 6 salt pillars, had been their base in the demon world over 4,000 years ago. Back then, holy power had been used on an unimaginable scale, and 6 holes had been opened up into the demon world. The residents of the celestial world invaded from there and made their base. And then they planned to build a barrier that they would fill with holy power. Of course, this plan was thwarted by Lesser High King Yamato. Still, they now remained as pillars of salt, and they continued to store holy power. I think there is still holy power there, because the pillars themselves are made of holy power. They are materialized holy power. But shouldn't they disperse when exposed to the miasma of the demon world? The pillar itself must be like a core or barrier. Besides, doesn't your hand burn if you touch it? No one wants to touch them or even get close. There were pillars of salt in Nair's country as well. He had been curious enough to investigate them once, but he did not learn anything. And so he had forgotten all about them until now. But the other day, there was an invasion from the celestial world. Nair had realized that the holy power he had felt was terribly similar to the time he had investigated the pillars of salt, and so he decided to have them investigated again. As for the pillars of salt in his own country, which Legras was currently managing in his absence, they were too far away to visit now. And since the pillars tended to be spread out evenly all over the demon world, he had gone to the closest, which happened to be in Ulwar's country. After all, the birth of a demon king has been postponed. It's surely not a mistake to do some research about the celestial world. Yes, currently, your mana is being used to repair your body. I believe it will continue for a while, so prioritizing this research is the right decision. But only if there are results. Had I known that I would need a life stone in order to become an elder, I would have done this research while I had time. Why did he have to investigate in secret in a foreign country when there were pillars of salt in his own country? Nair could not help but feel conflicted about this. Regarding the plan to make Lesser Demon King Eunice a demon king, one of your subordinates has returned to make a report. He says that each country has finished retreating. Troutzard's army has not pursued them. As long as nothing happens from here, things should settle down. I see, send him my thanks. I'm sure the place must have been chaotic after making them fight, and then suddenly telling them to stop. There did seem to be some confusion, but perhaps due to their daily training, they were able to quickly understand and react. Meralda had been suspicious about the movement in the west. Nair had given the order for them to withdraw, after his plans had been ruined by his injury. His original plan had involved using Lesser Demon King Eunice to kill the other Lesser Demon Kings and generals, and then have him turn into a demon king. Nair had even been making preparations so that he would be able to kill Eunice as soon as he changed. However, Galin's deep-sea dragon sword had split Nair in half, and he was forced to spend a long time off in order to heal. Realizing that this was a bad time to fight, he had to go ahead with a different plan for now. But if I do that, I'll have soldiers left. I suppose I should gather them all together. Lord Nair, I have something to tell you regarding that. Huh, what is it? Apparently, Demon King Janius has started seeing our army as enemies. What? Did he realize that we set Troutzard on him? I don't think he knows for certain, but perhaps he was able to guess it based on movement in the area. I see, well, it cannot be helped. All right, I know. The corps we had camped in Eunice's country. I'll have them continue on to Demon King Gidman's country. Gidman. Janius and Gidman are currently at war. There are always skirmishes, and so I think I'll have Gidman dance for me this time. We just need to feed them rumors about Janius's general dying and how the army is weakened. However, if this fails, Gidman will start seeing you as an enemy as well. We only have to get through this brief moment. Now do it. As you wish. Nair's own lands were to the southeast of the demon world, and so making an enemy out of Gidman, who was to the northwest, was not a big deal. If Gidman wanted to invade him, he would have to travel through Demon King Troutzard, Demon King Bybashani, and Demon King Legard's lands first. As long as it calms down Janius, and if not, I'll change the location. You can turn into a Demon King anywhere. Are there really other places that are so convenient? Of course there is, like the land once ruled by the late Demon King Bardodo. There were currently 8 great Demon Kings, but there used to be 9. It changed when the holes opened in the sky and the celestial beings invaded. Demon King Bardodo died in that battle, and his lands were divided into 8 smaller countries. These lands were currently ruled by lesser demon kings who continued to fight each other for dominance. Our current objective is to find a celestial being who is equal to a demon king. He would be able to acquire as much land as he wanted once he evolved. And so Nair was searching for the necessary ingredients for evolution, the magic stone from a demon king and a life stone of equal power. Lord Nair, what will you do now? I want information about these residents of the celestial world. And our only clue is those people who invaded Troutzard's lands. What did they want, or who? I'll need to find out so I can keep an eye on them. I see, very well. Few have encountered residents of the celestial world and survived. But I will send my men to watch the place. Yes, good. Nair muttered about how things would be very busy now, but his adjutant replied that he was to first heal his wounds. And so Nair had no choice but to comply. End of Volume 3.